response. Thank you very much. How are you? Are you well? Excellent. Thank you very much for coming to the show. I started my tour in September. Before that, I did some previews up and down the UK. I did a preview in a place called Preston. Are we aware of Preston? I parked my car. I don't know if this is a good indication of what people are like in Preston, but I parked my car outside of the venue, and as I walked into the venue, a man offered me anal sex. So I was late. I was going to say I'll tell you a bit about me, but I think I just have. It's lovely to be here, though. It's a nice temperature in here, isn't it? It will get warmer as we go on, obviously the lights and whatnot. I respond in quite a peculiar way to the heat, I think, mostly sort of here. I realised I aimed that just at you guys in the front there, didn't I? Sorry about that. Hey, upstairs can have a go. There you go. Down there gets what I call claggy. Anybody else got a good word for that? Anybody else? Moist. Who said moist? Moist is a good word. What was that one? Sticky. Oh, there was a lady the other day said, what you've got there is LDF. I said, what does LDF stand for? She said, long day Fanny. When I said claggy in Preston, a man said, oh no, we call that ready. But what I do when it gets moist and sticky, I just do a plie. I'm not a massive belly dancer, but if I was a belly dancer, I would clearly be a massive one. I just do that. You only get a couple of seconds relief because it mostly just slicks back together. I did a show in Edinburgh and a lady at the back of the room shouted out, you need to use some talc. And I thought, surely that just forms a paste. And I've got a bit of pop trivia for you. You might not know this. You know Rihanna? You know Rihanna? Yeah. She has insured her legs for $1 million. And I don't really know why, because I'm pretty sure she's a singer. Yes? Yes, thank you. And I'm almost certain you can do that sitting down. I mean, her legs aren't proper anyway. They don't meet at the top or anything. My mum would say about her, she couldn't stop a pig in an alleyway. Just for the record, I could totally stop a pig in an alleyway. Stop it, stun it, put it in me fucking freezer. I do have a good relationship with my mum. You know, sometimes in comedy you laugh at things because it's familiar, because it's a shared experience. Sometimes you laugh because you're just glad you're not me. I think this next thing might fall into the latter category. See if this has happened to anybody else. Whenever I'm on the phone to me mum, it always makes me need a poo. Give us a woo if that's happened to you. If you're good. I've looked into it. It's a closeness issue. It means that me and those people who wooed, we love our mums more than the rest of you lot love yours. I love my mum so much it makes me shit. Try getting that on a balloon on Mother's Day. Thank God for Moonpig. But I discovered something about myself recently that I did not know. I discovered that I am a workaholic. Haven't always been a workaholic. I think it's much easier to be a workaholic when you love your job, which I do. But before this, when I had a proper job and I worked in an office Monday to Friday, I was not a workaholic. I was very happy at 5 o'clock to go, bye, fuck the lot of you. But I read an article about workaholics by a man called Oliver Burkeman, and he said people are workaholics for one of two reasons. Either they're hiding away from something at home, or they have nothing else going on in their lives. And I realised quite sadly that I fell into the latter category. I had my job, but I didn't really do or have anything else. One of the remedies he suggested to fix this, he said, actively create meaning elsewhere. And that's what I decided to do over the last 12 months, and that is what my show is about. Now, the first thing I decided to do, I decided to buy a house. I'd lived in the same rented city centre flat in Manchester for the last 6 years, and I really wanted somewhere. I wanted a house. I wanted to settle down. I wanted a house mostly because I'd lived in flats for 16 years, and I really missed going upstairs to bed. Not through the fucking kitchen. Upstairs to bed. But I was sitting only a few weeks ago, quite smugly, upstairs in bed, thinking, this is the life. I've arrived. I'm upstairs in bed. And then I thought, shit, now I've got to go downstairs for food. But what I wanted was somewhere that makes me feel the same way my parents' house makes me feel. They've lived in the same house since they got married 47 years ago. Exactly, and this is what I wanted. I wanted somewhere that I could build memory after memory after memory. Now, I was there sort of late summer last year with my sister, the four of us just sitting around with cups of tea around the kitchen table, putting the world to rights. It was lovely. And at the exact same moment, my sister and I both heard the ice cream man. And it was like no time had passed. No words were exchanged between my sister and I. She shot me a look that said, do you want one? And I shot back a look that said, of course I fucking do. She picked up her purse and she ran out of the house. When she came back in, she told me there'd be no children anywhere near the ice cream man, just a 44-year-old woman running towards it. He'd started to pull away. She had to flag him down. And as she flagged him down, he shouted out of the window, come on, missus, you can do it. She came back in with 3 ice creams, one for me, one for her, and one for me dad, because my mum doesn't really like sweet things. And she said, where's dad gone? Because my dad was no longer in the room. I said, he's gone to the toilet. Now, I don't know what your dads are like, but my dad can lose a good 20 minutes, half an hour in there. So she started to sort of lick her ice cream and kind of tidy his, do you know what I mean? Licking hers normally, but then spinning this one round. She was like a fucking machine, licking and tidying, licking and tidying, licking and tidying. This one started to get quite small, and I said, oh, that's not fair on Dad. And she said, well, what do you want me to do about it? I said, I think you should take it to him while he's on the toilet. And she said, well, if I'm going, you're coming with us. So we go upstairs together. Mum and Dad's toilet is separate from their bathroom. And I said to my sister, before you go any further, you must promise me one thing. She said, what's that? I said, you must promise me that when you open that door, you keep your eyes tight shut, because you will never be able to unsee what you are about to say. She promised. She knocked on the door. My dad said, come in, like it was an office. And with her eyes tight shut, she opened the door and handed in an ice cream. And my dad said, I cannot take that. And we thought, quite rightly, because eating an ice cream while you're doing this shit is disgusting, isn't it? But my dad said, I'm reading the paper, my hands are full. But my parents have always lived near a park, and I'd always been able to see a tree out of my bedroom window, so that became another priority. I wanted to see a tree out of my bedroom window. Didn't give a shit if it was on a fucking roundabout, just a tree. But it became very clear early on that I'm not massively suited to country living, having lived in the city centre for so long. I drove along a lovely country lane, and I saw a white marquee tent. And instead of thinking, oh, somebody's having a lovely summer party, I just thought, oh, someone's been murdered. One of the houses I looked at was owned by a couple who were getting divorced. It was very sad. And it was the husband who was showing me around. And I'd realised what was going on straight away, and I decided just to go through it very quickly because it was clearly painful for both of them. Now, I don't know if you've ever been shown around a house or have shown somebody around your house, but there's a degree of stating the obvious involved, isn't there, when they say things like, this is the kitchen. I know. I mean, I call it the biscuit room, but whatever. This is the living room. Yeah, it's another biscuit room. He took me upstairs to a closed door and he said, this is the master bedroom. I said, great. He said, I'd love to show you in there, but I can't. I said, oh, why not? He said, I can't show you in there because there's a lady crying in there. Which is sad, but also quite an unusual way of describing his wife, when potentially he's the reason she's crying in the fucking first place. But I said to him, look, I'm divorced myself. I understand what you're going through. I know that this is horrible for both of you, and you just want to get it over and done with so you can both move on with your lives independently. I understand. You have my total sympathy. You really do. But I also know that you can cry in the bathroom, so fucking move her. Now, the house I looked at was owned by a really posh lady, so I already hated her. That's terrible, isn't it? I'm not supposed to hate anybody. I only hate posh twats. It's fine. I was going to say, have we got a name? But I've just remembered where I am. Yeah, you're all clapping. There'll be a couple of people at the back from Jesmond going, actually, there are posh people in tonight. But this posh lady was very dramatic in all of her gestures. She said to me, there is underfloor heating throughout. I said, that doesn't impress me, love. I've got slippers. And then, as if to hammer it home, she said, there isn't a single radiator in the whole building. And I, because sometimes my mouth kicks in before my brain's had a chance, just said, well, how'd you dry your knickers then? And the friend that I was with said, just chuck them on the floor. But I found a house that I liked, and I got a survey done, and the survey came back and it meant nothing to me at all. But luckily I've got a friend who's a builder, and he said, let me have a look at it and I'll put it into layman's terms for you. I said, smashing. Now give us a cheer if you own your own home. Give us a cheer if you rent. See, up until this point I'd only ever rented, and I think there are phrases that mean nothing to those of us who rent that the rest of you understand. Because my friend, the builder, said, there is one thing you will need. I said, oh yeah, what's that? He said, you'll need a damp-proof course. And I genuinely said, I haven't got time to go to college. But the house that I bought had a log burner. I've never had a log burner before. I got quite excited about the log burner. Not as excited as my fella did. He just went, oh my God, we'll be able to get a toasting fork? We'll be able to toast things? And I thought, he does know I've got a toaster, doesn't he? But I went straight out. He went to work, I went straight out and bought a toasting fork, and I came back in, I grabbed a loaf of bread, and I thought, I'm just going to sit and work my way through. I fucking love toast. But I couldn't get it to work, and I rang him and I said, I can't get it to work. He said, how can it not work? It's fire and bread. And I told him what I'd been doing. Turns out I should have had the little door open. Might as well have been lying slices of bread on top of me radiators. Or in amongst me knickers on the underfloor heating. Oh, you're right, that's probably too much yeast altogether, isn't it? But when I moved from the flat to the house, I had bits and bobs of furniture, not much, but I had some stuff, and I was trying to work out what would best go where. And I said to me fella, God, I wish I had a tape measure. He said, what do you need a tape measure for? I said, I just want to know if that unit will fit in that alcove. And he said, well, I can sort that out for you. I said, I don't want you to move it. He said, no, I can work it out for you. And I said, have you got a tape measure? He said, no, but I've just got like an instinct about these things. And I thought, fucking instinct. Let's have a look at your instinct, pet. And I said, go on then. So this is genuinely what he did. He went like this. Yeah, that'll fit. I said, is that it? You could at least got your cock out and done 6 inches, 6 inches, 6 inches. But you know, when you first move in somewhere that's new to you, you want to make a few changes, don't you? So it feels a bit more like yours. One of the things I really wanted, like my parents are both disabled and both getting on a bit in age, and I thought something that would be really good for when they come to stay would be a grab rail in the shower. I won't really notice it when I'm in the shower, but when they come to stay, that would be very useful for them. So I got a grab rail fitted in the shower. And like a month later, I had a friend round visiting, and I was showing her around the house, you know, biscuit room, other biscuit room. Carefully, don't trip up on all the knickers and bread. We got to the bathroom and I said, oh, look, I've had a grab rail fitted in the shower. And she went like this. Ooh, saucy. I said, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to keep pensioners upright. And I told my dad because I thought he'd find it funny, and he went, nah, for that sort of business, you need two of them. Another thing I really fancied a little stool in the bathroom. That sounds really bad. That sounds bad, doesn't it sound bad? Like a table, I suppose. One of my luxuries is I like having a cup of tea when I'm in the bath, and I thought, wouldn't it be great to have a special place to put my cup of tea? And maybe I could also put a book or a magazine on there to read in the bath. How nice would that be? And then depending on where I position the table or the stool, I could maybe reach the book or magazine from the toilet. Now, not everybody will admit to this, but I will raise my hand and say that I like to read on the toilet. Give us a cheer, any men who like to read on the toilet? Yeah. Any women? Yeah. See, interesting, because one of my friends said to me, you don't tell people you do that, do you? I said, yeah. She said, I don't think you should. I said, why not? She said, I don't know, I don't think it's very ladylike. I said, have you seen who you're talking to? I said, and anyway, I'm not sure what you mean, because as far as I'm aware, there's nothing ladylike about doing a shit. Picture the scene. I'm sitting down, my legs are apart, my elbows are resting on my knees. I might be sweating. If it's a hard one, I could have taken my top off. But to make up for all of that, I do it exactly the same, but to make it ladylike, I do it all in a fucking bonnet. Those two words aren't together often enough for their fucking bonnet. You're never going to get that inner Pride and Prejudice, are you? Why, Mr. Darcy, what do you think of me fucking bonnet? Second thing I decided to get a pet. I've always grown up with pets, and in my teens and in my 20s. And then there's something about the lifestyle of being a comedian that means you're on the road a lot. It's not really conducive to having animals at home. And then I thought, I've done this 8 years. Maybe it's time the lifestyle worked around me for a change. So I really wanted a cat. I got a cat 2 years ago. I got another cat last year. My fella seems to think I just wanted 2 cats. He doesn't realise it's now an annual event. The second cat we got is a rescue cat. She was just left outside of the vets in a box overnight, just left. And she's lovely, she's very affectionate. Whenever my fella picks her up, she starts purring straight away, and he looks her right in the face and he goes, "Who would abandon you? Who would abandon you?" I said, stop saying that to her. It's like somebody saying to me, "Who would divorce you?" Someone fucking did. But I do worry that I tell people a bit too soon in any conversation that I've got cats. I've got cats, it's too soon. I've got cats, that's lovely, and your account number is... And that's because they're not too bad at the minute, but I've often got big scratches on my arms, and I don't want anybody to ever misconstrue what those scratches are. I don't want anybody to ever leave my company going, "She seemed really happy, but did you see her arms?" When truth be told, it's because I cuddle them too tight and the fuckers fight back. But the first cat we got 2 years ago, a little ginger kitten, he's called Chief Brody, named after the police chief in Jaws. I was still living at the flat at the time, and I thought I'll let him have a wander around, get his bearings, have a bit of a sniff, a bit of an investigate. And he went round the back of the sofa, and I was quite surprised because I'd lived there for 6 years and I'd never been round the back of the sofa. And the Hoover certainly fucking hadn't. And he came back round with what can only be described as 4 big grey fluffy slippers on. So I sent him back round to finish the job. I don't know if you've ever tried to litter train a cat. It's normally quite straightforward. Whenever they look like they're about to do something, you pick them up and you plonk them in the litter tray, you hope for the best. But Chief Brody took a while to cotton on, kept having it Laxton's, poor bugger. And at one point, my fella and I were standing over the litter tray, just looking at each other going, is there anything we could be doing to help him that we're not already doing? And my fella, because he's so lovely, he looked down at the litter tray and he went, "Do you want me to do a shit in it to start him off?" No, I really don't. It would be end to end. And the cat would be like, "Who the fuck lives here? Aslan?" But I have two friends who look after my cats when I'm away from home. One of them is an animal lover, one not so much. Give us a cheer if you consider yourself an animal lover. Give us a cheer if you're not really bothered. It's totally fine, isn't it? It's totally fine. My friend who is the animal lover, she looks after them because she loves them. My friend who isn't the animal lover, she looks after them because she loves me. It's very sweet. So the friend who is the animal lover, when she looks after them, she'll take a photograph of them to send to me, and underneath the photograph, it'll say, "Hiya, ma'am." Because they call me ma'am. It's not weird. Fuck off. And I know that we're close because whenever I see them, they always need a shit. I say, "Hiya, ma'am, we miss you, we'll see you soon," and it settles me. Wherever I am in the country or the world, it settles me because I know that they're safe and that they're happy. My friend who isn't the animal lover takes a picture just the same, but underneath her picture it'll say, "Here is the photograph you requested." They are still alive, I will check again tomorrow. But they are house cats, they don't go outside. They will go outside at some point, but I'm sort of nervous. I'm nervous for their safety, but also I'm a little bit worried about what they might bring back in with them. I know this is a thing that cats do. Have we got cat owners in tonight? Yeah. Quite a few of you. Now I know that whatever they bring in, be it a mouse or a bird, if it's still alive, I'm to try and catch it and put it back in the garden, and if it's dead, I'm to put it in the outside bin. That's fine. But what I don't know is what I'm supposed to do if whatever they bring in is still a little bit twitchy. Has this happened to any of you? Yeah. Oh, nearly all of you. This is horrible. Let's get some suggestions what you think I should do. Let's start at the top. So anybody in the top section got a suggestion what I should do with a half-dead animal? Shout out.
Put a bucket over it.
Put a bucket over it. Have you done that, love?
Yes.
Yes. What animal was it?
A bird and a mouse and a rat.
A bird and a mouse and a rat at the same time? Like a tiny little rubbish zoo. So are these all separate occasions?
Separate.
Yes, and so you put the bucket over it until...
The husband came home.
Oh, until your husband came home. We've got a feminist in, girls. And then what did he do?
Luckily they'd all died.
Luckily they'd all died. That is the best sentence I've heard in ages. We should all start adding that on to the end of all of our stories. Luckily, they all died. Good answer, lady upstairs. Anybody in the next section down got a suggestion what I should do with a half-dead animal?
Hit it with a spade.
Hit it with a spade. He didn't even have to think of that, did he? Just hit it with a spade. Hit it with... have you done that, love?
Yes.
Yes. Was it definitely an animal? Haven't got a couple of ex-wives in your garden or anything? Anybody else in that section? CPR. Oh, the rest of you feel like such shits now. CPR. Have you done that?
Yes.
Yes. What animal was it, love?
Cat.
It was a cat. Either option one, she has not understood the question. Option two, her cat brought in another cat. I'm going to go with option two because that feels awesome to me. Anybody in the next section down got a suggestion what I should do with a half-dead animal?
Give it back to it so we can finish it off.
Give it back to the cat. So we can finish it off. And when you say finish it off, all right, sorry, you mean eat it. Okay, sorry, I wasn't. One tiny final wank. A cat couldn't even do that because they don't have that kind of hands. It'd have to do it with its paws. Well, you've just made me mime a cat wanking off a mouse. You dirty bastards. So you mean give it back to the cat so the cat can eat it? I like that idea because that feels like good parenting, doesn't it? Because it's like, finish your tea or you're not playing out. I like it, it's good. Anybody else in that section?
Put it on YouTube.
Put it on YouTube? Oh, we've got a young one in. How old are you, Flower?
25.
25. Get out. Fuck off. Look around you, love. You don't belong. That was so much fun. Sorry. Being rude to young people, you should try it. It's awesome. Next level down. So are you the grand circle? Is that what you the grand circle? It's the lady there like, yes, we're grand. Okay. So the grand circle, anybody got a suggestion what to do with a half-dead animal?
Bash it with a hammer.
Bash it with a hammer. Fuck, where are you from? The felon? I love that there's a lady cheering that I've just implied that she's from the felon because you're clearly from the felon. Yeah! We bash things with hammers. Anybody else in that section?
Chuck it over next door.
Chuck it over next door. Anything that stops you having to talk to your neighbours. Good answer, thank you very much. Anybody in the boxes or downstairs got a suggestion?
Put a cage and keep it as a pet.
Hold on. We're coming back to you. Say that again, love.
Pie, because you know it's still fresh.
Put it in a pie because you know it's still fresh. That's clearly all he's bothered about. Is it fresh? Yeah, well, I'll eat it. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is. Have you done that? With you've had chips with it as well? Oh, and what kind of animals have you put in pies?
Nothing exciting, just a pigeon.
Nothing exciting, just a pigeon.
Pussy pie's nice.
Wowzers. You actually went there, didn't you? He's doing that with his arm as well, like he's a fucking winner. Something tells me by how mortified your girlfriend is that you're not going to get any of that for a while. So pie, and there was another one at the back. Shout again.
Put it in a cage and keep it as a pet.
Keep a half-dead animal as a pet. Have you done that?
It was fine, it came back to life all right.
Oh, what animal was it?
It was a vole.
It was a vole. The lady at the front is a big fan of fucking voles. Finally, somebody mentions voles. How long have I fucking been here? Nearly half an hour. Nobody's done any vole jokes yet. And how long did it live?
It lived for about a month and then it escaped.
You know why it escaped? Because it's a fucking wild animal. It didn't escape, it went home. Anybody else downstairs? Give it to the dog to chew on. So I've got to get a dog now. What do I do with the stuff the dog brings in? Give it to your horse. Fucking hell. This is going to get out of hand. See, I asked this question when I was working in Australia last year, and I would occasionally shit myself. I'd slightly forget I was in Australia. And when people would say things like lizards, I would think, fucking lizards? I didn't know this might happen. Tiny dinosaurs, because that's what they are. One lady said, my cat brings in half-dead lizards. And I said, what do you do? She said, I take them to the vet, and then after a week I go back and check up on them. I said, well, what happens when you go back and check up on them? She said, well, the vet always says I managed to revive them, and I've released them back into the wild. And I thought, oh, bless your cotton socks for fucking believing that, love. They must see her coming, mustn't they? Oh, fuck, it's lizard woman again. With a bag of half lizards. Expecting us to match them all up. Brenda, look, that doesn't go. The pattern's different. Can you see? Try that one. No, but I've seen that one somewhere before. Another lady said that her cat brought in a half-dead parrot. I said, what did you do with a half-dead parrot? She said, I just put my fingers over its nostrils for a while. Which is all very well until the parrot realises it has a mouth. Fuck, that was close, that was close. Then one really serious lady, very straight face, she said, drowned it. I said, what did you drown? She said, it was a frog. I love the idea of a frog going, oh no, don't put us in the water. I hate the water. It's my natural habitat, just a fucking idiot. Oh no. my sister said, are you going to bury all of the animals your cat's bringing in the garden? And I said, no, because it's the first time I've had a garden as an adult. I'm not about to turn it into a pet cemetery. Then I thought about it, and there is a plus side to this. Think of how many magnums I'd have to eat for all of the little lolly stick crosses. But I've been trying to relax a bit. I'm not very good at relaxing. I took the opportunity when I moved into the house to buy myself some new pyjamas. I normally save that luxury for Christmas. Does anybody else get new pyjamas at Christmas? Yeah. So I brought it forward by a month when I moved into the house, and I went off to Marks and Spencer's. I don't know if you know this, but Marks and Spencer's don't really sell pyjamas anymore. They sell stay-at-home leisure wear. So I looked at them on the hanger and I thought they looked like pyjamas. So I bought them anyway, I took them home, I put them on straight away, and I thought they feel like pyjamas. And I thought this is just Marks and Spencer's being overly fancy with the naming of things, that's all it is. And I thought, what would be the difference between pyjamas and something called stay-at-home leisure wear anyway? And then I went to do the dishes. I stood in front of the kitchen sink and I went to roll my sleeves up, and the cuffs on the stay-at-home leisure wear were so tight that I couldn't roll my sleeves up. So I couldn't do the dishes. And I like to think that was Marks and Spencer's going, hey you, sit yourself down. With any luck, the 90s will be flammable and I'll get out the fucking cooking and all. But I think you can't be too relaxed. I think it's possible to be too relaxed because I think the filter that's between your brain and your mouth is there for a reason. I went for massages with a friend of mine. We came out afterwards, got in the car to go home. I was driving, she was in the passenger seat. We were both so floppy and relaxed after the massages that neither of us spoke for ages. It was really comfortable, a proper comfortable silence, if you like. I was just concentrating on the driving. She was watching the scenery go by out of the window. It was lovely. 20 minutes we were like that, 20 minutes of complete silence. She chose to break the 20-minute silence with this sentence. I tell you who else is a bad driver. The third thing I decided to do, I decided to learn to cook. I've lived off ready meals and toast for far too long, and I thought I've got a nice kitchen now, maybe I should learn to cook. And I'm learning, it's going quite well. I don't always know the right words for things. I couldn't remember the word marinate recently when I was trying to describe a recipe to my friend that I'd had a go of. I said, look, then you get the chicken, it's dead straightforward. Get the chicken, you put some olive oil on it. Then you get some lemon thyme, you put that in with it, and you cover it and leave it in the fridge overnight to fester. But I was in a cafe a few months ago with one of my friends. She's the sort of person who prefers savoury over sweet. I don't really know why we're still friends. She's nice enough. She ordered a carrot cake, and I always think a carrot cake is such an abomination of a cake. It's like, it's got veg in it. Fuck off. Some people choose to put dates and nuts in it. You think, you're just removing all of the cake aspects. What you've got there is a shitty pasty. So she ordered a carrot cake, I ordered a slice of strawberry cheesecake. On top of her carrot cake was some icing and then a slither of something orange-coloured for decoration, I suppose. And I said to her, is that a bit of carrot? Fair assumption of being carrot cake. And she had a little nibble of it and she went, no, it's not carrot. I said, is it orange then? She said, no, it's not orange. I said, well, I'm all out of orange-coloured things. Unless it's the tail of a goldfish, I've got no idea. She had another nibble of it and she said, I think it's apricot. I said, oh, I can't have apricot. She said, why not? I said, I'm allergic to it. She said, ooh, what happens to you? I said, ooh, I get the shits. And she said, is it really bad? I said, oh yeah, it was like a chocolate fountain down there. And she said, was that just off one? I said, no, I had a bag of them. She said, how many was in the bag? I said, I don't know, maybe 40. And it was only as I was telling her that I realised I'm not allergic to apricots. I'm allergic to 40 apricots. But I was on holiday with my sister last year, and I don't get to see my sister often enough, and it was lovely to have a week together, just the two of us. It was really nice. And at the end of the week, she said something to me that I'll always hold dear. She said, it wasn't until I spent a week with you that I realised how many meals you can have in a day. Because she had mistakenly thought that you had breakfast and lunch, or you had brunch. No. Breakfast, brunch, 11's is lunch. Afternoon tea, proper tea, dinner, supper. 11's is. And then a midnight snack that can last anything up to 8 hours. And a Milky Way whenever the fuck you like. But I've got a friend who's really good at cooking and baking, and I was on the phone to her, she was showing off a little bit. She knows some random food facts, and she said, did you know that sugar is a preservative? I said, ooh, I'll live forever then. She said, no, you'll probably die quite young, but you won't go off for ages. But she said to me, if you want to learn to cook, why don't I just come and stay for the weekend and I'll teach you some basics? And I thought, actually, it's a really good idea. She said, do you mind if before I come, if I email you a list of things I think you should have in your store cupboard? I've never called it my store cupboard in my life. It's always been the bean cupboard, because that's where I keep me tins of beans. But I was a good girl. I got everything in that she suggested. I ordered it online. I'd never ordered food online for delivery before. If you've never done it, give it a go. It's amazing. I typed it into a computer, and a man brought it to the house. Some of you are looking at me like, fuck off, it's real. Typed it into a computer, somehow a fella got the message, who had a van and some food, and he brought it. You're not taking it seriously. A man brought food to my house. It was like being in a restaurant, but I didn't have to have a bra on. Bit like Nando's then. Only a few weeks ago, my fella said to me, he said, your day-to-day is busier than mine. He said, do you want me to go and do a quick food shop? And I said, oh, that would be amazing, thanks very much. I said, I'm only here for a couple of days, so don't get loads in. He said, just give us a list. I said, great. So I made him a list, off he went. When he came back in, he said, I managed to get everything off the list apart from one thing. I said, that's great, thanks very much. I started to unpack the bags, put them in the cupboard. And I said, what was the thing you didn't manage to get? He said, I didn't manage to get you any avocados. I said, oh, that's all right, don't worry about that. He said, so I bought you some pork pies instead. I said, I wish you worked for Tesco Home Delivery. We've run out of celery, so we've given you a Swiss roll. But he said the best thing about them, he said, they're whoops pork pies. I said, I don't know what that means. He said, they're whoops pork pies. He said, they're going to run out. We'll have to eat all 6 of them before we go to bed. Yes! But you know those cookie shops on the high street where you can get the normal sized cookies, but you can also get the bigger sort of celebration ones? He bought me one of those, celebration one, a few years ago for part of my Christmas present, and it was smashing. I was unexpected, it was great. And I opened the box and I said, this is a great present, this is excellent. He said, oh, I'm glad you like it. It was all iced Merry Christmas, Sarah, with kisses on. He said, I'm glad you like it. He said, there's only one drawback. And I'm looking at a cookie that's bigger than me head, thinking, there's no fucking drawback. He said, there's only one drawback, it only lasts 5 days. I said, it's like you don't know me at all. He said, you didn't let me finish, it only lasts 5 days, and I bought it 4 days ago. I said, stop your fucking chatting and get the kettle on then. So that's not a present, love, that's a challenge. I think most people at Christmas, pretty much everybody in this room, will get one slightly shitty Christmas present, just slightly shitty Christmas present. Usually for somebody who doesn't know you very well. And you look at it and you think, how did they? Why did they? What the fuck is a pomander? Now, last Christmas, my shitty Christmas present was off my fella. Exactly. And it was a long-handled metal shoe horn. Your guess is as good as mine. Now, if you get your shitty Christmas present off your Auntie Brenda, you have to go, thanks very much, Auntie Brenda. I'll be able to put my shoes on from a great height now. But the joy of it being off your partner is you're allowed to go, what the fuck is that? Which is what I did. And he said, you asked for it. I said, no, I bloody didn't. And this is where I found out something quite adorable about my fella. All year round, whenever I mention something like fancy that DVD, I might get myself that book, he makes a note of it in his phone. And when it comes to Christmas or birthdays, he picks a couple of things off the list and he buys me them as presents, which I just think is adorable. But it did mean that when I said to him, when did I ask for a long-handled metal shoehorn? He said, August the 8th. At 8 p.m. The only possible scenario I can think of where this might have happened is maybe I was trying a dress on that was a little bit too tight, and to try and make myself feel better and laugh it off, I said something like, "Ooh, could do with a shoehorn to get into this." And instead of giving me the cuddle that I clearly fucking needed, he made a note of it in his phone. Shoehorn, that's what she wants. But you know, some people are tricky to buy for birthdays and things. If you have somebody in your life like this, then listen up, this next thing might be useful for you. We've got a birthday rule. Our birthday rule is that if it's your birthday, you get to make all of the decisions all day for both of you. So my fella's last birthday, his first decision, he said, I want to lie in. Excellent, happy with that. We had a lie in. Second decision, he said, I want a sausage sandwich, which was not the euphemism I was hoping it was. I was all like, should I be the bread? Oh, you're putting the grill on. Okay. Third decision, he wanted to go to Warwick Castle. Now, I'm sure some of you may well have been to Warwick Castle. I'm sure the castle part of it is an absolute delight. We didn't get to do that bit. The only bit he wanted to do was the dungeon. He likes reading horror stories. He likes watching horror films. I don't like any of that sort of thing. I don't like being scared. I'm not a massive fan of the dark, if I'm brutally honest. I'm a bit of a wuss. And I thought this whole experience is going to be horrible for me. But birthday rules, we have to go. So we go to Warwick Castle, and at the door to the dungeon is a man. And the man has fake blood on his face and hands and is dressed in some sort of costume. And being a little claustrophobic as I am, I thought this is about to include two of the things I hate the most. Enclosed spaces and fucking actors. Because it wasn't like a museum, it wasn't just glass cases with things in to look at and little bits of writing that you don't bother reading because it's boring. It wasn't like that. It was properly interactive. Every room had a different scenario. There were volunteers required throughout, and there was always a chance that somebody was going to jump out and frighten the living shit out of you. Now, I knew I was going to hate it, and it was proved right as soon as we started to walk in. Now, one thing to point out as well, I guess these tours normally have 10 or 12 or 15 people on them all going around as one. I don't know why, maybe just because it was a Tuesday, but it was only two of us. So every time they needed a volunteer, it was me or him or both of us. And also, it was the final tour of the day. We'd overheard a couple of the actors talking outside, saying that if we hadn't turned up, they would have all been able to go home an hour early. So they already didn't really like us. Now, we go down the stairs at the beginning, and I already hate it because it's dark, it smells funny, and there's the walls are kind of running with water. It's horrible. Birthday rules, we have to do it though. Now, we go into the first room. The first room is quite well lit. It's not too bad. It's a courtroom, and there's a man playing a judge, and just me and my fella. We are both tried. I was tried for being a witch. Rude. And he was tried for weeing in a well. Apt. We are both sentenced to death, which I thought was a little harsh. But I thought, if it's all like this is going to be okay. Now, how wrong you can be. You go into the next room. The next room is completely pitch black. So dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. And it's also completely silent. Now, I'd been linked into my fella holding on for dear life. Somebody came up behind us who we couldn't see and just unravelled us and separated us, put him over the other side of the room. So I couldn't see him, I couldn't touch him, but every now and again I could hear him say, "You're going to be all right, you're going to be all right." Because he knew the state I was getting myself into, already starting to shake quite a bit. Now, they left us in the darkness and the silence for about a minute, and then a bright white light flashed, and an old lady screamed in my face. I don't know which bit of history that's supposed to represent, but it felt very much like Christmas with me nana. We go go in another couple of rooms. They're quite scary, but not too bad. One of the scariest parts of the whole experience is just a corridor between one room and the next. But it was dimly lit, and there were horrific things everywhere we looked, until we realised halfway along that they were mirrors. At one point, I'd whispered to my fella, "That monster's got my top on." We go in the final room. The final room is a hospital room. There is a bed with a body on it, and the body I've already clocked is a dummy, so it doesn't mean it can't move, but at least it's not going to jump out at me. And a man walks in and addresses us both. And he says, "I'm not the doctor." So I went, "Okay." Then he went, "The doctor died of the plague." Ah. Then he went, "I'm the cook." And I thought, "Ooh, snacks." Apparently not. He said, "I'm the cook and I'm replacing the doctor because I'm the only other one who knows about anatomy." So I just went, "Promotion, well done." And he walked forward and he stood just in front of me. And he was so close to me, I could feel his breath on my face. And he looked at me and he said, "You don't look very well." And I crumpled. "I've just got a bit of a cold." And then he said, "I think you need some treatment." "I'm taking dinners, and I've got some tunes in my handbag. Why don't you do it to him? It's his birthday." And then he said, "I think you need an operation." "Happy birthday to you, you shit!" He took me by the hand, he sat me on a seat, and he pulled around us both a very thin white muslin curtain. We are within the curtain. My fella is on the outside of the curtain. We are now the show. My fella is the only audience member. This whole fucking thing is just for him. The cook pulls out a knife, this sort of size, maybe like a dagger, and he shows it round the front of the curtain so my fella can see it really clearly. He brings it back round again, and he presses a button on the chair behind me, which is the sound effect of a woman screaming. Pulls out another knife, maybe like a machete, this sort of size, and again he shows it round the front of the curtain so my fella can see it. Brings it back round again, presses another button of a woman screaming. Now, by this stage, I am physically shaking from head to toe. My palms are sweaty, and I feel quite sick. But all I can think is, I wonder what we're going to do for my fucking birthday. Because my birthday is after his, my birthday no longer becomes about what I actually might want to do, but about what he will fucking hate. The cook pulls out the final weapon as a scythe, huge like this. And again, he shows it round the front so my fella can see. He brings it back round again and presses the most blood-curdling scream of all. And I thought, I know this is fake, but I wonder what the expression on my fella's face is right now. And I could see him very clearly through the curtain. I looked at his face, and he was checking his phone for text messages. As we walked out, I said, I can't believe you were playing on your phone. He said, to be honest, I was just surprised I could get a signal down there. We got in the car to go home. I said, you know what we're going to do for my birthday? He said, no, I don't. What are we going to do for your birthday? I said, you know what we're going to do for my birthday? He said, I don't. What are we going to do for your birthday? I said, we're going to talk about our feelings for 9 fucking hours. As it happens, that's not what we did. My birthday rolled around a month later, and all I really wanted to do was wander around John Lewis. It's me happy place. I wanted to wander around the homeway section touching things. That's all I wanted to do. So we go to John Lewis, we're in the homeway section, but the whole time he is 3 or 4 paces behind me playing on his phone, and I thought, oh, this isn't fair. I was disemboweled on his fucking birthday. And I should have learned from earlier experience that it is not good to take shopping. On a previous occasion, we'd been in a different department store. I decided to look for a new dress. I picked 3 to try on and I parked them. You know, you can park your fella either at the shoes, because there's seats there and they're like that. Or you can park them at the fitting room, because then there's sometimes another fella there and they can make a little friend. So I parked him at the fitting room. I took 3 dresses in to try on. I came out after each one to show him. After the first one, I said, what do you think of this one? And he went, it's all right. Keep pumping out compliments like that and we'll not get this big head back in the fucking car. Went back in, came back out in the second one. I said, this is the second one. What do you think of this one? And he went, it's nice. I feel so pretty. Went back in, came back in the third one. I said, this is the best one. This is my favourite one. I've saved the best to last. What do you think of this one? And he went, yeah, you could wear that one outside. What did you think the other 2 were? Fucking 90s? So I should have learned from that experience, but I had not learned from that experience. We're now in John Lewis, in the homeware section, on my birthday, and he is 3 or 4 paces behind me, playing on his phone like a petulant teenager. And I turned around and I said, oh, this isn't on. He said, what's the matter with you? I said, no, this is my birthday. You need to pay attention. You need to be interested in things. You need to be present. And he said, sorry, love. And he put his phone in his pocket. He said, what are we looking at? Show us what we're looking at. And I said, I've been looking at the duvet covers and I found one that I liked. It was nice and bright and flowery. I said, I like this one. What do you think of that one? And he looked at it and he went, that's horrible. And I thought, well, I did ask for your opinion, I suppose. Maybe you should get your fucking phone out again. I said, I like it. What's horrible about it? And he looked at it again and he went, it's loud, it's gaudy, it's for children. And he must have seen my face just drop, because this is not what my birthday was supposed to be. And he wanted to fix it, because he is a lovely man after all. And he was so convinced that the next thing he said was going to make everything okay. He just went, it's very you though, love. I went for a medical assessment recently, nothing serious, quite a standard medical assessment, just sort of height and weight and blood pressure and heart rate, that sort of thing. But I wasn't really looking forward to the weight bit, because I don't have scales at home, I don't believe in them. I do have kitchen scales now, and I'd be lying if I said I hadn't weighed anything of myself in them. Left one's heavier, interesting. But I don't have bathroom scales. I don't think it's healthy. Why would I do something every day that makes me feel a bit shit? So I do instead. I think a lot of people do this. It's a much healthier way of doing it. You just judge it on your clothes, don't you? Judge it on your clothes, and then when your clothes start getting a bit tight, you think, well, maybe it's time I went out and bought bigger clothes. So I told the doctor I wasn't really looking forward to the weight, but he said, we still have to do it. I said, no, I understand. I'm just trying to think of a way to make it a bit more fun. And he said, well, what do you suggest? I said, well, how about this? Simple as this. How about I guess my own weight? And he said, okay, we can do that. So I guessed my own weight, and I got it right, and I was fucking thrilled. And he just went, nobody's ever been that happy about being that weight before. Which I thought was a little mean, so I said back, perhaps too loudly. And also, I don't know where this came from. It just fell out of my mouth. I just went, it's more important to be right than to be thin. Feels like I might have read it on a t-shirt. I don't know where that came from, but if that's going to be my mantra, that's quite a good mantra, isn't it? It's much better than what Kate Moss said. I don't know if you know this. Kate Moss, the model, said, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Let me just say that to you again so it can properly sink in all of your heads. She said, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. And I thought, well, she's obviously never had millionaire shortbread, has she? And my response to her would be, nothing looks as good as not being a cunt. But I stopped buying women's magazines. About 6 months ago, I stopped buying women's magazines because it feels like there's nothing in there for me. I might as well be buying a magazine about yachts. There's just nothing in there for me. Why would I buy anything where the only time I ever see anybody who looks a bit like me is underneath the word before? Magazines always maintain that they're about improving women's lives, and it's bullshit because they never tell you just to see your friends more often or to read more books. It's always the physical things that we're supposed to do to ourselves, and the list of those things is quite ridiculous. You can have your eyebrows waxed, your eyelashes tinted, your skin darkened, your teeth lightened, manicures, pedicures, cleansed, toned and moisturised. I'm 38, I've cleansed, I've moisturised. I've no idea what toning actually is. Does anybody give us a woo if you do? A few of you. Does anybody shout out what it is? No. I'll woo, but I'm not explaining it to her. Like makeup, I like wearing makeup, I like wearing it on stage, I like wearing it if I go out somewhere nice, but I don't think I need to wear it all the time, and I don't think I look weird if I don't have any on. I still don't really understand why I paint over naturally rosy cheeks to then apply rosy cheeks. Like hair removal is a whole subject all on its own, isn't it? There's so many different ways, especially as women, that we can remove our hair. You can wax, you can shave, you can pluck, you can epilate. My sister had laser treatment, which is supposed to be permanent. She had it to her underarms. It was quite painful and quite expensive. And after 2 months, the whole lot just grew back in. Which is terrible, but does go some way to explaining why James Bond was always so nonchalant when a laser was aimed at his cock and balls. Come back in a couple of months, man, I'll be champion. Realise I've made James Bond a Geordie. Maybe that's the future. Few cheers for a James Bond that's Geordie, how nice. But according to women's magazines, there are only 2 options for hair down there for women. One of my friends said to me recently, she said, you know why women are supposed to have hair down there, don't you? And I said, is it like your nose, so you don't get muck up it? And she said, no. She said, women are supposed to have hair down there so that nature knows where your reproductive bits are. I said, why does nature need to know? Surely as long as me fella's got a rough idea. Why do all the deers and the rabbits need to know? Well, maybe the rabbits. Actually, as an aside, I should tell you this. I did recently treat myself to a new and I cannot recommend it highly enough. It's only got the 1 speed, which I think a lot of people in this room would be like, 1 speed? That sounds rubbish. You know what the speed is? Fucking hell yes, that's the speed. Any vibrator that needs a square battery is already fine by me. But the problem, if you can call it that, the problem with it being so fast and efficient is that I can't always get a scenario going in my head. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? You know what I fucking mean. Because normally I'd be like this. Not out loud, I don't do it out loud. I'm just doing it for you. But normally I'd be like this. He walks in the room. He's wearing a suit. I like him to have a job. There's nothing wrong with that. But with the new one, it's much more like this. There's a knock at the done. I tell you what it is. What it actually is an electric toothbrush with a special end. Just feel the need to share it with you. The information. I didn't bring it with us. Just work it along the aisles, girls. But even though it's a toothbrush, I did use it as a toothbrush because I'm nervous in case I get the ends mixed up. And accidentally take all the plaque off me nunny. But according to women's magazines, there are only 2 options for hair down there for women. The options are all off or most off. Give us a cheer if you think all off is the way to go. Is that a fella in the middle of that there? It's not technically aimed at you, love. I suppose it is good to know we've got a paedophile in. That's what it means, that's what it means. Give us a cheer if you think most off is the way to go. Still quite a lot of you left, isn't there? I can only assume that the rest of you are like me. just try to keep it in me pants. Even if sometimes that involves tucking it in. But surely the most ridiculous of all of the things we are supposed to do to ourselves is anal bleaching. Now, some of you might not know what that is. If you don't know what it is, it's exactly as it sounds. Some people, and I don't know why, I can't answer that question for you, some people choose to have their arseholes bleached. As far as I'm concerned, regardless of your gender, regardless of your sexuality, if somebody is so close to your arsehole that they can see the colour of it, they're not going to stop. This is never going to happen. Smack! Smack! Oh, sorry, love, I don't do that colour. It's warm now, isn't it? Now, let me tell you a story now, if I may. Most comedians finish work at sort of 10:30, 11, and invariably will drive home wherever possible. So getting in at maybe 12 or 1 or 2. Me personally, when I get home, in order to get the adrenaline out of my system so I can sleep at all, I will do one of two things. I'm not a drinker, so I'll either have a bath or I'll watch a bit of telly. And normally one of those two things will work. Every now and again, though, they don't work and I can't sleep at all. It's rare, I'm lucky like that, but it does happen. The last time it happened to any degree was February last year. I got in from work, I did the usual things, no success. I did the worst thing you can possibly do when you can't sleep, which is go on the internet, because it probably wakes you up, doesn't it? But I'd sort of abandoned the idea of sleep and I was happily clicking from website to website. Now, 2:30 is a normal time for me to go to bed. When it starts to get to 3:30, I start to feel tired and I suppose just a bit lonely, I suppose, and a little bit like I'm the only person awake in the world. And I know that my tired brain does things that my rested brain would never allow. Now, if we go back to the beginning of the story, I mentioned that I got divorced. I got married the first time at 22 and divorced at 29. I suppose getting married at 22 is quite young, but I was very much swept off my feet. I think the main reason I said yes to going out with him in the first place was the fact that he wrote me a poem. Nobody had written me a poem before. Nobody has written me a poem since. I don't really know much about poetry, but I know that this was just lovely. He'd handwritten it. He gave it to me on a sheet of paper, and I read it, and I just fell. I remember folding it really small, and I put it in my purse. And every time I had like a shitty day at work, I'd get on the bus to go home, and I'd get my poem out, and I'd read it to myself. And I'd think, somebody feels this way about me, to have written this about me. I'm not having a shitty day anymore. Now, a little after 5 years, I lost it. To this day, I have no idea where it went, and I was distraught. It meant so much to me. But after a while, after I'd calmed down, I thought, I wonder if I've memorised it from all of those times of reading it to myself. So I got a sheet of paper and a pen, and sure enough, it all came out. And I folded it up small, and I put it back in my purse where it belonged. Now, if we scoot ahead to February last year, it's 3:30 a.m. I'm tired, and I'm on the internet. And I just thought, we've been divorced 9 years. That was a lovely poem. I bet he's given it to somebody else. I bet it's on a blog. I bet some skinny 22-year-old fucking bitch has got it as a Facebook status. So I picked a line from it, and I Googled it. And there were 305,000 examples of the poem. Wasn't my poem. Wasn't his poem. It was written by Samuel Coleridge. No wonder it was fucking good. But I felt sort of broken, like my heart had been broken all over again. I felt hurt and a little bit stupid. I didn't really know what to do with this new information. So I texted my fella on the off chance that he was still awake, and he was, thank God, and he rang and he said, "What's up?" And I told him the whole thing. And my fella's a very sensible man. And he had a little think, and he said, "Just because that was a lie doesn't mean the rest was a lie." And I thought, that's pretty good. So I hung up from him, but I still wasn't happy. It was still whirling around in my head. What was starting to happen that I didn't like was it was starting to colour my idea of my ex-husband. It was starting to make me think of him as a bad person. And he wasn't a bad person. We split up relatively amicably. He just stopped loving me, which is very sad and hard for me to understand, given the fact that I'm awesome. Good, I'm glad you agree. But it felt to me like he was a bowl of clear water with a drop of blue dye about to go in and colour the whole thing, and I didn't think that was fair on him. And I was thinking, I wonder if I can come up with another example of something similar. Somebody who is inherently good, but has done one bad thing, but you still think of them as a good person. And I racked my brains and I could think of no one. I did, however, think of an example of the opposite. Somebody who was inherently bad, but had done one good thing, but I still thought of them as a bad person. And that person was Margaret Thatcher. Now, I understand the concept of not speaking ill of the dead, but I also understand that I told this story for the first time while she was still alive. And coming from a mining background, I will not allow her to ruin my show. The way she ruined the lives of my dad and his friends. Now, one thing you might not know about Margaret Thatcher is that she was partly responsible for the invention of Mr. Whippy ice cream. She studied science at university. She was one of a team of scientists who invented the machine that puts the air through the ice cream to create Mr. Whippy ice cream. So for all of the atrocities that I believe she committed, Mr. Whippy ice cream's still pretty fucking nice, isn't it? But it felt to me very much like she was still a bowl of blue dye with a drop of clear water hovering above the surface. And I went to bed and I slept like a baby. And I woke up the next morning and I still felt okay. And I thought, I'm going to ring my dad. Now, my dad is an exceptional listener. My dad is my second port of call, always after my fella, if I have anything troubling me. And I told him the whole thing and he listened very quietly. And I said, "So do you see how I've worked it out that none of us are 100% good or bad? We're all a mixture of the two." He said, "Yes, I can see what you've done." I said, "Did you know about the ice cream thing?" He said, "No, I didn't." I said, "So how does that make you feel now?" And he went quiet. It couldn't have been for minutes, it must have only been for seconds, but it felt like a long time. And he went, "You really want to know how I feel?" I said, "I think it would help me, Dad." He went quiet again, and he went, "You're not allowed Mr. Whippy anymore." In the space of about 6 hours, I'd lost my poem and Mr. Whippy for life. I didn't tell him that Osama bin Laden invented midget gems. He didn't. There's people over there going, "Did he?" He didn't. He didn't. But my parents were always very good to my sister and I when we were kids, very good at rewarding us when we did things right. And I don't mean when I say rewards, I don't mean like money or presents, I just mean with praise. So if we did something good, we got a well done. And while it's probably quite a good way of raising kids, it has turned me into a slightly needy adult. I went to the swimming baths with my fella. I did one length, and I stopped at the end and tried to catch his eye. And he looked up as if to say, "Are you all right?" And I went like this. And he just mouthed, "Well done. Thank you." But my parents still reward my sister and I, even though we're 38 and 44, they still do it now. I had to drive in the snow the last time we had really bad snow. I don't like driving in the snow, it makes me nervous, but I had a show to get to, there was no alternative, so I got in the car and I drove. And I got there without any real mishap, but I thought I should text the people that knew I was worried about the journey, just let them know I'd arrived safely. So I texted my fella, my agent, and my dad. My fella replied, "Great, I'll see you later." My agent replied, "Lovely, have a smashing show." And my dad replied, "Who's a clever girl?" And I just texted back, "Me!" But they were quite protective of us as well, and quite, I suppose, quite cautious about things. There was a lot of things that my sister and I weren't allowed to do. And we trusted them. We knew they had our best interest at heart, and we were very well-behaved kids, so we just didn't do those things. But when I look back now, I think that could have veered towards mollycoddling every now and again. I'll give an example. There was a song that I loved that was in the hit parade when I was a bairn that most of you'll know in some form or another. Does everybody know Blame It on the Boogie? Yeah. So some of you might know by the Jacksons, but if you're my sort of age group, you might know it by Big Fun. Now, Big Fun put actions to Blame It on the Boogie, and the action for good times I was not allowed to do. It was deemed too sexual. So I had to do this instead. Can you play the song, please, love?
My baby just can't take her eyes off me. Don't blame it on sunshine. Don't blame it on moonlight. Good times.
Do me a favour, the next time at a wedding or a disco and that song comes on, do those actions, because it'll freak everybody else out. The fourth thing I decided to let a boy move in with me. My boy, sorry, I should clarify. Not just any boy. I didn't just open the front door and go, you put your paper bag down, get in here. My boy, we've been together for 7 years. We've always lived apart. Latterly, we were 90 miles apart. But we both live on the road, so we still saw each other 3, 4, 5 times a week, and it was great. And then I bought a house. And he was considering where he was going to buy his house. And he said, I've been thinking about maybe Oxford. And I realised that was further away than you already was. And I think sometimes your heart just comes out of your mouth. Because I said, every time you step over that front door, you're too far away. So we moved in, shut up. And totally live with the boy now. I can see a willy whenever I like. But people still do that thing to us, when they do that, you never really know somebody till you've lived with them. I hate that. We've been together for 7 years, shut your face. You never really know somebody till you've lived with them. I hate it, because it's such utter fucking truth. Some people are glass half empty and some people are glass half full. My fella is glass too full, just fills them to the brim and walks really gingerly everywhere. He's got a touch of OCD that I didn't know about. He checks all of the doors 8 times before we go to bed, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just think it's a shame he hasn't got the OCD. That means he might use a fucking mop once in a while. Oh, and also, he's a psychopath. It's very early stages, but it's definitely there. The way I know he's a psychopath is that he opens a milk when there's already a milk open. Who the fuck does that? Psychopaths, that's who. I said to him, did you not see that there was already a milk open? And he went, yeah. I said, why didn't you just use that one then? He said, I didn't know if it was all right. Just have a sniff of it. I said, why didn't you just have a sniff of it? He said, well, I do, but even then I can't always tell. I mean, don't get me wrong, the fact that he hasn't got a very good sense of smell can sometimes work for me. But when we first started going out, we weren't really even girlfriend and boyfriend. It was really early days in our relationship. We decided to go away on a dirty weekend. Give us a cheer if you've ever been on a dirty weekend. There's a lot of you, but there will be more of you, but you will have just realised that it wasn't with the person you're sitting beside. Woo! Oh, no! I'd never been on a dirty weekend. I didn't know what sorts of things you're supposed to take. Let's get some suggestions from you guys. Let's start at the top, because that worked well last time. Anybody in the top level want to shout out what you think you take on a God, I haven't even finished the fucking sentence, love. There's a lady said handcuffs. What kind of handcuffs? Furry. Ah. It was last time I was working in Newcastle. A lady was on this level and she shouted out, handcuffs, like that. And I said, oh, have you got the heavy duty ones or the fluffy ones? And she said, I'm not telling you that. I'm sitting beside me, ma'am. You still shouted out fucking handcuffs. There was a fella the other day shouted out a bag of lube, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it comes in a tube. I imagined it being like an Asda bag for life, and he just dipped himself in every now and again. Anybody else upstairs want to shout? A rabbit. Oh, sorry. I thought for a minute I was like, moo. You mean, yeah, because I was in Cheltenham and 3 people shouted out rabbit, one after the other, and I thought, fucking hell, Chaz and Dave are in. level down, upper circle. Anybody got a suggestion what you take on a dirty weekend?
Anal beads.
Where are you? Where's... Hello, Flower. Anal beads. Wow. Have you... Why am I whispering? I'm in the microphone. Nobody else is listening, Flower. Have you got anal beads?
I've got plenty of things.
Okay. I've got loads of things. I've got, handbag and that. Is that the most extreme thing you've got, love?
No.
Didn't think it was. Now tell me about anal beads. They go up your arsehole. I figured that bit out myself. Can you still wear them as jewellery after that, though? Yes. Just make sure you've always got brown earrings in and you're fine. Anybody else in the top 2 sections?
Willy warmers.
A willy warmer. Why is it going to be so cold? I feel sad for the willy, do you? I mean, there is some way you could keep it warm, love. That's not an offer. Fuck, that sounded like a date. Why would you take a willy warmer, love?
Mine's always cold.
Mine's always cold. Have you tried just giving it a good roll? Let's come down the grand circle, anybody?
Cucumber.
A cucumber? Fuck you, I'm not taking salad. Anybody else in this middle section? Cake, where are you, love? Now you're fucking talking. Now, is the cake for eating or like for... I don't know what that was. I was going to say smearing, but that feels like a really bad word. Smearing. Is the cake for smearing or for eating, love? Everything. Oh, a little bit of both. I like that. There was a lady the other day said chocolate body paint, and I said, well, only if I can paint it on my palms and lick it off myself, because I'm not fucking sharing. No, you stay where you are, love. No, it's definitely you making me do those noises. There was another lady shouting, shout again, love. Bread. A friend. Bread. It was a couple of weeks ago, somebody shouted out creme fraiche, and I thought, ooh. And then when I got off stage, she sent me a message on Twitter saying, no, I said femme fraiche. Oh. Anybody else in that section?
Ball gag.
A ball gag? That's something you haven't got, isn't it, love? There was a lady said, bondage gear. And I said, do you tie your partner up or does your partner tie you up? And she said, I tie him up and then I fuck off. Now let's do the rest of the boxes. And anybody downstairs got a suggestion what you take on a dirty weekend? What was that?
Blowtorch.
Hold on. A what? A blow... Did you really say a blowtorch? In case you fancied a creme brulee? And was there another one over here? Where's the Viagra? Where did you... That you there? Oh, how you doing? You all right, love? Does that work for you? That's how she was made. Has she just found out as well, or? Oh, look at her, she's mortified. So is it, lovely girl, hello, is it good to know that your dad had a proper all weekend? 2 nights in a row. What about the bit, like the daytime? Is it like that through the day as well? Or, how do you get your clothes on? You just push it down, and then does it like boy? I'm always disappointed they don't do that noise. Boy. Wow. It was Butlins. Viagra at Butlins. Sounds like a Mills and Boone, doesn't it? There was a lady said crotchless pants, and I thought, well, I've often got a hole in, but it's never in the right place. But one thing you've forgotten as well is if you're going to take your rabbit, if you're going to take you've got to take batteries. You've got to take spare batteries because you don't want to turn into wow, wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. All I'm doing now is staring at it. I rang my fella before we went away and I said to him, I've been to family planning, and he must have thought this isn't going to be sexy at all. I said, I've got some condoms because I'd heard they were free there and I love a bargain. And he said, well, that's good, that's good. I said, I've got 36, do you think that'll be enough? And quick as a flash, he just went, well, you can leave 32 of them at home. And I thought, that's still 4 though, isn't it? And he went, well, use 2 of those for water balloons. It's good to know that he had activities planned, though. But we've settled into quite a nice place. I think we're very comfortable with each other in a really nice way. He walked in the bathroom recently to brush his teeth while I was in the bath, and that's fine. We don't go to the toilet in front of each other, but it's fine if he wants to brush his teeth while I'm in the bath. And the main reason it's fine is because I'm happy with my figure. He's seen all of it, and he likes what he sees. There's nothing to worry about. But he did check me out when he came, and he probably looked me up and down, which came as a bit of a surprise. And then he opened his mouth, and I thought I wasn't expecting a fucking review. And he said only 2 words. He leaned over me in the bath and he went, nice torso. Who uses the word torso? Psychopath told you. But there was one time we were both going out to work at the same time, both fully dressed, just getting sort of bags and coats and things together. And he was sitting at the kitchen table putting his shoes on. And I don't know why, but as I walked past him, I did a boob jiggle in his face, just one of those, right in his face. I don't know why, it felt like a waste opportunity because he was at a good height. If I didn't do it, when am I going to get the chance again? So I did a boob jiggle in his face. And I thought he'd do that thing, you know, where people, they put their head right between and do the noise, you know, the like that. It's got a special name. Does anybody know the name? Motorboating. Thank you, because I always accidentally call it waterboarding. It's only waterboarding if they're really sweaty. That's what I thought he'd do. I thought he'd do that, like that. He didn't, you know what he did? He just stood up and did a boob jiggle back. Now it's a thing that we do and I don't know how to stop it. But you know, when you first get together, especially if you have an inkling it might be a long-term thing, and those first 6 months together are just glorious, aren't they? And you just think each other are perfect, and after 6 months you think, well, perfect's pushing it a bit. There's a couple of things I could do with changing. Then you've got a project. Isn't it lovely having a project? I love a project. There's only one thing I'd like to change about my fella. I need to tell you this first. I love waving. I don't know why. I've always loved waving. I love waving. I love it when people wave back to me. I'm going to wave to you now and see how many people wave back. Quite a few of you are upstairs as well. Thank you very much. It makes me really happy, and it's one of the main reasons I learned to drive. My fella doesn't wave, doesn't occur to him in the slightest. When we first got together, one of the times he dropped me off at the train station, I got out the car and I said, I'll see you on Tuesday. He said, yeah, but I'll give you a ring when I get in tonight. I said, smashing. And then I checked just to make sure I was at the right door for my particular platform at this train station. And I turned to give him a little wave goodbye, and the car was already in the distance. A few years later, I was going to Australia for the first time. I was travelling alone. I was going to be away for 6 weeks. I was very nervous. He dropped me off at the airport. He helped me out of the boot. With my case. No, sorry. With my case, no. He's not that much of a psychopath. I'm allowed to sit in the car at the moment. But I had this huge case, so he helped me get the case out. And I said, oh, God, I'm going to miss you. And he said, I'm going to miss you too. But he said, you know what, we can Skype whenever you like. He said, you know, you're going to have an amazing time and I'll come and get you in 6 weeks' time. Bless. And then I did that thing, you know, you have to check you've got your passport and your ticket and your keys and your wallet. I checked all the things I needed in my bag. And then I checked I was at the right terminal, and I turned to give him a little wave goodbye. 6 weeks we were going to be apart. We'd never been apart that length of time before. I turned to give him a little wave goodbye, and I could not see the car. He was already on the fucking motorway. So I said to him recently, I said, you know, the waving thing. He said, did I forget to do it again? I said, no, it's fine, don't worry. I said, I know you don't do, but I said, you know how much I love it? He said, yes, I know how much you love to wave. I said, I was just wondering if there was a bargaining thing we could do. He said, I don't know what you mean. I said, well, for example, is there anything I don't do that you'd like me to start doing? Turns out I'm not as bothered about waving as I thought. But when I lived alone, I really liked it. I really liked living alone. But one of the things I love about living with somebody else again is I like the unpredictability of it. I like that every now and again a sentence will come out that I would never have said. The most recent one, out of nowhere, he just went, your shed's no good to have a wank in. And I said, that's because it's a greenhouse, love. But you know, we're all getting older. I turned 39 this year. I'm not worried about turning 40 next year. I'm not worried about getting older at all. And I think that's because I have good friends in their 40s, 50s, 60s. My parents are sort of late 60s, early 70s. And they all seem to be having quite a nice time. What I see as my future is not a scary one. My parents have this thing that I think happens to a lot of people when they retire, is all of a sudden they can see their friends a lot more often. They can do hobbies they've never had time for. And they're so busy, they think to themselves, how on earth did we fit work in? Which must be a lovely state of affairs, mustn't it? My mum was showing us her diary because she said it was chock-a-block. She said, look at this. She said we were going to go and see Oliver the Musical that day, but we can't because we forgot we had Swan Lake booked in at the Empire. She's only this tall. She looked up at me with this face that I adore and she went, I haven't got time to die. I said, I don't think that's how it works, Mum. Just the Grim Reaper standing behind her and she's going, I can't do October. I can't do November. I want to see Tony Bennett in November. And the Grim Reaper's like, Tony Bennett, I've been after him for years. But for the last 16 or maybe even 17 years, my mum and dad's annual holiday has been 1 week in Edinburgh. They love the city, they have friends there, they go, they have a smashing time, they come home, all good. But for some unknown reason, 2 years ago, they decided to book a cruise. And I said to me, Mum, that's very adventurous. What made you book a cruise? And she said, we just saw them loads on the telly. And I said, yeah, Mum, I'm pretty sure that was the news. They were running aground and people were dying. And my mum and dad are like, that looks lovely, sure we'll do that. My parents and all have a similar joy for life. They have a real knack for being able to turn a bad situation into a good one. I think it's something we could really learn from, all of us, I think. I'll give you an example of this. They're both semi-retired and my father-in-law was caught speeding. Now, I don't know if you know this, I didn't know this, that if you're caught speeding and you choose to do the speed awareness course, that you have to do it in the town where you were caught as opposed to where you live if it's different. They're based in the Midlands. He was caught speeding in Bournemouth. And my mother-in-law said to me, we've decided to make a weekend of it. Isn't that adorable? But I know getting older is no plain sailing. I know that there are problems along the way. One of my friends is in her 60s. Have we got any women who are 60 or above? Give us a cheer. A few of you, so maybe you can vouch if this is true or not. One of my friends, she's 62, and she said, there's something I need to tell you. I said, that sounds really serious. Is it serious? She said, well, I just don't want it to come as much of a surprise to you as it did to me. I said, okay, well, you better tell us what it is then. She said, when you get to my age, down there, instead of it being a lovely, healthy pink colour, I could have walked away right then and there. Whatever you've got, I don't want to know. Instead of it being a lovely, healthy pink colour, it's more of a slate grey. It's the detail that I love. She didn't say grey, she said slate grey. Like she'd had the Dulux colour chart out. Here, Terry, look at that. Do you think that's thunder or slate? I was so horrified by what I just learned that I blurted out, you mean like when meat's on the turn? Does that smell all right to you? There'll be a few handbag mirrors coming out when they get in tonight, I reckon. But my mum is nearly 70 and she's in a wheelchair, and sometimes people are mean to her because she's in a wheelchair, which is horrible and hurts all of us, but her especially. And I was trying to think of just some small way that she could retaliate when that happens to make her feel a little bit better, you know. And I was trying to teach her the cough swear thing. You know the cough swear thing? Arsehole. Trying to teach her that. Because she's always so immaculately dressed and her nails are always perfect. And I thought nobody for a second would suspect. They'd be like, did that lady just... Did she just? Arsehole. Did she just? No, look at her nails. Get her a lozenge. So we talked about it, we laughed about it, we moved on in conversation. About 10 minutes later, I told about something entirely different. And my mum said, I had to go to the doctors this week. I said, oh, is everything all right? She said, yeah, but I had to see the nurse. I said, oh, is that not good? She said, oh, it's the one I don't really like. I said, oh, never mind. She said, yeah, you know the one I think's a bit of a cunt. What have I done? She did the cough like it was a full stop. My family are hilarious. It's very good. We all know that it's good to laugh. It is good to laugh when you're with your friends or your family. We all know laughing does you good because it's medically proven to do you good, isn't it? It's medically proven to do you good because it gets all of your dolphins out. And you don't want them cooped up, do you? No. It's just cruel. But I'm lucky that I have very funny friends and family. And when I'm with my friends, it's amazing. So one of them will say something funny, somebody tops and I top, and it goes up and up and up and up. And it's great. But I've noticed recently one of my friends isn't really playing the game, and every time he says something, the whole lot comes crashing down and turns to shit. So what I do now, just before he says anything at all, I just go, bank. You've been lovely. Let me leave you with this. I suppose what I'm trying to say in my show is that I'd like my life to slow down a bit. It's been very fast for the last 5 or 6 years, and it's been amazing, but I'd really like it to slow down a bit. I was very slow as a child. Not like that. I was just a dawdler. I used to take ages to do everything. I'd take ages to eat me breakfast. I'd take ages to put me clothes on. Take ages to walk to school. But my mum was a busy mum. She had stuff to do, but she never said, come on, chop, chop, hurry up, we're going to be late. She didn't say any of those things. Instead of saying those things, she used to do the music from silent films. So I'd be eating my breakfast really slowly, and she'd lean right into my ear and go, diddly-dee, diddly-dee, diddly-dee-dee-dee-dee. Just makes you naturally quicken, I don't know why. I've only once used it as an adult. You're a very smart crowd. And just so you know, it totally works. You've been lovely. Thanks very much for coming. Safe journey home, everybody. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Temple of Randicus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming to worship this evening in the Temple of Randicus. We welcome all visitors to this temple as equals. Your gender identity, sexual preference, political beliefs, fetishes and phobias are none of our fucking business. Nor is your current address. We welcome you regardless of where you're from, or perhaps more importantly, regardless of which bit of the earth your mother happened to be on when you were lifted from her stomach or pushed out of her vaginal canal. It doesn't bother us. Seriously. We had someone in from Ocean Shores last night. We let them have a seat and everything. It's a very broad church. It's a fucking broad church. there, what's your name? Am I looking at someone? Anyone in that general vicinity? Am I too low? You there? Hello? No, fuck that side. Hello, what's your name? What is it?
Wendy.
Wendy! How are you, Wendy?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Oh, thank you for coming to my show. Wendables, where do you live?
Down the road.
Just fucking down the road? You a local, Wendy? You've been here for a long time?
I am a local, but only 12 years. So.
Oh, 12 years, that's not local. How long do you have to live here before you're a local?
20.
20? What's that, mate? Someone was like, I didn't hear it. You're a local until you're fucking born here and die here. Wendy, good on you. Do you come to many shows here in the beautiful Brunswick Picture House?
I try to come to as many as I can.
Well, thank you for choosing this one. I'm honoured to have you here, Wendy. Wow! Yeah, let's hear it for Wendy. Someone wants to clap? Let's do it. You're a bloody legend, Wendy. Hey, actually, as a local, Wendy, you can help me out with this. I came here through Byron Bay, and I would just happen to drive through at this moment where the entire sky was just fucking full of bats.
Oh, yeah?
Does that happen often?
Every night, mate.
Mate, I've been to Byron a bunch of times, never seen the bats, freaked me the fuck out. Like, we have bats, like I'm from Melbourne, there's heaps of bats in Melbourne, but this was phenomenal. It was like, coolest shit I've ever seen. Just millions of... What's the collective noun for bats? Anybody know?
Colony.
A colony?
Wow.
A cloud? A what? A bats. Yeah, let's go with the bats. Just a bats of bats. Yeah, so I saw these huge fucking bats of bats, right? The whole sky full of bats. And then in the middle, just one seagull. Just freaking the fuck out. Just going, too many bats. I think I got on the wrong train. Is this the way to the ocean? I don't speak bat. Can you speak any seagull? Shit. Yeah. Byron's a very cool place. I feel a bit like a seagull amongst the bats myself when I'm there, Wendy. It's a weird place, you know. I was there, everyone's fucking cool. There were kids on the beach today just doing nangs, just inhaling them out of balloons. I was like, fuck, that's cool.
You just having a nang, mate? You gonna share?
And I saw heaps of people cruising around in sweet cars just cranking sweet tunes, like 5 in a row, just... I was like, that's fucking cool! I wish I was that cool, you know. But I just don't have the playlist to back it up.
This week's podcast is brought to you by Pet Guns. But there's nothing cool about driving around in your car with the windows rolled down, just cranking a true crime podcast. And I always seem to pull up at traffic lights and lock eyes with the person in the car next to me, just at the most horrific bit of detail. And I have to nod my head like I'm listening to a cool song. Just as like, that's when the murderer disemboweled his 38th victim. I'm like, yeah! Have you heard this one? It's a classic. You can get it on iTunes. You can get it on iTunes. Oh. I'm a living joke.
But don't worry, you're in safe hands, my brothers and sisters. I know the cloak and the candles, particularly in the current climate, may be a little triggering for some people, but we're in this together tonight, okay? This is a group effort. It's about evolution. We're going to collectively rewrite the rules tonight, my beautiful Brunswick Heads parishioners. Starting with turning your phones off, all right? Just if they're on, just fucking switch them off. The show doesn't go for that long. Just be present. It'll be fine. And if you do leave your phone on, fucking commit. Take calls. Fucking make calls. Come up here and make calls. Come up here and make calls with your wireless headphones in like an asshole. Couldn't give a fuck. Don't take photos. Resist the temptation to for an hour. How are you going to get through it? I mean, seriously, what are you going to do with those photos? Show them to your grandchildren?
Ah, look, this is when I went to see Randy.
What the fuck is a Randy? Your memories are worthless, Grandpa. We had a meeting. You're out of the family. So take photos at your own risk. Who's having a beverage this evening, alcoholic style? Yes! If you have a drink, that's great. If you're on drugs, even better. Apparently, I'm very entertaining if you're high. There's a lot of colour and movement that goes on up here. It's like a live cartoon. So now's the time to mang into that second cookie. I know you guys. I've got your number up here on the northern coastage. So we're going to have some fun tonight. It's going to be a loving experience. The only stipulation is that we respect each other's existing belief systems, all right? I know it looks a bit fucking churchy up here, but the idea is that we all move towards a common collective belief. And to speed that process up a bit, it's best that we have a prejudice-free dialogue this evening. Unless you're a Scientologist, in which case you can go fuck yourself. People are very protective of their faith, and rightfully so. Faith is everything. Faith can provide purpose, comfort, structure, and meaning. Faith can also protect bigots, justify atrocities, and perpetuate discrimination. But so can the Jackson family, apparently, so let's concentrate on the positive, shall we? The point is, you got to have faith, all right? But you got to have faith. You got to have faith, the faith, the faith. You've got to have faith, the faith, the faith. Baby! Any George Michael fans in the house? Strap in for this piece of information. I actually own an autographed copy of George Michael's Faith on cassette tape. How cool is that? How obsolete is that? Can't listen to it, just own it. If I want to listen to it, I'm going to have to go and buy a tape deck and then wind 1.5 meters of tape back into the cassette with a pencil, like we used to do when we wanted to listen to Dire Straits on a road trip with our parents, with all the windows rolled down, because that's what we used to do before air conditioning was invented. On our way to SeaWorld, because that's where we went on holidays before animal rights were invented. Eating ice creams on the way, because that's what we used to do before injecting insulin was invented.
It was a different time back then.
I'm at that age now where I've started using phrases like, I'm at that age now. And I'm also at that age now where I haven't yet, and I don't believe I ever will, resort to vaping in any shape or form. I'm never going to vape. I'm not going to become a fucking vapor. It just feels like a betrayal to all of those sweet, sweet cigarettes that I smoked throughout my life. Like, if you used to smoke cigarettes and now you vape, you're a real piece of shit. You used to be cool, man. Now you're standing there just on some street corner filleting a mini exhaust pipe like Fonzie's shit sibling. You used to be fucking cool. I remember the glory days of smoking. This whole room will have been full of cigarette smoke. We all would have stunk like shit, but we didn't care because we were fucking cool. There would have been ashtrays everywhere. You couldn't move for ashtrays. Now you can't fucking find one anywhere. Spare a thought for the ashtray manufacturers. They're all living in their cars now thanks to you fucking vapors. And it's not just the ashtray people. What about the people that make matches? Spare a thought for the companies that used to print nightclub logos onto those little books of matches so that grizzled old homicide detectives could fish one out of the pocket of a corpse and know where to start looking for the killer. Thousands upon thousands of unsolved homicides sides just because you fuckers want to vape. Bloody sick of it. Thank you, solitary clapper. Just one person. Yes, I agree, but no one else does, so I'll shut up. George Michael, eh? Where did George go? Someone said to the bathroom, and someone followed up very quickly with, "He's dead." I'm aware of that, but I just want to know, like, where did George go? Where's George? I mean, statistically speaking, around 50% of you believe that George Michael is currently experiencing some variety of afterlife, depending on your religious flavour of choice, of course. Some of you believe he's having a lovely time reunited with his dead relatives. Some of you believe he's awaiting resurrection to face his final judgment. And some of you believe that George Michael's extracurricular activities, such as touching other men's penises with his own penis, for example, will have earned him an eternity as a rotisserie chicken in the kebab shop of damnation. Around 7% of you believe that George Michael is currently making a comeback, possibly as a platypus. Depends on his deeds, really. And the remaining 43% of you either believe that George Michael is slowly fertilising the soil in Highgate Cemetery, or you don't really give a shit either way, or you didn't fill out your 2016 census form. Who didn't fill out their 2016 census form? Come on. Yes, if you woo! I didn't fucking woo! Wendy, did you fill out your 2016 census form?
I did indeed.
Oh, you did? Wow! Hey, Wendy, what did you tick, if you remember, it was a couple of years ago, but what did you tick for faith or religious beliefs? Just bearing in mind this is a judgment-free environment and everybody else in the room has shared something intimately personal about themselves. Now it's your turn. Wendy.
It's a trap.
What's that, mate?
It's a trap.
It's a trap! No, there's no traps here, my friend. It's just fun times. What's your name? Weapon? Greg? Gregory? We're going to come back to you, Wendy. We just need to address Greg for a moment. Greg? Did you fill out your 2016 census form, Gregory?
Too late.
Too late? What do you mean, mate?
They were very upset with me.
You what happened?
I missed it.
You missed the 2016 census. Where were you, mate? Just punching a fucking cone somewhere. What happened, Greg? Were you over the seas? Where were you, man? Just in Mullen? Just fucking sick. Just off the grid, mate. No, Greg? What would you have ticked for faith or religious belief if you had filled it out? Do you have a faith system?
I'm a Jedi.
Oh, you're a Jedi! That's an option on the census these days. Do you have a practicing faith that goes along with your Jediism?
Only on Tuesdays.
You just using the Force on Tuesdays. The rest of the time you just fucking... Just imagining you just going like this and the bomb floating across the room into your hand. I can't see you, Greg, but I'm making some assumptions about your character. I hope I'm in the ballpark. In case the cameras pick you up, you're probably just sitting there in a business suit going, I've never tried drugs in my entire life. I'm merely on my way from Sydney to Brisbane for a business trip. I am insulted. Is that right, Greg? Or are you just fucking punching cones like a weapon?
Don't judge me.
I'm not, mate, but given the amount of time you took to answer that, I'm going to say it was the latter. Now, Wendy! Yeah! Wendy, what did you tick for faith? You've had plenty of time to think about it now. Did you tick anything for faith or religious belief?
Yeah, I'm an atheist, mate.
You're an atheist? Oh, we've got some atheist fans in the house. Yeah, you just died! do you think George Michael went?
In the ground, I believe.
Just in the ground? Yeah, nice one. Personally, Wendy, I believe that George Michael was abducted by aliens. They were very active in 2016, the year that George Michael died. Those musician abducting aliens. Fuck, they got some rippers that year. George Michael, David Bowie, Prince, Sharon Jones, Merle Haggard, fucking Leonard Cohen. It must have been some sort of alien university O-Week challenge. Scull a pint of hydrogen and bring back a popular musician from planet Earth. So this book here, my friends, is the Book of Randicus, okay? What the fuck is the Book of Randicus? Great question, Wendy, thank you for asking. Always asking questions. And thanks for bringing your own microphone too, Wendy. That was excellent forward planning on your part. In case you haven't noticed, just to bring you all up to speed, I have invented a new religion, okay? Pretty straightforward. Keep up, it's not Frasier. But this one Frasier fan. This religion is based on the philosophy that Homo sapiens were elevated to the top of the food chain 70,000 years ago via the intervention of an intergalactic messiah named Beryl. Because fucking why not? Now, I have called it a religion because it seems like the most effective method of recruitment, but the teachings are grounded in scientific fact, okay? For example, we know that at least 10 different species of human lived on planet Earth, many of them simultaneously. That much, at least, we knew to be true. We also know that 70,000 years ago, Homo sapiens shot inexplicably to the top of the food chain, and they have remained there ever since. There's varying theories as to how that happened. My theory, and this is where the religion part kicks in, is that Beryl was an intergalactic missionary, travelling from planet to planet, choosing one species from each planet, kick-starting their intelligence, leaving them to evolve for several thousand years, then later returning to those planets and recruiting these newly evolved species to help care for and maintain the multiverse. Simple as that. The Book of Randicus teaches us that Beryl came to planet Earth, chose Homo sapiens, and gave us 70,000 years to evolve, which means she could be back here any day now, so we need to crack the fuck on with becoming enlightened. Any questions?
No.
Wendy?
None whatsoever.
Excellent! We are ready to crack on. Yeah, that's great. Smattering of applause. I am sensing a little bit of cynicism, particularly from the Greg region of the audience. Just so you know, I've been doing a bit of a missionary tour around the country to promote this concept, and you might be surprised to learn that a lot of people are getting on board with this shit. I've been on the road for about a year now. I've met some wonderful people. I've also mastered the art of making porridge in a motel room kettle. Yeah, I tell you, there's nothing more inspiring than looking across a car park to a busy freeway whilst scraping glutinous oats off the bottom of a calcified electrical appliance from the mid-1970s. It goes well with a side of suicide contemplation, I've found. I do like a roadside motel, though. Particularly when travelling in remote areas. Airbnbs in the middle of nowhere can be a little bit fucking terrifying, can't they? I thought you said that this was an adjoining dwelling. Well, the beds are adjoining. True story. Regional South Australia is a chilling part of the country. I love being on the road. I'm a big fan of it. I have a lot of fun, and there's not many downsides, but there is one thing about constantly travelling and staying in different places, one thing that I'm sick of. Do you know what I'm fucking sick of, Brunswick Head?
What are you sick of?
Thank you very much. Call and response. I am fucking sick of rating my experience. Fuck that. Why can't I just stay somewhere or eat something or travel somewhere without immediately having to fill out some customer survey to reassure the business I've just interacted with, like I'm trying to dig a codependent lover out of a post-coital shame spiral? Did you have a nice time? How was it for you? What can we do better? What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? Fuck that! I mean, by all means, provide an avenue for complaint. Like, if I'm unhappy, I'll be the first to write a strongly worded email or perhaps slip a crude drawing into a suggestion box. But if you don't hear from me, just assume everything was fine, our transaction is complete. Fucking back yourself! It's everywhere now. There's touchscreens now at the airports. They feature like a spectrum of emojis. So you press the face that's closest to your own face, having just experienced whatever your face has just experienced. They have them outside the toilets at international airports. Touchscreens! Outside the toilets! Now, just for the moment, let's ignore the fact that that touchscreen is a giant petri dish for literally thousands of stool samples. I still resent having to rate my experience of going to the fucking toilet. Oh, gosh, okay, I've got to do this script. No, guys, I'll catch up. Yeah, no, I'll get the next flight. I just have to do the script. Okay, here we go. Okay, golly gosh. All right, which face most accurately depicts my emotional state, having just taken a shit at the airport? Oh, this is tough. I can't choose between tragically desperate or shamefully humiliated. Oh, bugger it. I'll just go with, I didn't wash my hands. I can't tell if you guys are on board with this or not. Just by round of applause, who here is sick of doing surveys? Who's with me? That was a survey, you fucking idiots! You just surveyed the room. You're like, yeah, we hate surveys. That's how they get you. Stay on your toes, Brunswick heads. Stay vigilant. What was your name, man? Sorry?
I'm John.
Why don't we do a little photo together?
That'd be so good.
Let's do that. Hey! Me and John at the petrol station. Good on you, John.
My wife and my little boy are going to love this. He's 6.
Oh, grouse.
And we loved your show. Was it something on Elm Street or?
Which one? Oh, the Ricketts Lane.
Ricketts Lane,
Oh,
yeah.
grouse. Oh, good
Ricketts
on you, John.
Lane. We love
Awesome.
Ricketts Lane.
Oh, well, so do we. Well, bloody nice to meet you.
Oh, you too.
What an
man.
absolute delight.
He's still doing things with Sammy
Yeah,
Jones.
yeah, we're still doing lots of stuff. We're working on a new show, but I'm off overseas in a couple of weeks. But yeah, he's still doing stuff. Bring it in. Yes.
Oh, Randy, it's been so nice to meet you.
Mate, it's been an absolute delight. Thanks very much for saying good day. I would now like to take a reading from the book of Randicus, chapter 7, verse 69. No, grow up. It just happens to be verse 69. It's pure coincidence. It's a good verse, all right? Could have been any verse. We're all adults here. Disgusting. 69 is pretty funny though, isn't it? Totally impractical on an evolutionary level, but just fucking classic comedy in the bedroom. Dinner for two? What? I always think of Pompeii when I'm in that position. You know, like when Pompeii, the volcano erupted and everybody just got frozen in the positions they were in at the time? I'm always worried I'm going to be in the 69 position, there's going to be a volcanic eruption, and I'm going to get frozen, and 2,000 years from now, school children will be giggling at my undignified demise in their holographic history books. Like, oh no, how humiliating! It's always a bit conflicting, the 69 position, isn't it? It's like doing your tax on a carnival ride. You don't know whether to focus or just kick back and enjoy the view. There's a lot going on. Genitals in your face, face in your genitals. Yeah. It's always a bit frantic. I've not had many relaxing 69s, is what I'm trying to say. No, shut up, Greg. I'm trying to do a reading here. All right. Oh, fuck, hang on, I'm on the wrong page. Don't fucking patronise me. All right, here we go. Oh, I was on the right page. And lo, Beryl held aloft her hand, and spake she in a voice that rippled through the tall grasslands, like the uninvited breath of the stranger's hound on the exposed leg beneath the outdoor cafe table. Consider your fingertip, spake Beryl, and onward she spake. Your fingertip is currently harbouring tens of millions of living organisms. Just the tip of your finger. Consider that for a moment. Now consider that your entire body is home to 100 trillion non-human cells. Each of you carry around 4.4 million non-human genes. 90% of who you are is not actually who you are. Her words rang out across the valley. Microbes, my brothers and sisters. I'm talking about microbes. Now, consider your fingertip is planet Earth, and the rest of your body is the surrounding universe, allowing for the limitless possibilities that presents. Given the choice, would you doom your species to evolutionary stagnation on the tip of a finger? Or would you prefer to see some really fucking cool shit? Cool shit? Fair enough. I had a really fucked up thing. Stay with me. A really fucked up thing happened to me on this missionary tour. I had a near-death experience recently, actually, quite recently. I genuinely nearly died. And what happened was I nearly died from food poisoning, which is a bullshit way to die. What are people going to say about me when I'm gone? Yeah, well, he always did make poor menu choices. What happened to me was I ate something funky in that giant food court at that massive shopping mall where all the obnoxious bogans go and they're really rude to the staff. You know the big fucking mall, what's it called, the really big one? Westfield. No, not Westfield, the other one. What's it called? The massive, people are assholes, you know. No, not that one. Fuck, what's it called? Bali! It's called Bali. So I was in, I ate something in Bali, right? And it disagreed with me to the point that I got salmonella. And it was so serious that I got an abscess on my spleen and had to have my fucking spleen removed. I know.
If you don't know what the spleen does, by the way, it filters your blood and it helps in the fight against nasty bacteria. It's kind of like the organ equivalent of a nightclub bouncer. You don't really need it and no one really likes it, but if it's not there, someone's gonna get their dick out on the dance floor.
I was in hospital for about 6 weeks, just laying there. 6 weeks! Just contemplating my own mortality, when a single thought struck me with absolute clarity. I'm just a temporary microbe, made up of other microbes, on a planet of microbes in an ever-expanding universe of microbes. Suddenly I was an empty shell, open to limitless possibilities. All I needed was a sign. And that's when the old man in the bed next to mine turned to me and died. And while rifling through his possessions, I found a book of daily Buddhist meditations. And I turned to that day's date and it said, "Each morning we are born again." And I looked at him and said, "Not today, Grandpa. Not today." But it planted a seed, right? And I was already kind of into Buddhism, but this led me to get deeper and deeper into Buddhism. I had dabbled previously, I've spoken about it on stage before, but after this I became quite devout. I had a meditation practice every day, a daily gratitude practice. I went to Myanmar and slaughtered thousands of Muslims. You know, just trying to be a good Buddhist. Yeah, they lost a few karmic points when they started dabbling in genocide, didn't they? But I did go and stay in a Buddhist temple up in Japan, up in the mountains of Koyasan for a couple of weeks. And I got up every morning at like 5 a.m. and I prayed with the monks. And then I go back to my little room with its tatami mats and its simple, spiritually mindful design. And I would masturbate to internet pornography. And I thought, this experience may be lost on me. This is not connection. This is total isolation. What am I doing? Like, what the fuck am I doing? What is this? I mean, what are we as a species? I mean, when did we lose faith in ourselves and decided that it was more fun to own everything than take care of it? Let's face it, humans were never meant to be dominant. It doesn't make sense. We don't know how to behave at the top of the food chain. We didn't earn it. You think lions and crocodiles have existential crises? No, they just move quick, get strong, eat shit. They don't have time to jerk off in a temple, right? And before you say, "I'm more disciplined than you, Randy, I'm not like that." Bullshit! You all wank in your own temples. Humans evolved to be in the middle. That's why we're so bad at running things. We've got 2 million years of chemical evolution telling us to run away from everything or stab it to death or fuck it in the ear. Beryl gave us the opportunity for enlightenment and we fucking wasted it. We lost our way. And if you don't believe me, look around you. Look at this room full of magnificent creatures with limitless potential for symbiotic compassion and spiritual perfection, paying good money to see a man that's dedicated the best years of his life into finding a way to monetize screaming at strangers. I mean, fucking look at my face. What are you even watching right now? And what the fuck do I have to show for this? Fuck all. 38 years old, no partner, no kids, no assets, no savings. The most expensive thing I own is an autographed copy of George Michael's Faith on cassette tape. Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't know, sometimes you do. You do, you travel around and you do shows and you just... I don't know how I got here, I don't know. Ah, yeah. Thank you, I love you too. That's the spirit. That's where we need to start. Bit of that shit. Yeah, hey Mum. No, I'm still on the road. Oh, I don't even know where I am right now. Yeah. Yeah, I will. All right. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just tired. Okay. Love you too. Okay, bye. You know, actually, it was my uncle that got me into comedy inadvertently. I've got this uncle. He's an amateur magician. And by that I mean he really wants to be a magician, but he's just fucking amateur! Just fucking awful! And he always does these Christmas shows for us. He does Christmas magic shows every Christmas. And when I say that, you're probably picturing like card tricks and rabbits out of hats. None of that. He's like an amateur escapologist, daredevil, illusionist kind of magician, just doing dangerous shit with no training and not a lot going on upstairs. One of my earliest childhood memories, right, he got up on top of the pergola, right, in a straitjacket, and he's going to jump off the pergola into the swimming pool and not surface until he got out of the straitjacket. None of us told him not to do it. So he's up there on the pergola, wrapped in his straitjacket, and he does this thing before he does any trick. He goes, 3, 2, 1, ready! It's like his little catchphrase. So he's up there and he goes, 3, 2, 1, ready! He takes a step back to run up into the pool and just went, wah! Straight through the pergola, impaled his shoulder on a star picket, tore all the ligaments in his ankle, and when he landed, he made such a loud noise it frightened the dog, and the dog bit him on the face. So Christmas was always awesome. And that year, he wouldn't let us take him to the hospital. He's like, I'll be fine. He just pulled himself off the star picket, cracked a stubby and went back to the barbecue, you know what I mean? But as a result, he fucked his shoulder so bad, he fucked all the nerves in his arm, and he's got no feeling in his left hand. He can still pick stuff up, but he can't feel things, and he always says horrible shit like, yeah, Randy, I don't even need the missus anymore. I just close my eyes and think of Mariah Carey. Yeah, the man's a fucking unit. So, this one Christmas, this is how I got into comedy, this one Christmas, someone from his local RSL club had given him a little Pee-wee 100 motorbike, like a little children's motorbike. I'm not sure why, maybe they wanted him dead. But anyway, he turned up to Christmas, right, with this little Pee-wee 100 motorbike, and he built a ramp in his ute. He built a ramp that folded out of the tray of his ute and then up over the cab of his little truck. And he had this idea that he was going to drive his little ute around to school fetes and county fairs and stuff and do jumps on his little motorbike in his ute ramp. Again, none of us told him not to do it. So he turned up with this thing and he set it up across the road, and we were having Christmas at my family's house in the country in central Victoria. There's heaps of paddocks around. We're in the middle of nowhere, so he loves having Christmas there because he can do dangerous shit in the paddocks, right, and really spread out. So he built the obstacle course, and he's across the road all morning setting this up, and we're in the house and we hear 3, 2, 1, ready! So we go across the road, and there he is. Picture this, he's a massive dude, huge guy, strawberry blonde mullet, big blonde handlebar mustache with a nicotine stain in the middle, like he's been eating an ass, and he just sits there, right? He's huge on this tiny motorbike. He's like, here we go! And he took off and he was like weaving through the cones, popping little monos. He did about 25 minutes as a warm-up. We're like, actually, this is pretty entertaining. And he gets to the end of his warm-up, he parks the bike about maybe 20 metres from where he's going to start his run up to his big jump, and he added a little bit of showbiz flair here. I'll never forget it. He got off the bike and he pretended that the motorbike was too heavy for him to push. Massive dude, tiny motorbike. He just goes, oh, it's too heavy, kids, I can't push it. We're like, yay! 5 stars! You're a comedic genius. He's like, and then he just went, oh, bugger it. Picked the motorbike up, put it under his arm, and marched back to the start line. Like a fucking legend. So he gets to the start line, he goes to put the motorbike down, but he can't. Because when he picked it up, he inadvertently put his left hand on the exhaust pipe. He's got no feeling in his left hand. The exhaust pipe's very hot. By the time he made it back to the start line, his left hand had fused to the exhaust pipe, melted to the motorbike. He's like, oh, I can't put it down. We're all like, the smell of burning flesh. All the adults are pouring beer on it. He's like, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. We're like, but it's fucked. That year, he let us take him to the hospital. You have a motorbike attached to your hand, get in the fucking car. But because we were having Christmas at my house in the country, everybody was shit-faced because everybody was staying over. Everyone was camping, so nobody could drive him. Except for me, I'd been on my learner's permit for 1 week. 2-hour drive to the hospital. I'm just like white-knuckling it the whole way. My dad, shit-faced in the passenger seat, just supervising me. Yeah, he's doing a great job. My uncle on the back seat, motorbike on his lap. His left hand fused to the exhaust pipe and then just sculling a long neck with his right hand. And that is not what got me into comedy, but that is definitely what got me into drinking. I'm like, that is tough as fuck. Yes! So it's Christmas night in Emergency. So there's chaos. There's people impaled on Christmas trees and kids that have eaten Christmas baubles and shit. And so it's crazy, but he walks through the doors carrying a motorbike and the entire room went silent. I've never seen anything like it. All these people just went... He marches up to the counter, slams the motorbike down in front of the triage nurse and just goes, I've done a mischief! They took him into surgery. He was in there for 6 hours. I had to sit in the waiting room and wait for him the whole time. And while I was there, there was an episode of Seinfeld on the television. I was like, I want to do that. And here I am. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. As a collective that we're capable of achieving greatness in areas that actually matter. And it's not going to be easy. I'm not up here saying that I've got, I haven't got it figured out. We're just going to have to try. If we're going to get our shit together, it's going to involve some sacrifice. You've got to give up a lot of shit. Stuff like casual misogyny, listening to commercial radio, and going to the horse races. Yeah! Yes. I'm sorry, there's no more horse races now. Here's a fun fact. 119 racehorses died last year. 119 racehorses killed while racing. To put that into perspective, that's the equivalent of 6 Australian rules football teams worth of players dying on the field during matches. You reckon if that happened, they'd probably put a stop to the sport, don't you think? It seems a little bit dangerous, or at the very least, unnecessarily cruel. Oh! Looks like he's done his hamstring. Oh, that's an Achilles tendon. Out for the season of life. I think we should do it. I think we should start killing some Aussie rules footy players. Send a message to the racing just collectively supported mass murder. See that? Create the right environment. Elicit the appropriate emotional frame of mind. Sprinkle in a few chemicals like dopamine or oxytocin or serotonin. Add some consequences, bit of peer pressure. You can make a person get behind pretty much anything. You can manufacture faith.
Yes.
Anywhere from blind allegiance to true love to the belief that repeatedly hitting a button at an intersection will make the traffic lights change. It doesn't work. You only need to press it once. It's a timed sequence, but there's always someone there, isn't there, just going, charge! Fucking charge! Look, the question I'm trying to ask is, right, if as a species we're naturally predisposed to collective belief, and if all faith is fundamentally manufactured, why not just create a new religion that's wholly inclusive and prioritises saving the planet, protecting every living species and growing towards spiritual evolution in this life, not the imaginary next one? That's it, that's the question. People watching this going, geez, you're a self-righteous little shit, aren't you?
What are you doing, Randy? What are you doing?
Fucking this. This is it. This is all I know how to do. This is the only thing I've developed skills for. So if you've got a skill, figure out how to apply it. Do something fucking worthwhile, you cunts. Okay, here we go. I'm going to end on a reading, all right? And then we're going to go off in the night together, change the fucking world. And with that, Beryl climbed aboard her spacecraft and buggered off. And the sapiens were left to ponder their limitless potential. So, said one sapien to another, you think she's going to come back? Honestly, said the other sapien, I don't know if it matters. We should probably get started on becoming enlightened regardless. Yeah, said the other sapien. I'm sure we'll get around to it eventually.
Yes, Glasgow. Love this city, man. It's so good to be back in Scotland, to be honest, right? Because I started the year, went over to Australia, went over there to do like Melbourne, Sydney Comedy Festival and that. Very exciting, right? It was a big deal for me. It was the first time I got to go to another country to do comedy, right? Which means it was the first time I ever had to fill out a working visa to get into a country, because usually I'm just going on holiday. And it's very scary, that form to get into Australia, right? There's loads of questions. The big one is, they really want to know if you're a criminal, right? So it's like, have you had any prior convictions? And they're all there, right? Burglary, everything's there, right? And I'll be honest, you know, given the history of that country, I genuinely didn't know if they wanted me to tick yes or no. I was like, oh, fuck it. I didn't want them to think I'm a pussy. Put me down for an assault. Get my rep up a bit here. The guy at the border was like, this assault? Was it racially motivated? I went, yes. And he was like, I'll get in, mate. The first place I landed in Australia was Perth, right? And if you've never been, like, Perth's big thing is that it's the most isolated city in the world, and it fucking feels like it. Right? And because of that, you know, in this country, if I say the word junkie, right, immediately what you think of is a heroin addict, right? That's our thing. We're very good at it in Scotland, right? We made a film about it, right? We're class at it, right? Now, the thing about heroin, of course, it's a horrible drug, very scary, right? But the good thing about it is it does make the people that take it very docile. You know what I mean? You didn't really feel like getting up too much after a good batch, you know? The problem with Perth is it's so far away from anywhere else that, like, none of the cartels bother to go there So there's like no heroin, no cocaine, nothing like that, right? But what you can make anywhere, if you've got a kitchen, is meth. Right? And I know I've framed that in such a way that sounds like I'm going to be like, and if you stay around to the end of the show, I've got a great recipe. But meth is everywhere, and if you've never been around meth, it does not make people docile. No, meth heads are up for a wee adventure. Couldn't believe it, man. The first time I got to Perth, I was wandering around the city centre, and I was like, oh my God, this city has so many silent discos. Then I was like, wait a minute, none of these people are wearing headphones. And I think that guy's bleeding. So that was the first place I went, right? And of course, if anyone's been, it's a 24-hour flight. You land, you're upside down, the water's going the other way. You don't know what time it is. You don't know if it's New Year or New York, right? So I landed at about 7 p.m. Perth time, right? My agent had organised for me the next morning at 6 a.m. to be on a local Perth radio station to promote the shows that I was there to do, right? So, of course, I don't know what is happening. They're very nice. They sent a taxi to the hotel to pick me up. Right, I just got in it blindly. It could have been the fake taxi for all I know, I don't know if I was going to get pumped or dropped off, but I got in. But anyway, I get to the station, it's all nice. They're being really nice to me. They get me coffee, they're making me feel dead comfortable and that, right? And what I didn't know, I'd never done live radio before, but it makes sense, when they're bringing you in to do your live interview and that, they have to play a pre-recorded bit of radio while they're getting you set up. But when you're in the studio, you can't hear that, right? Someone can hear it in their headphones, but you can't hear it. And what I had no idea, they were playing this pre-recorded kind of interview debate piece about the Australian women's football team, right? They call them the Matildas. And it was quite a heated debate thing. I had no idea, right? So I get brought in, and it's a female presenter on the thing, and she brings me in, she's like, I'm joined here by Scottish stand-up comedian Connor Burns. He's doing some shows in Perth, but before we get to that, Connor, why do you think women's sports isn't taken seriously? Excuse me? I thought you were going to ask me if I miss Iron Brew. Didn't realise I was here to fix the gender pay gap. I would have revised, And you know what? She saw that I was panicking and starting to squirm a bit, and she was fucking loving it. She was like, a stand-up comedian lost for words, first time for everything on. I was like, fuck! My career was disappearing in front of me, right? And I'm convinced in my panic, I came out with the single worst possible answer to that question anyone could have said, right? I just started to panic. I was like, I'll watch women do anything. She looked at me, she was like, Then I panicked again. I was like, I'll watch men as well. I'd been in the country for less than 12 hours. I've just told thousands of people on morning radio that I'm a peeping Tom. I'd done 4 shows in Perth, not a single woman came to any of them. Apparently it wasn't safe. Just a bunch of angry guys. It was like an Andrew Tate convention. It was sad. I really did enjoy my time there, man. I got to do some of the best gigs in my career over there as well. They really spoiled me. I got to perform at the Sydney Opera House, right? Yeah, I know. I'm very working class, right? And I'll be honest with you, as a working class person, there's a wee voice, when you get a big opportunity like that to play at the Opera House, there's always that wee voice in your head that's just going, who the fuck do you think you are, right? Do you think these people give a shit what you've got to say, really? Right? And I started to get nervous. I was freaking out. It was being filmed for Australian TV. I was really starting to get nervous, right? So I went and found one of the other comedians who was also going to be on the show, and he's a mate of mine. And I went, mate, I'm freaking out a wee bit here. All right, I'm starting to get to myself. And he went, oh, Connor, you know what's wrong with you? Right? And I always stick around for the end of that sentence. Nothing like being diagnosed by someone who I also know is mentally ill, right? He was like, you know what's wrong with you, mate? He went, you've got imposter syndrome. Right? Have we heard this? Because it used to be, if you were shite at something, rightfully, you were ashamed of yourself, right? But, you know, don't let lack of talent hold you back now. But I'll be honest, I was quite excited when I found out that I had imposter syndrome, right? And I was like, this could be good for the brand, shift a few tickets, you know? I was excited. Plus, I'll be honest, I thought, you know, maybe I can get myself a disabled parking badge here. Because I live in the centre of Edinburgh, fucking nightmare trying to get parked through there. I went down to the DVLA office, right? I went in, the guy was like, what exactly is the condition that you have? And I went, oh, buddy. I'm actually struggling right now with imposter syndrome. He went, and you think that entitles you to a disabled parking badge, do you? And I went, oh, to be honest, mate, now that you've put it like that, I kind of feel like I don't even deserve to be here. He went, Connor, this is one of the worst cases I've ever seen. You park wherever you want, son. I loved my time in Australia, man. I really, really did. Has anyone here been to Australia? Couple, nice, man. Well, maybe you'll agree with me here. The thing I loved about Australia is I got to experience something over there as a Scotsman that I've never experienced here, right? I got to be exotic. And I'll be honest with you, it's class, right? Because they love the Scottish accent, right? But by way of making some noise, anyone here who isn't Scottish or that, do you find the Scottish accent sexy? You know what the fucked up part is? I actually agree with you. I think it's all bullshit that Hollywood has like tricked women into thinking that Scottish accent's sexy. Because I know my girlfriend's American. She was all excited when she first came here. She's like, I'm gonna fall in love with a Scotsman. Like the idea of a Scottish accent, there's not one. You know what I mean? Imagine being American, coming over here, love-struck eyes, and being like, I want to meet a nice Scotsman. And you end up getting shagged by some guy for Fife. Say, oh, I keep going like that, I'm going to kick in my brakes, eh? That's a mood killer, that. You know what? My agent specifically asked me not to make any of the jokes in this too Scottish. Because she's like, we don't know what part of the world people are going to be watching it. But I was like, I'm keeping that one in. Because the idea of someone in like Tennessee watching this and be like, what the hell is kicking my brakes? Sounds a little fruity to me. It's not just Scottish that gets like a wee leg up from Hollywood as well. I think Hollywood's done a lot of good for Irish as well, right? Because the Americans are always like, oh my God, Irish guys, oh, it's so sexy, it's so hot, right? I cannot think of anything more sexually terrifying than going to bed with someone with a Belfast accent. Just put your trousers next to mine. Lay back, I'm gonna blow you away. That's scary. By the way, has anyone seen that viral video about the taxi driver in Belfast? Has anyone seen this? Oh man, it was nuts. So this taxi driver is also like a bit of a gangster, but he drives taxis on the side, right? And he picks up a guy, and unbeknownst to him, the guy gets in, and it's a guy that owes him drug money. Right, so the Belfast taxi driver goes into his glove compartment and takes out a handgun, right? Forgetting that his cab is being filmed, and starts shaking down this passenger, right? And it starts out dead scary. He's like, you know you owed me that money. I've got half a mind to drive you down here and take your kneecaps, lad. Right? But then, the reason I love this clip is it turns into the most Irish back and forth you've ever seen in your life. Because it starts out dead scary, right? And then eventually the guy in the back starts to cry. And the driver just goes, sure now, there's no need to cry. We all make mistakes, lad. Pull yourself together. I'll give you another fortnight, but then I'm coming for the kneecaps. Oh, wow, how reasonable. But it's great, man. Having the Scottish accent, it's absolutely nuts over there. Like, they really do like it over in Australia. Like, I was wandering about one day, just in Sydney, right? And this woman came up to ask for directions. And she's like, "Excuse me, do you know the way to Darling Harbour?" And I'd been, so I went, "Oh, aye, no worries. I just go to the bottom of the street and then turn right." And she went, "Oh my God, are you Scottish?" You know, I was like, "Oh, here we go." You know, because I'm not a piece of meat. It's like, why do they never ask me how I feel? I've got a long-term girlfriend, right, and like I was not over there trying to catch any snapper, right? That's not my modus operandi. So I was over there and I was like, I don't know how to deal with flirting, I'll be honest, because I've never been flirted with in this country, right? Because I know what I look like. I'm not the best-looking guy, not the worst-looking guy, just aggressively plain. My best mate summed it up perfectly. He was like, "Connor, do you know what you look like? Do you know when you start playing a computer game? You get your character, but you haven't changed any of the settings yet. So yeah, you look like player one." Right? So I'm not used to being flirted with, right? And Aussie women, they're very direct with their flirting. I couldn't handle it, right? And I love my girlfriend. I wasn't going to do anything stupid. So I came up with a wee plan, right? Anytime an Aussie woman started flirting with me, I would just nip it right in the bud by pretending to be South African. Now, I like South African people, man, they're good people, but you've got to admit, that's an unshaggable accent. It's too percussive and angry, it's scary, you know? Like, you imagine she asked me for directions, like, "Excuse me, do you know the way to Darling Harbour?" I'm just like, "Ah, yeah, no problem, I can take you there myself, eh? Why are you running away? I'm trying to help you. Come on, take me back to your place. Maybe I could shoot you through the bathroom door." I'll just let that one digest. And by the way, to the one or two sick people that tried to start a round of applause there, I love you with all my heart. Although that is a scary joke to get a clap on, right? Because it's very dark in here, and part of me is like, "Oh my God, maybe he's here and he's running towards me," you know? That might be his wee spatula feet on the tiles. I looked him up recently, Oscar Pistorius, not like in the Yellow Pages, like, "Hey mate, what you doing?" Because like I was quite young when all that happened, and I knew like he was a horrible guy. I knew he'd killed his girlfriend, but I didn't know that much about him, right? Obviously he's a sprinter, so fast in the Paralympics that they put him into the Olympics, right? Unbelievable. Anyone know what Oscar Pistorius ran 100 metres in? 10.9 seconds, which is rapid. Legged. But unlegged. Unbelievable. Unheard of, right? And I was going down on this wee wormhole looking this stuff up, and then I also discovered the fastest female sprinter of all time, right? Anyone know what she runs 100 metres in? A wee bikini. To be honest, that one's kind of just for me. No, I looked it up. She runs it in 10.7 seconds, right? She's 0.2 of a second quicker than Pistorius, which is amazing. Very, very impressive, right? But like 0.2 of a second, that's not much, right? That's like, you know, a bad start, a wee slip, a sneeze, right? And the fastest woman of all time running full pelt could still be overtaken by a guy with spatulas for feet. Now, I'm just presenting you with some information. But I'll be honest, when I read that, the first thing that popped into my mind was, you know, maybe, just maybe, that is why women's sports isn't taken seriously. Right, I understand the women are a bit pissed off now, right? I'm just messing about. This is a God's honest truth. I made all of the numbers up there. None of that's true. The fastest female sprinter is actually an entire second quicker than Oscar Pistorius. But you didn't care about that. You believed me. Because I'm a man. All right? And I want to be clear, sisters, I think that's fucked up. But it doesn't make it any less true, all right? I'm very lucky to have my girlfriend. I mentioned her earlier, right? I feel like some of you know why I'm lucky to have her now, having listened to what you've just heard. But I love her to bits, and she's so ridiculously out of my league, it's embarrassing, right? But not even just like looks-wise, intellectually, she's on a whole other level. For a starter, she has a proper job. Yeah, she's a criminal defence lawyer. Yeah, I know, which is handy. It does get a bit annoying though, because it does mean I can never complain about my job to her. You know what I mean? I can't go home after a bad gig and be like, they didn't really laugh at my Oscar Pistorius joke. She's like, oh cool, I had to sit opposite a rapist today. I'm like, oh well, sounds like we both had tough ones. It's not a competition, honey. I don't know how she does it. Criminal defence, that must take it out of you, man. Like, she's used to sitting opposite the most low-life, lying sack of shit. Right? Then she finishes her breakfast and has to go be a lawyer. It's funny though, man, because like she's in a very male-dominated industry, right? Most lawyers tend to be middle-aged guys, right? And she puts up with some shit in the workplace. She's told me some horrible stories. You know, she's fully qualified. Guys just assume that she's like a secretary, send her on coffee runs and that, and it's bullshit. And I know that some of the women in this room have had to deal with that kind of shit, and I'm sorry. All right? And I have to say this: equal pay, equal work. I'm with you. All right? Despite that earlier sports joke. But if we are going to be completely honest with ourselves here, ladies, equality is a two-way street. And I think we need to address the fact that there's a few places in life where maybe yous have had it a wee bit easier than us. And if we're really going to have equality, we need to fix them as well. All right? Do you feel the tension in the room right now? Don't think I don't feel it. Oh, I feel it. Makes me so horny. I know what's happening right now. Every woman in the room is sitting there going, just you be very fucking careful what you say next, you little prick, all right? Right, and let me try and win yous back here, right? I genuinely think that women have had it a wee bit easier than men in the bedroom, right? Now let me dig myself out of this hole. Right, and I need to preface this by saying that I can only really talk about straight women here, right? And it's not because I'm trying to exclude any lesbians that might be in the room. It's just that I'm 29 years old, and if I'm being completely honest, I have no idea what the fuck you guys get up to. I love the lesbians. Honestly, it is my lifelong dream to just have like a big group of lesbian pals. Imagine being the only straight guy in a group of lesbians. What a fucking laugh you would have. You know, just me and the gals out and about. You know, we've got so many shared interests, you know. We all like the golf. Right? We all love Fanny. It would be a laugh. And if there are any lesbians here, genuinely, I want you to know I'm a huge fan of the movement. I watch all the films. I'm actually sending money to a couple of girls on OnlyFans right now. Yeah, I'm actually sponsoring a couple of lesbians, that's right. Yeah, $5 a month. Aye. I was sending it to a starving African boy, but, you know, he was getting it for 4 years. Not once did I get a video of a carrot going up his arse. So I'm sorry, wee man, it's a buyer's market. The reason I want lesbian pals is because I've just got some questions. The main one I want to know, I'm desperate to understand, is how do lesbians know when sex is finished? Yeah, think about it, yeah. You know, because it's very obvious in a straight relationship, at least it is in my household. Usually over very quickly. With a muttered apology. And then this sad collection of a towel. Now you just stay there, honey, I'll get it. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I just want to know, how do you know it's over? I assume you're just going at it, having an amazing time. Oh, multiple orgasms over and over all night. Eventually, one of you is just like, we should probably pack this in. Top Gear starts in 10 minutes. I don't know. But I do think that straight women have had it a wee bit easier than straight men in the bedroom, right? And now let me explain myself. Because as a woman, right, the first time you go down on a man, right, no doubt that must be scary. Of course it must be scary. But you've got to admit, willies, very simple. Dead easy to figure out, you know? A willy is like an iPhone. As soon as it's in your hand, you know how to work it. Whereas on the other hand, lads, I know we don't like to talk about this, but listen, I'll speak up, brothers. Right? I'll be the canary in the coal mine here. The first time you go down on a nice lady, it's fucking terrifying. You're down there, you're alone, it's dark. You can't see it, but you can sense its presence. It's like the predator when it takes its mask off. Maybe if I stay still, it can't see me. Arnie's in the corner like, if it bleeds, we can kill it. But what do we do, lads? We man up, we stick our face in, and we learn on the job. Yes. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. Right, you just start doing like me. I'll start doing the alphabet with my tongue. Maybe she's a C. Start throwing in all different kinds of wee patterns. Try a swastika. I don't know. Maybe she's into that. And look, I'll be honest, right? Maybe I am doing it wrong. But fucking hell, you're no half doing there for a while, eh? Bloody ridiculous. Because I feel like we're all friends now, Glasgow, I'll be honest, right? I come fast. Right? And it's led to me being described as a selfish lover. And I'm like, I think that's bullshit. How is that selfish, right? I know you're busy, honey. You've got court in the morning. Let's get this over and done with. Get a good sleep, all right? I'll tell you what's selfish. Sending me down there for 20 minutes gasping for air like Jacques Cousteau. It's a ridiculous amount of time to be doing anything, honestly. And halfway through, you've got to shout up for that wee match report. What's happening up there, darling? She's like, just keep going, I'm getting closer. So is that closer or close? Says you're getting closer, I'm down here getting fucking lockjaw, alright? Bloody ridiculous, man. I mean, I went down on my girlfriend once, right? And when I came back up, Liz Truss had resigned. So I'm sure you'll be very glad to know I've thought about this at length, all right? And I think what needs to happen is the first time a man is about to go down on a nice lady, right, what needs to happen is on the way down, someone just needs to slip on a wee headset on him, right? And then somewhere in an air traffic control tower is a lesbian, right? I thought about putting a guy up there, but that's just a blind leading the blind, right? We need someone who knows where everything is and how it works. Right? Picture it, it'll be amazing, right? You're about to go down on this lady, right? Someone slips on the wee headset. You just hear, psh, okay, Connor, just stay calm. All right, I know you've never done this before, but if you listen to me very carefully, I will get you down safely, okay? My name's Connie from Aer Lingus. Just call me Connie Lingus. stupid. All right, Connor, if you look down, you should see the landing strip, okay? Can you see that? Hey, that's good, Connor. If you look down to your left now, you should see a flap. Lift that. Underneath there's a wee red button. Give that a push. Let me know what happens. She's shaking! You've done well, Connor. I'm going to leave you from here. I'm like, thank you, Connie. You get yourself up the road. Top Gear starts in 10 minutes. My girlfriend is class, though. But she is way, way smarter than me, right? It's embarrassing, right? Because I don't know if you guys have picked up on this, but I'm a fucking idiot. Right? Like, I can hold a conversation, I can get by, but, like, I'd say once a week, I do something so fucking stupid that, like, I look about afterwards and go, fuck, I hope nobody saw that. You know? I had one of the worst ones ever a couple of weeks ago. It was in Glasgow, right? I was wandering around the city centre and I saw a guy walking a wee dog, right? And the wee dog had a jacket on. And the jacket said, deaf dog. Right? Okay. So I ran over and I was like, oh my God, how long has he been deaf for? And the guy went, what? And I went, like, was he born deaf or did he have a wee accident? What happened? And the guy went, what? And then I realised I'm a fucking idiot. I went, oh, sorry, oh no, sorry, you're deaf and the dog's to help, all right. I was like, well, to be honest, mate, that's not really that clear, you know? You know, from over the street, it really does look like it's the dog that's deaf. Right? Because, you know, blind people, it doesn't say blind dog, it says see and eye dog. So if anything, Jake, it should really say hear and ear dog. And the guy went, what? I was like, oh no, I'm making an arse of this. Oh, started panicking, I looked down at the dog, I was like, mate, tell him I said sorry. Eventually the guy took his AirPods and went, listen mate, stop talking to my dog, it's deaf. And I know I've been a bit harsh on women in the show, right? And I hope you know I'm just pissing about. I happen to think men are much fucking stupider, all right? Right? But guys that have absolutely no business whatsoever cheat, and that's what's weird to me. You know, like, what people are like, oh my God, Brad Pitt cheated on Angelina Jolie. You're like, well, aye, he's Brad Pitt, he could shag me if he wanted. Fucking Brad Pitt, all right? I don't know if you guys know this is God's honest truth, right? Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife with his nurse. I'm sorry, I'll say that again. Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife with his nurse. I'll be honest, right? I don't know how much Stephen had to do with that affair. But it just pisses me off because everyone talks about him like so positively just because he was clever. I'm like, we're glazing over the fact that he was actually a dirty little bastard. And I tell you what, I hope there is a stairway to heaven. And I hope hell's got a ramp, right? I love my girlfriend, as I was saying earlier, man. But funny thing is, right, we're from different classes, you know. I'm very working class. She's very much like upper middle class, you know. And she's American. She went to all these like, you know, fee-paying private international schools, right? I went to a piece of shit state high school through in Edinburgh. It was awful. We were always at like bottom of leaderboards for school stuff. Right? My school had to cancel sports day one year because they found a hypodermic needle in the sandpit. And the fucked up part was, I remember my PE teacher being like, lads, just jump over it. Well, think of it as an incentive. In first place with 2.9 metres. Jamie, great effort, son. Right. In last place with hepatitis. Wee Gary, unlucky, mate, unlucky. Better luck next year, if you're still here. It's funny though, because she's kind of making me middle class. You know, like she's got all these wee middle class hobbies and stuff. Like a big one that she loves is she loves to go shopping in vintage shops. Remember back in the day where those were called charity shops? And you'd get bullied if somebody saw you come out one. Now it's 45 quid for a pair of Levi's with somebody else's skid marks on them. When did that big rebrand happen? My girlfriend will brag about stuff that she found in charity shops, right? And I think that's a mad thing to brag about. Like, she'll be like, you'll never believe what I found. Vintage YSL handbag, easily worth £500. Got it for £5. And like, people are like, oh my God, that's amazing. So you shouldn't be bragging about that. Imagine if I went to the pub with my mates. I was like, lad, you'll never believe what I got up to today. Right? Went into Dementia UK. Stole 495 quid. As I say, you know, staying with someone who's from a bit larger class than you, she's upper middle class, right? And she's kind of dragging me up to the middle classes, right? And I really thought, with my background, I've got such a chip on my shoulder that I'd have to be dragged there. I'm not like these toffs, right? And I'll be honest with you, Glasgow, now that I'm kind of on my way there, it is fucking better, all right? I love being better than most people. It's class. Right? And that is, man. I quite like it. She's moved us into a dead, trendy area. We live in the West End of Edinburgh now, right? It's quite trendy. I'll be honest with you, as someone that grew up on a council estate, I actually miss the fear a wee bit. You know what I mean? You kind of learn to love it. Like, I still get paid cash for a lot of gigs, and, you know, getting home after the gig was always like my own wee Squid Game. Because you start to learn a place. You know, you're like, oh, I can't go down Stabby Alley after about 9. No, everyone knows that's where Rapey John sleeps. And I'm not getting caught again. Fool me once, John. I couldn't even imagine getting mugged where I live now. It would be embarrassing, you know? Just a couple of gender-neutral vegans run out of an alley. One of them pulls a knife, I just pull out a pepperami. I'm like, this is real meat, get back, I will use it. Be like something out of West Side Story getting mugged where I live. And they'd come out like, oh, you came to the wrong part of town, guy. Come on, get 'em, thems. It'd be bloody embarrassing. I feel like this is a point in the show, you know, I'd quite like to talk about my dad, right, because he is a Glaswegian guy. He's a good lad as well, man. He's 74, right? And I say I'm working class, he's proper working class, you know. He came from nothing, worked in the shipyards, left school before he even sat an exam, right? He's a great, great guy, I love him, right? But because, you know, he's 74, Glaswegian, extremely working class, he's got some opinions. Not all of them are particularly fashionable right now. You know? But it doesn't mean he's an evil guy, right? And no one in here better be judging him, because I'll tell you right now, I guarantee every single family, we've all got that person. Usually an uncle you tuck away at functions. You know? And that doesn't mean they're evil people, it doesn't mean they've got a bad heart or that, you know? It just means, generally, I didn't introduce them to my black mates. He's just from a very different generation, you know? Like, he looks at my generation as if we're fucking useless, you know? And I'll be honest, we haven't done much to disprove him. Especially, I really started noticing it during the pandemic, right? He was hitting me with all this stuff where he was like, come on, Connor, you're 28 now, right? What's your plan for getting on the property ladder? And I was like, plan? To be honest, Dad, I was kind of hoping you would die of COVID. I really had all my financial eggs in that basket. I thought it was a given, you know? Mid-70s, ex-chain smoker. I was like, this is easy. Every day I went round to visit him during the pandemic. I've never visited him every day in his life. Sometimes I'll go straight for an illegal rave right to his. Start licking door handles and that. Come on, let's free up some housing. Every time I went round, he looked better. I was like, what's happening, Benjamin Button? I love people in his generation, man. By way of making some noise, who in here is, let's say, over 50? A few years. Be proud. Right? Yous are class. Yous are the best generation, right? Because I'm 29 now. I'm a millennial. I tell you right now, I'd much rather go out for a drink with the over 50s than I would people my age. God, you go out for a drink with people my age, it brings you down. Like, all right, mate, how have you been? Long time no see. It's like, oh my God, I'm so glad you asked. I'm actually really struggling with my anxiety. Oh, for fuck's sake. Only came out for a pint. You didn't get any of that shite when you go out with the over 50s. None of yous are worried about your mental health. No, yous are worried about your health. I don't care that I've been hiding depression from my own family for 30 years. It's just my knee. Never used to click like that. You hear that? Everyone over 50's got a dodgy knee. It's when they both go, that's sad, you know? Got to walk about like Elton John at Glastonbury. Tell you though, the generation that I feel like actually a bit sorry for because of the last few years and stuff is the generation after mine, right? They're called Gen Z. Do we have any Gen Zs in? Nice! With the confidence of someone who thought there was going to be way more. Can I ask how old you are?
21.
21, nice one. Did you mean to come to the gig or are you chasing a Pokemon on your phone? I think there's a wee Pikachu down the front here. You know, but even younger than that, you know, if you're like a teenager now, if you're like 17, 18 right now, how the hell are you supposed to be optimistic about the world? You know, you're looking at it and you're like, oh my God, the planet's dying. World War III's kicking off. The government's collapsing in front of us. What are we going to do? Let's just do a wee TikTok dance. Come on. Come on. Let's get this trending. Maybe the adults will see it. They'll know what to do. Hashtag twerk for Ukraine. That's the problem with Gen Z, though. The problem is, like, they didn't come to a problem with any, like, solutions or any actual answers. All they care about is raising awareness. We're making this TikTok to raise awareness because the planet is sad. Awareness means fuck all. We know that. Like, we need a proper solution to the problem. Like, if I woke up tomorrow morning, right, and I couldn't get a hard on, for example. Just off the top of my head. I wouldn't go stand at a bus stop with my willy in my hand, like, sorry, lads, just trying to raise a wee bit of awareness here. Go to the doctor, you creep. I tried, I'm not allowed back there anymore. It's crazy, man. I feel genuinely sorry, though, man. If you're a teenager right now, you're fucked. Because any time a teenager does, like, speak up and they're like, I want to be the change in the world. You know, the rest of us have made it perfectly clear that we couldn't give a fuck. If you don't believe me, just look at how the world reacted to Greta Thunberg. Right? One day, this 15-year-old Swedish girl came on TV and she just went, maybe we shouldn't put the plastic bags on the dolphins' faces. And everyone over the age of 40 just went, will someone get this uppity little bitch an iPad? It's making me sick, actually. Listen, Greta, when I was 15, we'd have been out shagging dolphins, right? That was a proper childhood, right? You don't know you're born. It's a fucking mental way to react to someone that's trying to fix the planet. But the thing about that, look, when it comes to healing the planet and fixing the ozone layer and all that, of course I want to do that. Of course I do. You'd be mental if you didn't want to do that. You know, if I have kids, I want them to enjoy the earth the same way I got to enjoy it. Right? But I do think it's bullshit that gets put on, you know, me and you, like normal people. I bet you're all nice, reasonable people. You're all at home doing your bit, you know, washing out your yogurt pots, running about with a wee bag for life, as if it makes any bit of difference. You know, meanwhile, China is on fire. Pisses me off, man. You know, we're doing all this stuff. Meanwhile, thousands of miles up there, right? You've got Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, literally racing each other to Mars. Right? In the world's biggest dick measuring contest. Burning thousands and thousands of gallons of jet fuel. Meanwhile, I'm down here on Earth in a 1 litre Ford Fiesta. Try to suck a McDonald's milkshake through a fucking paper straw. How the fuck is that fair? It's ridiculous. I'm sick of being told by billionaires that we need to reduce our single-use plastic. Oh. Tell me right now, what do you think is worse for the ocean? Me chucking away a straw, or them going down there on a single-use submarine? Too soon? And look, can we just agree as a society that the paper straw, not fit for purpose? We've not fixed that problem, we've just made a new problem. All right? It's ridiculous, especially against a powerful enemy like the McDonald's milkshake. I don't know what they're putting in that, but it's like liquid concrete. I nearly passed out in my car trying to drink one of them. Like, no, I can feel it, it's coming. No, put your windy up, my straw's getting soft. Just need more blood in my legs, I can do this. Mentioned my dad earlier, man. He genuinely, though, as much as he gives me a hard time, he's my absolute hero, right? He's one of the funniest guys ever. He's got that typical Glasgow thing of, like, he's at his absolute funniest when he does not mean to be funny. I remember one time, he drinks in this wee bowling club, right? And he goes up once every month or so, right? And one time I went up with him, and he ran into an old pal who he hadn't seen for a few years, right? And he was on his way down the corridor, and he goes, "Oh, Stevie, how you doing, pal?" Blah, 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 right? Now, in the couple of years that they hadn't seen each other, Stevie had had the worst turn of events. He's like, "Oh, you know, the cancer came back and took my Margaret. Oh. Then my laddie was in that horrible accident where he crashed into my other lad and they both died." You know, and you're like, Jesus Christ, Stevie. I watched the life drain out of my dad's eyes. You know, it was as if to say, he was like, "I'll be honest, Stevie, I was just going for a pish, right? I was being polite and you're taking the arse out of it a wee bit here." Right? But he didn't say that. My dad listened. He was very nice, very patient, very compassionate, right? And then he got to the end. Stevie had finished his big story, right? And my dad just looked at him, paused for a wee second and went, patted him on the shoulder. He just went, "Oh, well, Stevie, you can only piss with the cock you've got." And then just bout turned and fucked off. Just left me there with Stevie. My condolences. But he is, man, he's a great guy. So this story, right, it happens last Christmas and New Year, the one that's just passed, right? It was a big deal. I was supposed to go over to just outside Montreal. My girlfriend's parents live there. She's American, but they live in Canada now, right? And we were supposed to go over for Christmas and New Year. And it was a really big deal. I'd met them, but I'd never spent a big period of time with them, and it was going to be really nice, right? We get over there, and we're supposed to come home on the 9th of January, right? my entire family, mum, dad, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, everybody, they'd all organised to go on a family holiday to Spain on the 5th of January, right? So I'd get back, they'd already all be away. I'll be honest, I took the hint. Message received, all right? Right, so we're having an amazing time in Canada. I'm getting on like a house on fire with my in-laws and stuff. It's great. And then at 2 a.m. on the morning of the 5th of January, I get a phone call, middle of the night, and I pick it up. It's my sister. She's in floods of tears. And she just goes, Connor, we're at the airport. It's Dad. He's having a stroke. And I was like, oh, shit. Right? And I paused for a second. And I was like, well, maybe he's just nervous about the flight. Let him finish, you know? I know it wasn't the time for a wank joke, but I deal with tragedy through humour, right? She was like, no, Connor, I'm really scared, like, that someone's working on him, we're waiting for the paramedics, we're really scared we're going to lose him and that, right? So immediately, you know that when you get a horrible phone call like that, you just get like a surge of adrenaline and you go into problem-solving mode, right? So I got up, the whole house got up, her parents were up, everyone's crying and that, right? So then I realised, like, right, first thing I need to do, I need to change my flight home to today. I need to get home, right? So I get on the phone to British Airways, right? I'm on hold for like 40 minutes. Eventually, I get through to the British Airways call centre, right, which is in a part of Britain called Mumbai. Right. Now, I'll be honest with you, right? For legal and career reasons, I absolutely cannot do that guy's accent. But I want you to know that what is happening right now in your head, it was exactly that, all right? It's the most stereotypical Indian accent I've ever heard in my life, right? And of course, he's hitting me with that. I'm Scottish and in them floods of tears, right? So I'm unintelligible as well, right? So we're butting heads trying to get through each other. Eventually, this guy's like, look, I can change your flight home to today, but it's going to cost you £750, right? And I was like, I don't care, it's my dad. Do it, let's go, I need to get home, right? So I'm now looking at a 9-hour flight back to Edinburgh Airport with no phone signal, no idea what's happened to my dad. It was absolutely horrible, right? So the first thing I do when I touch down, I get straight on the phone to my sister. And I'm like, what's happening? How is he? What's happening, right? And she's like, it's no good, Connor. They're running all these tests. They still think he's had a stroke, like he's getting worked on by the stroke team right now. And she's like, we're really scared. Please just get here. Right, so I just go straight from the airport to the hospital. Get in there, get to the waiting room. All my brothers and sisters are standing around, whole family, everyone's in tears, giving each other hugs. It's horrible, right? You know, at that point, I'm £750 down. Right? And I know that's harsh to bring up, but noteworthy, okay? I'm looking around at all my brothers and sisters and that. They've all just had to cancel a 2-week all-inclusive holiday with all their kids and all that, right? So between us, we're about 10 grand in the hole. Right? Eventually, we're standing about for hours, and eventually a nurse comes out to collect us, right? She's like, listen, are you the Burns family? I went, yeah. She went, I've got some fantastic news about your dad. We've ran all the tests, brain scans, blood tests, everything. Everything has come back completely normal, right? Your dad didn't have a stroke. What did happen was he had a very serious bout of vertigo. Yeah, you know, like from the 1940s. Now, of course, we were all happy that our dad was less ill than we thought he was. Of course we were. But I'll tell you, there was a glance exchanged amongst the brothers and sisters. Right? Now, the words were never spoken, but the subtext was definitely... Kind of feels like we've paid for a stroke here. I didn't need to see him get wheeled out in a chair, but a wee bit of like, you know. Don't feel like we're asking for much here, it's 10 grand. Eventually, we're allowed to go in and see our dad, right? And he's lying there like a sack of tatties, right? He's been through the wars, right? And because he's like a working class Glaswegian guy, his first reaction isn't just to be happy that he's alive. You know, because he's inherently miserable, right? So the main thing he's dealing with is he's just so embarrassed that he caused all of this hoo-ha over Vertigo. And I'll be honest with you, we did let him bathe in that for a wee bit, right? Of course, we were so happy to see him, like, obviously, but he's just, he can't believe that he's upset everybody like this, right? And of course we'll be like, Dad, chill, right? Eventually the doctor comes in to tell him that he can go home and all that. And he comes in, my dad starts apologising straight away. He's like, oh, doctor, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I've done all this. Oh, here I am lying in the stroke unit being seen by the best doctors in the hospital. He's like, you know, I might be lying here taking a bed off of somebody that's actually having a stroke. I really feel like I didn't even deserve to be in here. The doctor just went, Mr. Burns, have you been checked for imposter syndrome? I'll be honest, I had no idea it could be passed down like that. Glasgow, this has honestly been an absolute dream come true. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. There was nowhere else I wanted to film my first ever special than right here in one of the best comedy clubs in the country and the funniest city in the fucking world. All right, please.
It's going to be real good. You know why? Because the first show kicked ass, so now I don't have to worry about covering another thing. So, please, another round of applause from Mr. Sean Peck. You want to hear the worst segue in the whole fucking world? So I was here back in 2001, a long time ago. Didn't have a kid then, but I do have a kid now. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to talk about that for a minute. No, I do. I have a daughter who 6 years old, just turned 6, and well, I mean, let me tell you something. That kid is 6 going on 7, if you know what I mean. You know, I mean, she's not special, is what I'm saying. She's not. I mean, she's special to me, of course, but I mean, she hasn't demonstrated any like advanced logical thinking skills or artistic creativity or anything like that at all. I mean, she hasn't, you know. If you saw her and you'd be like, how old is she? And I said, 6. You'd go, that sounds about right. But just turned 6, yeah? Okay. I was going to say, otherwise her verbal skills are a little on the lower side, yeah. And I've learned so much from being a dad. It's all new to me, and you know, and I'm an old dad. You know, I'd say older, but that seems to be sugarcoating the reality. I'm old. I'm an old dad, and there are truly so many awful things about having a child, but there are. But one of the worst is. I now have to engage in small talk and chit chat that I never would ever give the time of day to, you know? Like, and you have to do it all the time. And like before I had a kid, you know, if I was hanging out at the playground and... No, but if I was at the park or something, and before I had a kid, and then some guy would, you know, referencing a bunch of noisy kids, some guy would be like engage me and go like, "Oh man, boy, they're a handful, huh?" Like before I had a kid, my response would be, "What the fuck?" And I'd walk away, and I'd be correct to do so. That'd be the right thing to do. But now I have to engage with that person because. You know, that's a potential play date. And you have to have as many potential play dates in your back pocket as possible because it is inevitable that at some point my wife will be out of town and I will wake up still, I mean, not even hungover, just drunk. I'll be drunk. I will, you know, clinically be drunk. And I'm going to have to put that kid somewhere for an hour just to take a shit, you know? And so I have to talk to that person now, and I have to, you know, be nice and all that, and the thing is, you know, I live in Brooklyn, all right, so there's just tons of younger hipster parents, tons, and I can't stand them, and I didn't like them when I was part of that scene, and I really don't like it. So I'll be at the playground, with my daughter, and this guy will roll up, and this guy, they're like the kind of guy who's like got the those bright orange like longshoreman hat, knit woolly hats, but then they roll it all the way up. You know what I mean? Like they roll it that's too rolled up. It's not even over your ears. It's not doing the one single thing a hat is fucking made for. You're not, and you're bald, and so now it's just like a pasty for your head. I don't understand. And so, like, a guy with that hat, and then, one of those, like, 23 skidoo mustaches, and like a full sleeve of, like, retro toasters or some shit like that, and then a skirt and culottes, and a big whetstone, an oily, glistening whetstone that's, like, dangling off a sheath, right? This thing, and you're like, what the, what? Who? When? How? Why? Oh, the whetstone. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, I just got back from crafting. Me and the gang get together and we'll craft. And I'm making I make bespoke, handcrafted, artisanal farm-to-table marbles. And well, here's the thing. So the gang and I will get together. We'll craft, and we'll make knives from Mumbly Peg and jacks and we get to, because I think we've lost the connection, the joy that we had as youth. I think we've gotten so cynical in the last 4 or 5 years. Just, with COVID and he who shall not be named. And so we play the games of our youth. Well, not our youth, but the youth of our fathers' games, which are, and it's harkened back to a simpler, innocent time. And so that's, and right now I'm working on an ethically sourced paddle ball that I think is going to be... Anyway, that asshole will come up to me, and I'll be at the playground with my daughter, and I'll be minding my own business, and that guy will come up going, "Oh man, boy, they're a handful, huh?" Yeah, can be. Yeah. Which one's yours? The girl on the monkey bars there. Oh, she's playing with my boy. That's my boy. That's Copernicus. Yeah. Good kid. Well, that kid is something else, man, let me tell you. That kid is 6 going on 30. You know what I mean? No, I don't. How? In what way? Name one way. Does he have heart disease? I mean... And one of the things that I learned is when you have a kid, you really are forced to confront and do something about your bad habits and your bad traits, and really do something. Like it's not like, when you get married and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna be a better person, and I'm gonna learn how to do this, and I'm gonna express myself, and a month later you're like, nah, fuck that. I'm married. It's all done. But no, with a kid, you got to, because you don't want to put those things onto your kid, so you have to be proactive about it. And one of the worst things about me, I have a lot of problems. I have a lot of issues, and I do a lot of bad habits, and I'm so sorry. That sounds like terrible news. but one of the worst traits, one of the worst things about me is I am really, really judgmental. Like severely, and I have been since I was young. I'm just an asshole. I really am. I'm just like, and I've always justified it by going, well, I'm right. But you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. So I'm just an asshole in here all the time. Like at the airport, it's just nonstop in here. As I'm walking around at the airport, just like in here, it's nonstop. What's this asshole on about? Who's this bitch think she's fooling? Put on some fucking clothes. Put on some different clothes. That's not a service animal. It's not. It's not a service animal. A fucking bunny rabbit isn't a goddamn service animal. And, but to give you an example of what a piece of shit I am, this is 100% true. I was in Brooklyn. I was walking down the street. I was going to do a set to get ready to go out on tour. And I'm walking down the street, and we have those COVID outdoor dining shed things. And I'm walking down, and there's this older couple, pretty old, and the gentleman was standing up, and he had his hand extended to his partner, and he helped her up, and it just started to rain, and he took an umbrella, opened it up, put it over her, just her, not trying to squeeze himself in there, and they are just beaming at each other, the biggest smiles ever. And I saw this, and in my head, I saw this, and I thought, oh, that's so nice. That's so nice that they found each other. And then I thought, found each other? Why'd I add that to it? And then I answered myself immediately with, oh, it's because they're both ugly. I'm looking at pure love. Pure love. And my fucking shitty take on this is, good for you, you ugly fucks. That's nice. That's nice that you found each other. Because if you had, nobody else would ever have you, so, otherwise you would have, died alone with a cat eating your corpse or something. If you had walked past me on the street, this is what you would have seen. You would have seen this. You would have seen a guy going like this, like. And now you know. I do want to say that they really were ugly. It was remarkable, and it stayed with me. Clearly, it was disturbing, and so last year, for her birthday, I took my current wife on a trip. She's my current wife. That's just factually correct. It's no matter what happens in the future, she will remain at this point my current wife. Sounds like a diss, but it's not. It's not. I think y'all should start doing that too, by the way. Just going. Y'all know my current husband, Jerry, right? Jerry, get over here. I want you to meet some of my coworkers. Because it's fucking true, Tanya. All right, so So yes, last year for her birthday, I took my wife to Bologna, Italy, a trip, and it was awesome. Has anybody been to Bologna? Yeah, it's great. It's great. We only went for 5 days, which I know it's a short amount of time to go all that way, but I felt very strongly, and I'm well aware that everyone has their own different opinion about this, but I was adamant that 5 days is really the maximum amount of time that you want to leave a 5.5-year-old at home by themselves, I think. To me. I mean, we would have liked to go on longer. I just think that's shitty parenting. But so we went. It was great. Lovely people, very, very friendly people. The food is amazing, and it's fairly small, so you can kind of get a feel for it after like 3 days of like doing a lot of walking around. And but one thing I noticed was, and tell me if you had this observation, but there are more churches per capita than I've ever seen anywhere else, ever. And I travel pretty extensively. And I mean, it's, because they have these like old, like 12th century kind of cobblestone wide streets that go for a mile, right? And you walk down and there's like a church here, and that's next to another church, and then there's a Vespa store, and then there's another church, gelato, and then you go across the way, there's churches over there, and then you go down this alley, and it ends up at a church, and then you go underneath a bridge, and then there's 2 more churches, and then you go to the piazza, and there's the Grand Basilica, and there's 3 more churches on the other side, and it's like churches everywhere. But what's weird is they're all the same church, right? There's no mosques or synagogues or Mormon tabernacles or Baptist schoolhouses or Lutherans or Calvinists or Episcopalians or Methodists or Seventh-day Adventists or Unitarians or Jehovah's Witnesses. It's all the same church. The same thing is happening in each one. It's the same dead kid and the same little wispy smoking orbs on a chain and guys in hoodies mumbling on. Oh. It's the same fucking thing is happening in each one. I don't know if people were just really lazy back then. Well, I want to go to church, but it's all the way over there. And here's something that I did not know until I went to Bologna. I did not know this is true, but did you know that in Italy, the church pays taxes? It's true. Yeah, they pay their fair share of taxes, and it goes into the government coffers, helps to strengthen the social safety net, so there's medical help for people who need it, and housing, and things like that. And just a reminder that, in America, the church and religious institutions don't pay taxes. And the reason they don't pay taxes is because they don't have to. And the reason they don't have to, there's 2 reasons stated. The first one is the separation of church and state. Very, very great, good idea on paper. It's so important. It was very, 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 very important to the Founding Fathers that it's literally the first thing mentioned in the Bill of Rights. First thing mentioned. That's how important it was. The idea that the government could not dictate to the church what it can and can't say, and in turn, the church cannot advocate for a candidate or a party from the pulpit. Yeah. That's the idea. That's as stated. That, come on. There hasn't been a true separation of church and state in this country for, before the ink was dry. Before Thomas Jefferson got home to fuck his slaves, that wall crumbled. That was just dust. There's no separation. There's not even a Venn diagram. It's just 2 circles right on top of each other. It got so bad that in 1954 they had to create an amendment called the Johnson Amendment that they stuck on there that said, guys, seriously, no electioneering. That's what it said, no electioneering. Now, come on, we all watched the January 6th Fun Time Hour. We all saw that. And I distinctly remember, for real, a priest, clerical collar, everything, shouting through a bullhorn atop a pile of maimed security, I'm imagining, about taking the House back from the demon Democrats, the White House. And anytime there's an election, you can go on the internet, on YouTube, and or if you're in the South, just turn on the TV, and you will see pastors, preachers from the pulpit going, and a vote for a Democrat is a vote for Satan himself. Yes, if you vote for a Democrat, you are lower than a burr on the testes of the taint of the ring around the bum of Satan's asshole. And you will burn in hell for all eternity, gnashing your teeth and gnawing on your limbs, because the Democrats want to take your children, drink their blood so that they can engorge their genitalia so that they may engage in orgies with drag queen black mermaids or whatever fucking nonsense they think. And so yeah, hardly a separation of church and state. Hardly. And the other reason, as I said, there are two. The other reason that the church doesn't pay taxes is because they are not-for-profit organizations. The Catholic Church is a not-for-profit. They're not making a profit. They're not really getting, The Catholic Church, the same Catholic Church that beyond all their church properties own literally around the globe over 5,000 business offices, towers, skyscrapers. They own over $1 billion worth of shares cumulatively. General Motors, General Electric, Shell Oil, Gulf Oil, Bethlehem Steel. And the Catholic Church even owns an observatory. They do, this is for real. In Arizona, the largest telescope, an observatory in Arizona called the Mount Graham Observatory. For real. The Catholic Church owns an observatory. So, suck on that, Galileo. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Oopsies. What the fuck does the Catholic Church need with an observatory? There's only one possible explanation, only one. And that is they are on the lookout 24/7, 365 days a year for the second coming of Jesus Christ. It's the only reason. Have you seen anything? No, sir, there's nothing yet. Well, keep looking. I am looking, sir, I am. I've been doing this for a long time. I need to get some sleep. Just keep looking. Stop. Don't talk to me. Keep looking. Make it spin. We paid for the one that spins. Make it spin it up and down. Spin it around. Yes, I see. Okay. Journal entry 22,509. Still no sign of Jesus Christ. Lost? Question mark? But then, one very special, magical morning, What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Boss, get in. Get in here. What is it? It's him. Oh my goodness. It's Jesus Christ. He's coming back for it. Oh, wait. False alarm. It's just Muhammad on a winged horse. Shoot him down! Shoot him down! Fire up the Jewish space lasers, come on! How do you think we got him? And I think if the church or religious institutions aren't going to have to pay taxes, then I think they should be homeless shelters, at the very least. And I don't mean turned in. Hang on, I don't mean turned into homeless shelters. I mean also be homeless, simultaneously be homeless. Like every church. So there's church, and then there's also so that while the pastor is up there and he's preaching the words of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, words about charity and kindness and sympathy and empathy and forgiveness and tolerance and love. While he's doing that, there can be a little, soup kitchen kind of thing where people are getting some food and maybe some clothing, medical attention, maybe some diapers for the kids, some toys, some books and things, and clothing, and maybe just even a shower just for some basic human dignity, And so while they're up there, the preacher's going, and in Matthew 11:18, Jesus says, "Bring to me all ye who are weary and burdened, and take my yoke upon you, so that I may ease your suffering and your soul can be at rest." And Jesus is telling us to help those who are in need of help. We have a good thing. They don't. Let's help them out. Yeah, praise Jesus. Yes. Amen. Amen. Yeah. And in Matthew 25:35, Jesus says, "For I was starving, and you gave me food. For I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. For I was a stranger, and you let me in." Yes, praise Jesus, praise Jesus. So that while that's happening, the people are there, they can be doing that, and then they can look over and be like, "What? You've got to be... That's what you meant the entire time? Oh my goodness, I have been coming here for years and I never made the connection. Oh. Well, thank you for the visual aid, because now I get it. Old mush brain over here. Yeah, because there's no hypocrite like the American Christian. It is literally the height of hypocrisy, the zenith. They have set the bar so high for hypocrisy. And you know the ones I'm talking about, the ones who are pious, holy, righteous. They go to church every Sunday, and they know good from bad. They know immoral from morality. They know what's love, what's right, what's correct, what's not correct. No gray area, just black and white. They know. They know. And they're up there, and they say these words, these things, these ideals. And yet, something happens once they cross the threshold of the church. This transformation occurs. It's almost magical. So they'll be in there going yes, we need to treat others the way we should be treated, and we need to treat others with sympathy, empathy, and kindness and love. And oh my God, it's a Mexican rapist. There's Tucker, give me the phone. There's a Mexican rapist. Hang on a second. Yes, police. Yes, I want to report a Mexican rapist. I'm standing outside the Church of Selfless Benevolence, and there's a Mexican rapist here. What? I don't know. She looks like she's 9 or 10, but she's pointing to her belly and crying. So please send one of your tanks. Send one of your glorious taxpayer-funded tanks. But I think if we went to the church and we said, hey, because of the stuff that we've just been talking about, which is not applicable in any way, shape, or form anymore, we think you should start paying your fair share of taxes like any business. And I think the church would say no. And then I'd say, well, why not? Well, how come? Well, because we need the money. You know, we couldn't afford to pay taxes. We would just crumble as a business. We're just scraping by here. You know, we're just a little mom and pop. And Holy Ghost. We're a mom and pop, Holy Ghost little startup. You know, that's. Okay. Well, what do you need that money for? Is it for more jewel-encrusted golden cups? No, we got plenty of those. I think we have all of them. Do we? We have all the jewel-encrusted golden cups, so we're good with that. No, we got plenty of those. No, don't those stay here. Don't touch those. No, those stay here. We need them to give the place a little zhing, you know. Well, I don't understand then. Why, if it's not for, so why do you need the extra money? Well, I'll tell you, okay, and it's not cheap. It's quite expensive, but every year, literally, every year, we have to pay tens of millions of dollars in settlements to the people that we've raped and molested. Every year. It's a lot of money. And look, no one's happy about it, you know. Everyone's got their damn hand out, and, you know, every time somebody snitches on a priest, then we have to go to the priest and go, I'm sorry, Father O'Brien, but the Hernandez boy ratted you out, so we're going to have to send you secretly, under the cover of night, to another parish again. So is there any place you'd want to go? You know, I've always wanted to rape a boy in Pennsylvania. All right, Pennsylvania, wants to go to Pennsylvania, so send him to Pennsylvania. Don't tell anybody, don't tell the parish. Loose lips, huh? And then I might say to the church, well, okay, but, okay, I mean, pardon my naivete, but what if, I'm just crunching the numbers here, but what if you stopped raping your children? You didn't hear what he said? Yeah, no. That's, yeah, you probably think that's easy. That's the easy thing. No, that's not, we're not going to stop. That's what we do. That's kind of our brand, you know, that's our thing. We've been doing it since before Christ was born. I mean, you figure that one out. No, we're not gonna do that. That's okay, Captain Obvious. Yeah. It's literally the first benefit listed in the job application for a priest. Yes, right there. You get to fuck your flock. Yeah. Go to fuckyourflock.com. It's all there. Scan the QR code, please. And speaking of unwanted pregnancies, you know, I live in New York. I live there by choice, and I pay for the privilege of living in a liberal, progressive city that shares the ideals of my wife and I, and I forget. I mean, I live in a bubble for real, and believe me, I've been traveling all over this country, and I want to live in that bubble. Because of so many reasons, but like what's going on with the anti-abortion movement? Like, you forget, New York, we don't have to deal with any of that nonsense. So you forget about the ferocity of it, but I'm from the South. You know, I grew up in Atlanta. My family's still there, and I go back 3 or 4 times a year, and I just forget until I go home, and then you start seeing the anti-abortion billboards, and especially as you start getting out, you know, becomes more country, they become more frequent, and it's always a variation of the same billboard. You know, it has been for decades now, where it's just On one side, there's a photo of an adorable baby, right? Adorable, cutie, 6-month-old, adorable baby. And look, all babies are adorable, except for the ones born with a weird thing. But they're not going to put that up there because that kind of fucks up their all life is precious. They're appealing to emotional heartstrings, right? So they'd be like, get that fucking monstrosity off of there. What are you doing? I'm trying to make some money. Let's go. Come on, no, put a picture of an adorable baby, okay, please. All right, and also while you're at it, in Photoshop, could you extend her eyelashes a little bit and maybe plump up her lips a bit, just for me, for later? All right, thank you. I'll be in the confessional booth, okay? Yeah, we know where the real pedophiles are. We don't have to look too far if you truly want to find them. But yeah, so it'll be a photo of an adorable baby, and then on the other side, I'll say like, "Choose life, you fucking whore. All life is precious." And I think what the pro-choice movement should do is to buy the very next billboard after that, right? Like 150 feet down the road. So you see that one, and then like 15 seconds later, you see, and it says the same thing. It says, choose life, all life is precious. Same font, same size, same color. But then, instead of a photo of an adorable baby, it's a photo of like a 32-year-old dude in his basement apartment, like jerking off to anime, right? Like, just going hard, man. Like, rule 34. Right? A big pile of empty Monster Energy drink cans at the foot of his gamer chair, and a big gas mask bong on the table, and just sitting with his filthy mustard and cum-stained robe splayed open, hunched over the computer going, "Is there a Bitcoin just for fascists?" Yeah. Precious. Fucking precious. All life is precious, yeah? Yeah, all of it. It's not. Guys, it's not. All life is not precious. And I'm gonna tell that to my daughter, I'm gonna sit her down and go, "Hey, listen, kiddo, has anybody tried to tell you that all life is precious and God and the Bible and all that?" They have? Okay, well, this is your dad talking, okay? That is a load of horse shit, okay? It's just not true. It's simply not true. In the 2.5 blocks that we walk to school, we pass by a lot of unprecious life. Nothing precious about any of them, all right? I don't wish them ill will. I don't want them to die or anything, but they're not precious. It's not, words matter. They fucking matter. And you see that boy over there? Copernicus? Yeah. I want you to stop hanging out with him, all right? He's fine. His dad is a bit of a douche. And, hey, you know what, kiddo? This would be a great place for an edit. He's still there. He's probably still holding that orange. I swear to you. Oh my God. It's true. Hopefully he's okay, but yeah. And speaking of unwanted pregnancies, I've learned so much from my daughter. And one thing I learned that they don't really tell you about, but you have to like constantly censor yourself, edit your responses to the kids, like, because kids will often say some really funny shit, just some gems, right? But you can't laugh because they didn't intend for it to be funny, so it's upsetting to them. It seems dismissive, and they're trying to be sincere, and so you can't laugh. It's they take it poorly, and and a good example of this, like, this is 100% true. So when my daughter was about 4.5, my wife was out of town, and we were having breakfast, and there was a little lull in the conversation, and I'm over, cleaning up some dishes and stuff, and then after about a minute, she says to me, and apropos of nothing, we had not been talking about anything like this at all. So she just comes out with this. She goes, "Daddy, I'm sad you're going to die soon." And, my immediate reaction was like, oh my God. She's a witch. And I went over and I sat down next to her, and I very quickly bound her hands and legs, threw her in her sack, drove to a river, and dumped her off the bridge. But here's the thing, I love that kid so much, and I'm almost embarrassed to say that I'm surprised at how much I love her. Not because of her, but I just didn't think I was capable of that depth of love for another person or thing, I mean, I used to think I had kind of a mild form of autism when it came to love, because I never had that connection that, you see in the movies and the poems and the books and the The Notebook. I've never felt like that, Wuthering Heights, I haven't read it, but I assume there's some love shit in there, and I've just never felt that for anything, any person. And I have a wonderful dog, and but I would take a bullet for that kid. Instinctively, I would take a bullet for her. I would not take a bullet for my wife. No, absolutely not. No, fuck that. No. Wait, honey, it's your bullet. He said it's. I'll be downstairs playing video games. No, but I would take a bullet for my dog. Now here's the thing. I love that kid so much. I really do. But at the same time, and I'm 100% sincere when I say this, I also resent her. I really do. Because she's rich. She's a fucking rich kid. And I know it's not right. I know it's a leftover hangover prejudice I had since I was a kid. I grew up really poor, and I was always suspicious of rich people. I didn't get it. I didn't like it. And I just didn't like rich people. I still don't, And I'm rich. I mean, I'm not rich. I pay my taxes, but you know what I mean. And when that kid is whining about dumb shit, I'm like, oh, stop it. You're fucking rich. Stop, you have central air. Do you understand? Are you hot? Push that button, you'll cool down. Are you cold? Push that button, you heat up. You have a teepee in your playroom that's not your bedroom. Can you conceive of how fucking rich you're sitting there eating an organic banana that your mother made me go to 3 fucking places in the rain to get you an organic banana. Like that fucking matters. It's the biggest scam in the world. It's bullshit. Anybody can throw an organic sticker on anything. Nobody does their due diligence. It's all. Also, are you eating the peel? All right, then who gives a shit? Why do I have to pay a 500% markup for a fucking organic banana? You're not going to eat. Okay, so I'm sorry. Let me get this straight. So, our water is contaminated. Our air is polluted. Our homes are slowly trying to kill us. But yeah, an organic banana, that'll set everything straight. Good. Hey, you know what? I didn't have anything organic until I was 40, and that was by accident, and I'm fine. All right. So seriously, quit your whining, young lady. Seriously, listen to me. Listen to me. Let Until you drive your 1982 Chevy Malibu with a broken side mirror an hour and a half through a snowstorm in a Western Mass so you can do a set for a bunch of disinterested, drunk, anti-Semitic, racist Christian patriots for $30 and a cold egg roll, then you can complain to me about how your purse doesn't have as many sparkles as Madeline's, all right? Also, that purse, that was made by prison labor. That's right, an innocent man was framed by a bunch of dirty cops. They planted drugs on him so they could boost their gotchas, right? They knowingly, and because he was black and indigent, they were just like, oh, this'll work, and they planted drugs on him. Then, when the rest of the precinct found out about it, you know what they did? They all covered up for him. The whole thing is corrupt. From top to bottom, they're all corrupt pieces of shit. And then those cops perjured themselves on the witness stand and in cahoots with a crooked prosecutor and a crooked judge knowingly sent an innocent man to prison, ruining generations of lives. He made your purse. Another thing that's changed since I had a kid is news affects me more. It affects me differently. It affects me in deeper ways that I can't shake, that are depressing. And like before I had a kid, get up in the morning, cup of tea, turn on the computer, and there's a Yahoo News front page, and be like, top story, a woman in Florida murdered her 3-year-old daughter. And, before I had a kid, I'd be like, fuck, man, that's messed up. How'd the Braves do? Now that I have a kid, I see those stories and I cannot shake them. And they really are depressing and disturbing. And, next morning, a man in Florida murdered his 6-year-old son. Jesus, fuck. God damn. Next morning, a woman in Florida murdered her 4-year-old daughter and son. Jesus. Next morning, a man in Florida murdered all his nieces under the age of 8. Next morning, a couple in Florida murdered their twins. And I see this you murdered a 3-year-old? What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't have to murder a 3-year-old. They're 3. There's a million ways they can die. Just leave them at the top of the stairs and go do laundry. What are you thinking? You don't have to scream and yell when they're running into the media. Just like, Cody, stop. You're not thinking, right? Hey, kiddo. Hey, here's 5 inches of water. I'm gonna go make some fish sticks. Oh no, I'm free. What the fuck? Now you're gonna go to jail for the rest of your life. It's depressing. It's really disturbing and depressing. And also, you live in Florida. Avail yourselves of the services there. Just be patient. There's like a 32.6% chance they'll be shot to death by the time they're in 8th grade. Come on now. Is your kid black or brown? The cops will murder him for you. Man, I think it is really messed up that they're going to have to change the end of the Flintstones theme song just because of Florida. You get it? How you guys doing up there? You guys get it? How about y'all? Do y'all get it up there? Back of the house? You guys? All right, that's enough time. Man, what is going on in Florida? Like, they are just so proudly ignorant. They love it. They love they're oh my gosh, it's amazing. This is true. This is only a couple weeks old. All right, this is for real. I'm going to read this to you. Don't have it memorized. All right. If you want to see the outcome of Ron DeSantis' Stop Woke Act, look no further than changes made to a first-grade social studies text about Rosa Parks. All right, so here's what the old version was that kids were learning about Rosa Parks. The law said African Americans had to give up their seats on the bus if a white person wanted to sit down. Well, that's pretty much what it was. But apparently that was causing the youth of Florida to just, I don't know, just become heroin addicts. It's tough. It's tough news to process. So they had to change it. Stop woke. So they changed it. So they changed it to, she was told to move to a different seat because of the color of her skin. All right, it's pretty much, well, I mean, it's less specific, but that's not incorrect. And but apparently too much. Again, the kids were committing mass suicide, just jumping into trains, and it was just awful when they were told that. So they changed it further. What I'm going to read to you is what they are currently teaching kids in Florida about Rosa Parks. She was told to move to a different seat. She did not. She did what she believed was right. Yeah. That's, I don't know if you noticed, they leave a little wiggle room in there. She did what she believed was right. We're not saying it's right, because, you know, I mean, she should have just moved and listened, you know, obeyed her superiors, and she didn't. Sounds like somebody was getting a little too big for their britches. And she wouldn't move, and I mean, she did what she believed was right, and now we got to deal with all these vape stores. The Rosa Parks story. Martin Luther King Jr. told us all about a dream he had. But everyone knows it's boring when people tell you their dreams. He was rude and insolent. Nevertheless, a kindly white gentleman named James Earl Ray was so moved by his dream that he decided to gift Martin Luther King with a present. He looked around his house. What is there? What could I possibly give him? Then he said, you know what? I'll give him these free bullets. But I live so far away. How can I get them to him quickly? In Germany in 1932, a confused but well-meaning young man tried to come up with a solution to a problem everyone had. He tried everything, but nothing worked. And he was forced to use his final solution. And although there were very fine people on both sides, two wrongs don't make a right. it's just nuts what's going on in Florida and Moms for Liberty banning books. Nothing says liberty like banning books. As I said, I live in New York. I live there by choice. I live in a place that shares the values of my wife and I, and I'm thrilled that I can raise a kid there in Brooklyn. I'm thrilled, where it's the exact opposite of my shitty fucking childhood, and we live in a very diverse neighborhood, culturally, ethnically, economically. It's diverse. There's, and it's great. And she goes to a great school down the street, public school, great public school, and she's in the minority. She's in the minority at that school, and don't freak out. She's got white friends, but we made sure of it. No, it's awesome, but what's going to be weird is, at some point, she's inevitably going to have a conversation with a kid who is educated in Florida or Georgia or South Carolina or North Carolina or Kentucky or Virginia or West Virginia or Tennessee or Alabama or Mississippi or Louisiana or Texas or Oklahoma or Arkansas or Idaho or Iowa or North Dakota or South Dakota or Arizona or Utah. And it's going to be weird because they will have completely different frames of references. They'll be understanding completely different worlds of what is real and what's not, what occurred, what history is. And my daughter will be there on the playground, and be like, "Hi, I'm Marlo, and I'm 6. Oh, I'm Eve. I'm 6 too. I'm from Florida. My mom's making fish sticks for dinner. Hey, you want to play on the monkey bars? Yeah." There's a better way to do this. This makes more sense. Is there anybody who's willing to come up here and read something with me? Oh, ma'am. Okay. Yeah. Come over. Enter this way. And be mindful. Don't step on this. That's a light. That's glass. Okay. Great. What's your name? Jackie. All right, thank you. Okay, Jackie. All right. Yeah, there you go. What's your name? JP. Okay, let's figure this out. This will be, I'll put you over here. Here, step up. Yes. A little bit more.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Now, Jackie, I have to ask you because everyone will. This is like the 56th show we've done or something like that, and I know people are going to ask you. They'll ask me, "Are you a plant?"
Am I a plant? Oh, like a
shill in the audience.
No.
Right.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I think this will be better. Do it this way. This will make more sense. If you see two lines next to each other, then we both read them at the same time. That's called dual dialogue.
What? Okay. 2 lines where the highlighted ones or the?
No, just if you do. All right, I'll start again. Okay, I'll start again. We'll start from
in the part.
Start from the top.
David is you, right? No.
Yeah, I should have. What was I thinking? I should have put JP. Damn it. Oh, boy. I fucked that one up. Yeah, I guess I'll read David's part. All right, I'm gonna start over. Ready? I think this will be better to do it this way. Makes more sense. And if you see two lines next to each other, we both read at the same time. That's called dual dialogue.
And I just read this part.
Well, that's one way to approach it. I would go with the present tense as opposed to past tense. So if you were to read that in present tense, it would say...
Oh, and I just read this part?
Where it says audience member. Here, I've highlighted.
Okay.
So I'll read
Marlo's part?
No. You read the part of audience member. You're audience member.
Hello, I have a name. Maybe you would call me by my name instead of the insulting and dehumiliating audience member.
Or dehumanizing. But
Whatever.
Sorry.
It's the
You
same
can make
shit.
up words. You can make words. Make up words. Okay, well, look, I'm going to be doing this, reading this all over North America and Europe. Probably not Mexico. But anyway, I can't anticipate every person's name.
I have a very common name. It's Shandavich Marillion.
Oh. What kind of name is that?
It's Roman for lightheaded.
Roman, you mean Latin?
Nope.
Okay, well, all right, you're the other kid. Let's just read the script, okay?
Yes, I'm really excited to tackle this truly important work.
What? Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
Well, then fucking act like it. Deliver the line the way it was meant to be delivered.
I'm really excited to tackle this important work.
Wow.
Are you being sarcastic?
Look, can we just do the script where your kid talks to the homeschooled kid from Florida or wherever? I need to take my insulin shot pretty soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you had diabetes.
I don't. I just really love glucose. Can't get enough of it.
Is that supposed to be a joke?
I know, right? Do you think I could open for you?
Would you do that joke?
I would only do that joke twice.
Twice?
Once in Mandarin. Look, are we going to do this thing or not?
Yeah, sure, but I want to hear you do that joke in Mandarin first.
Tonal language.
What was that? All right, yeah. Okay, well, that's Cantonese, so that's not. Hey, you're going for it. That's fine. A lot of people won't. All right, you ready?
Okay.
That wasn't the script. This is the script.
Oh, sure. Oh.
No, that wasn't the script.
Oh,
No, this
that was
is
the
the
script about the script.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
all right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi,
Hi,
I'm Marlo and I'm 6.
I'm Eve. I'm 6'2". Want to play with me on the monkey bars?
Yeah!
Okay, we have to pray the Pledge of Allegiance first.
What's that?
The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, except for New York and California.
And to the Republicans for which it stands, one nation, under the police with... Aren't you going to do it?
I don't know what that is.
It's the official saying of America. I do it at school.
Oh, what school do you go to? I go to PS 62.
You call your living room PS 62?
No, that's my school. Miss Clavin is my teacher. She also plays piano, though, too.
My school is at home and my mommy teaches me.
Oh, your mommy is a teacher?
Well, now she is, because the old school was teaching us lies.
Oh, I know what a lie is. Like 2 + 2 is 5 or something like that.
2 + 2 is 5. No, a lie is like saying that black people didn't want to be slaves or that there are Jews in heaven. Made up lies like that. Like when the old school tried to teach us symbol rights.
What's symbol rights?
Symbol rights is a trick of the devil to get us to like other people. Did you know that Jews are the devil too? And gays? In fact, the Jewish Democrat devil invented rainbow flags to groom us into sodomy. They won't teach us that at school either, so that's why mommy teaches me now, to keep me safe.
Well, safe from what?
From the Hollywood pedophiles, or the communist Jews, or Muslims, or Mexicans, or libtards, or angry, lazy black mermaids who are all out to get me.
Well, can we play now?
I have to make sure you're not vaccinated first.
Because of the boogies in the air?
No, because George Soros and AOC and the liberal woke fake news. Sorry, I'm not really that comfortable with this.
Oh, just read.
Okay. Look, I thought you were gonna do Tobias jokes. That's why my mommy and I came down here. That's why we entered the contest. We weren't expecting a whole diatribe about the limitations and dangers of homeschooling.
Wait, what contest are you talking about?
Yes, at Panda Express. They had a contest to win a free packet of soy sauce.
Yeah, ticket of soy sauce wouldn't make much sense. But you'd get a ticket and then you'd go.
That's what I thought I was getting today.
So you would get a ticket, and then then you'd go back to the same person and say, "Can I turn
your
this?"
packet of soy sauce.
That makes no sense to me. Or would you just? Would they go here? Can I have some soy sauce? Can I? Well, we'll give you a ticket for some, and then and who do I give this to? Me. Okay. And then they give. It seems extraneous. It seems like an extra step.
It is.
Anyway, continue.
But we lost the contest and ended up with 2 tickets to this show. My bad. I thought you were Dave Attell.
Come on, mommy. Let's get out of here. This guy sucks. Can't even finish a bit. Worst daddy in the world. My asshole. More like worst daddy in the whole country.
JP! Give it up for Jackie. Before I go, I want to talk about something real quick. I can't speak for any other comics, but for myself, when I put a set together and get ready to go out on a tour, the first show is always a good bit different than when I get to this part of the tour. And, as I said, I think this is my 56th, 57th show, something like that. And, as you can tell, I'm pretty extemporaneous and I write all my stuff on stage, so I'm riffing a lot. And then, the show kind of evolves and changes, and I have to drop some bits because it's just too fucking long, and then other bits kind of evolve, and then new things happen while you're on tour, like the Ron DeSantis thing. That was, pretty new, and sometimes like a theme will present itself, right? Which I think has happened in this set, and unintentional, never intended for it, but I want to speak to that just for a second. So, as I said, I've been all over the country, and it's really, really, really ugly out there. It's bad. I mean, there's some bad. It's so divided, and the anger level and the undercurrent of violence and the incivility and the ignorance willful ignorance, and it's just really weird. And I don't, the level of racism and anti-Semitism and anti-Asian sentiment, and which people are okay with. And see, it used to be, if you were going to run for office and you said, if you elect me, I will usher in a white nationalist Christian theocracy, people would be like, no, thank you. But now, like, absolutely, go, yeah. Can you sit next to the neo-Nazi and you guys do it together? And it's crazy, And I don't ever remember the level of giddiness, just the joy and the gleefulness that people have knowing that other people are suffering. Like they're psyched. Like if somebody commits suicide, like in the trans community, and what's happening to them is horrific. People are high-fiving, thumbs up emojis. Yeah, fuck that. And it's just ugly. And look, America was never great, but it was hopeful. There were periods where there was progress being made. There was more, we were trying to be kinder, more inclusive, equal rights for everybody. And I think if America wants to get back to that place, then we need to build a time machine and go back and kill the person responsible for the mess we're in now. And I'll do it. I will do it. And I understand the canon of how this works. Once you use the time machine, then you've altered the space-time continuum and the fabric is ripped and torn. The time machine can't exist anymore, so it stops existing. But I'll do it. I will go back and I will kill Jesus Christ. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for all the kids out there. And I'm not going to go to like when he was 30, because he was kind of ripped, as I understand, Dude was cut and had like a 12-man security detail with him at all times. So I wouldn't go there. And I certainly wouldn't go to when he was first born, the Immaculate Conception, the Virgin Mary. And I think that's a little unseemly to kill a one-day-old, but... We really don't know anything about Jesus, though, literally from the day after he was born up until he was like 30 and a half, right? We don't know anything about like teenage Jesus. We know, we don't know anything about 14-year-old, sullen, mopey, covered in acne, hormones raging out of control, just emo Jesus, just, school's a prison, right? Just constantly jerking off, right? Constantly. 14-year-old boys jerk off 7 times a day minimum, all right? And Jesus is no different. And they didn't have Nivea back then. There was no lotion. So 14-year-old Jesus' dick looked like an overcooked hot dog that had been left in the rain for a week and then discovered by a pack of rabid raccoons. But yeah, so, and we all know the story about the, Immaculate Conception, right? That's heartwarming story where God implanted his seed into the Virgin Mary, right? So he could give us his son, right? God took his seed, seed has come. That's what it is. Seed has come. So God took his cum and he put it in the Virgin Mary. And here's the thing. He's everyone's God. Everyone on the planet. He's everyone's God. So he had to figure out which cum he was going to put into the Virgin Mary because he's got literally thousands and thousands of different cums. So he had to go, which cum am I going to put inside the Virgin? Should it be Indo-Asian or Nordic or Mayan or Aboriginal or Namibian or Incan or Arapaho or... You know what? I'll go with Jew. Jew's my... Yeah, that's good cum. And then God took his cum and God's way in the heavens. He's all the way in outer space, and he had to take his cum and send it right through all the different galaxies and solar systems, and he sent it all the way, but it always had to maintain an eternal temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Otherwise the cum would have degraded. And so he had to like speed it up and then slow it down, and it had to go through different galaxies and solar systems till it got to the Milky Way, and then it found our solar system, avoiding planets and moons and asteroids and space dust, and always, again, maintaining an eternal temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Then getting to Earth, and they go through all the different atmospheres, because God loves atmospheres. So he gave us a whole bunch, and it's got to go through the exosphere and the thermosphere and the mesosphere and the stratosphere and into the troposphere, and then wait for the opportune time for Mary to go like this, and then up it went. And because Mary is a human woman, she went through the 9-month gestation period, and where she grew Jesus, and then God sent the angel Gabriel to Joseph and Mary to explain what was happening, and to say, you have to go to Bethlehem, okay? Either to be counted for the census or to not be counted for the census. It's a little vague, and historians aren't really sure of exactly what, but we need to get you, for the sake of the story, we need to get you to Bethlehem, okay? It's called a writer's device, all right? So we need either for the census or to not be, it doesn't matter. You need to go to Bethlehem, and then, Gabriel went back up the chimney, and then Joseph put Mary on their donkey, Dinkles, that was the name of the donkey. It's in the Bible. Joseph, Mary, and Dinkles the donkey. They went to Bethlehem, and we all know this part of the story. They got to the inn in Bethlehem. The inn, singular. There's only one. They got to the inn, but there was no room at the inn, so they had to sleep in the manger. Now here's a question. 2,023 years ago, what was the difference between a room at the inn and the manger? There's no difference. There's no difference. You're still sleeping on hay next to a goat, They act like it's an Airbnb where the Wi-Fi went out. No, I'm sure that when the innkeeper told Joseph, you'll have to sleep in the manger, it's like, good, some fucking fresh air for once, And so they got to the manger, and they laid down on the hay, and then Mary started going into labor. They started timing her contractions, coming quicker, and she's about to give birth to the Son of God. And there's a little commotion in there. She's going to give birth. Joseph, it's time. And Jesus is coming out, but he's not coming out. He's not. What's happening? Because I can feel it, and he's trying to get out, but he's not coming out. And here's what they leave out of the story. But when God implanted Mary with his cum, he forgot to do something that's really integral to the whole process. He forgot to fuck Mary. So her hymen remained intact. So Jesus is ready to come out, but there's this wall of flesh, and he's like punching and kicking and screaming and clawing and scratching, and he can't do it, and it's traumatic. I mean, ask any Scientologist what happens in there. It'll scar you for billions of lives. And I mean, it messed him up good. It gave him a Messiah complex. And so Mary sussed out what was happening, said, Joseph, hang on, I'm gonna get back on Dinkles, maybe go around triple speed, see if I can knock this little fella out of there. And she did. She tore her hymen, came back, and then she laid down and she started to give birth to the Son of God. And then here comes Jesus out of this massive hairy bush. got a Jewish woman in biblical times. Come on, it's a massive hairy bush. And here comes Jesus, and he's covered in placenta. There's a little bit of blood, and there's shit too, because that's also part of the birthing process. When you give birth through the vaginal canal, you lose control of your bowels and your sphincter, and shit comes out. It happens. There's shit. So here comes the Lord and Savior of all mankind, just covered in shit, and they cleaned him off with some hay and some goat urine, and then. So I would go to Jesus when he was like 4, right? And I would dress appropriately so as not to arouse suspicion. I would bring something to distract the villagers. You know, I'd be like, hey, check this out. It's a Furby. I would take Jesus. Hey, kiddo, come down. I want to take you down to the river and show you something that's pretty cool. All right. So listen, kiddo. Listen. So this is very important for me to say and very, very important for you to hear. I want you to know this, okay? You are a beautiful person with beautiful ideas. You live your life in a clean, honest way that is all about other people. You're about kindness and generosity, selflessness, love, unconditional love. You're about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? And this is not about you, okay? This is about your fans who are gonna take every word you say and willfully, maliciously twist it for their own perverted sense of power. And everything they do is completely antithetical to everything you ever preached and the way you wanted us to live. And they will literally murder millions of people in your name and drive millions of others to suicide in your name.
Thank you guys very much for being here. This is a delight. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been back to Minneapolis, so thank you for having me here. Thank you for coming out and spending your Saturday night with me. I know, listen, if you happen to buy a ticket to this show without knowing who I am and you just came to a comedy show, thank you extra special to you for doing that. That's a bold move to do with your money. I know. I know, that's a weird job. I've never heard of them. Let's give it a shot. It's a gamble. So, thank you. If you do know who I am and you bought a ticket, thank you. I do appreciate you coming back. That's very nice of you. If you're the date of somebody who knows who I am, I know the speech you got to get here. So, I know the speech they gave you to come in here. So they're like, no, he looks like a jagoff, but he talks about his feelings. You'll like him. You'll like him. Trust me. No, he looks like he uses the word tyranny in casual conversation. But he's not like that at all. He's not like that at all. That being said, it's tough to be a comedian and be intolerant. That's almost like to see comedians get older and be less tolerant. It's because you have to travel so much and encounter so many different groups of people, and that you meet all these people, and I want all their money. So I really... I'm trying to appeal to the masses these days. I'm selling out, baby. Truly, last week I did a show in Montana, and we spent Labor Day in Yellowstone National Park, and it was something like I'm sitting there watching. It's beautiful, and watching Old Faithful go up. Look at this landmark, and I was just shoulder to shoulder with people like "Let's Go Brandon" T-shirts and like "Don't Tread on Me" hats and everything. Just people that hate big government and hate socialism even more, unironically enjoying a national park. And but they love America, and they're there appreciate. But then a few days later, I was in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. This was Wednesday night. I was in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, a little crunchy college town. And I was having brunch, and at the table next to me, there was 2 ladies, and the one lady was saying, well, when I do my sermons, I have to use the Bible on a case-by-case basis to determine which pronouns to use for God. And I had a minute where I wanted to lean over and say, optimistically, it'd be they, them, because God's everywhere. But realistically, it's a no, none, because that shit's not real. Get your life together. Oh, yeah. I couldn't say that because my mouth was full of a vegan quesadilla, and that gave me just enough time to pause and be like, you know what? Me and this lady are both sitting here pretending something that isn't is. So maybe we all need to lighten the fuck up and start saying hi to people more often. Be cool, you know? No, my goal is not to be divisive. I think that's not helping anything right now. It's weird that I don't know. You meet there's a lot of patriots out there. Patriots love America. They love America, and they love the military. They love the troops, but they also love the Constitution. I'm gonna get this piece of fuzz off me because it's a fucking special, and I can't look like shit for this. But like you meet these people, they're Americans. We're Americans, and they're patriots, and they love the Constitution, and they love the military, and they're just But it's weird because like they love the military, but you can't criticize the troops. But you love the Constitution, and that's got the First Amendment, which allows me to criticize the troops. So which do you love? You can't be one or the other. And all I'm saying is I've been getting a lot of bar fights because I don't think. You can't tell me you love the First Amendment and tell me I can't criticize the troops, because I'm going to stand here as an American also and tell you I don't think Navy SEALs should be ticklish, and... And there's always some guy with like a grunt-style t-shirt at the other end of the bar like, why not? It's endearing. No, it's a weakness. And it shouldn't be tolerated. You're telling me these are the best of the best, and all it's going to take is a big feather to get them to spill the beans? It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Navy SEALs shouldn't be ticklish, and also, you shouldn't qualify for the CIA if you've ever fallen for a surprise party. That should just be the test. That should be one of the tests. Oh, I thought we were just going to Nana's house. Yeah, on your birthday! If everybody yells surprise and you're like, I had no idea, then the surprise is you need to find a new career. I will say this, politically speaking, I will say this. I think that the last 8 years in this country has really ruined the president's been kidnapped genre of action movie. I will say that it has deflated my enthusiasm. Man, that was a fun movie 10 years ago. That was fun. Oh, you'd go right to the cinema on Friday. The president's been kidnapped. Oh no, who's gonna save him? Channing Tatum? I hope his shirt doesn't come off. We were excited for those. You can't make that movie now. That movie does not have the steam it once held. The president's been kidnapped. Well, yeah, I mean... It's not good out there. People aren't happy, man. Inflation's out of control. Well, what are the kidnappers asking for? Healthcare? Yeah. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'll watch it, but I'm not rooting for who you want me to root for. Oh, they saved him? Okay, that's cool. Why are my premiums still through the roof? I'm not going to the sequel, I'll tell you that. I like all those action movies. I like the president's been kidnapped movies. I like all the action movies are my escape. The world's filled with drama and turmoil and heartbreak. I don't need to go to the movies for that. I can just look outside and be like, oh, it's bad. And so I like action movies because of the escapism. The dumber, the better. That's how it's plot holes, explosions that don't make sense. Give it to me. Why are you in space? Nobody asked. All right, fine. The only thing that can truly take me out of an action movie and really just destroy my suspension of disbelief is when the main action hero, when the star, like main guy, right when he does all the action, right after it's like when his penis, just works. Okay. Like whenever he wants it to, just. The sexual prowess under pressure is the part. Okay. My favorite action movies of the current day and age that we're in are the Fast and the Furious movies. Those are my favorite ones. Arguably, sure. But even cheering, we know they're the dumbest ones out there. They're dumb, they know they're dumb, and we know they're dumb. And we're still like, give them to me. How dumb are the last one was called Fast X for Fast 10. There's 12 of them. They're like, it's Fast 10. Like, aren't there 12? Like, shut up, dummy. I'm like, yeah, okay, fine, it's fine. The guys that die in one just show back up. They don't even say why. They're just like, hey, they're like, oh, I thought you. And then they're formulaic, they're elaborate, but they're truly formulaic. Like, right, I'm going to describe one of the Fast and Furii to you right now, and pretty sure that's how you pluralize it. So, and if you don't know the franchise, you will not know if I'm just making this up, just pulling it out of my ass. You will have no. And if you do know the franchise, you still will not be sure, because they just blend into one long Camaro explosion. But say we'll choose anyone from like in the middle. So let's say like 3 to 8. Let's say anywhere in there. You never know what it's going to be. They've already done their first heist. They've established themselves. They've got their millions. This rapscallion crew of Honda Civic jockeys. They've made a few bucks and now they're in different parts of the world, just enjoying their life. We really did it. Nothing can go wrong now. And that's when just a representative from the U.S. government comes in like, we need this crack team of DVD player thieves. When that was relevant, we're the USA, strongest military in the world. Never mind about the Navy SEALs, but we're the strongest military in the world. That's part of the training now. We let puppies lick their toes, and if they crack, they're out. But right now, outside of the best, strongest, big dick military in the world, none of them know how to drive manual. So we really need you guys. We need you, bunch of Corona sipping degenerates, to help us out. What had happened? It's just a group of international terrorists. It's international now. They can't be from a country because that's problematic. But it's still terrorism, but it's very diverse. Who are these terrorists? I don't know. That guy's Cuban. I think he's gay. Whatever. They're all over the place. They're all over the place now. They've stolen the nuclear codes. It's always the codes. It's never the bots, the codes. Apparently somebody's just writing them down in a notebook and just leaving them in a backpack at Starbucks. They always get the codes. It's just somebody like, all right, I got my keys, I got my wallet, chapstick. Oh, my JanSport full of nuclear codes. I can't believe I left it on the bus. So, the terrorists have stolen nuclear codes. They've hidden them in a Lamborghini. That's right, hide something. They've hidden them in a Lamborghini. Tastefully colored? No, it's orange. Bright orange Lamborghini. And they've stashed it on top of the bad guy's skyscraper. That's where I'd put it. You can't put it in the garage. It'll get scratched. So, there's a bright orange Lamborghini full of nuclear codes on top of a heavily protected skyscraper in a country that we will not name because this movie needs to make money everywhere. So, what did I tell you? You gotta feel. So that's on you guys now to help us because our Military can't do it. And they're like, all right, assemble. All right, who, well, let's first, who do we have in our team that might have like a connection? A guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who might have like just a special Lamborghini lifting helicopter. And then just out of the shadows comes former hip hop star Ludacris. Oh, sure. Of course. Can you imagine it being someone else? Other than Ludacris? I am convinced Ludacris does not know he's in these movies. I think Ludacris, he shows up wearing the clothes he was gonna wear anyway. And they just convince him to say a few key phrases. What? Lamborghini living in a helicopter. Got it, that's it. And they call him Ludacris half the time, I'm pretty sure. I don't know his character names like Dave or Lugnut, I don't know, but they're like, all right, so Luda, shit, oh, should we cut? Because I called them, like, nope, we already blew the budget on special effects. Just keep going. But somehow they get Ludacris to say, yeah, I got a guy. And they're like, all right, cool. And so that's it. We're like, oh, we're like only 20 minutes in the movie, short and sweet. They cracked the case, you know? So special Lamborghini lifting helicopters coming over the horizon, you know, just approaching. And it's a unique looking helicopter. And bad guy skyscraper's over here, but it's a skyscraper. They got a vantage point with elevation. They're like, that looks like a particular kind of helicopter. Maybe one specifically designed for picking up Lamborghinis full of nuclear codes. And then the bad guys are like, well, should we double check? Like, where are the bad guys? And they just shoot it down. They just shoot it down right there. And you're 25 minutes into the movie, like, well, oh no, what are we gonna do? That was the plan. And so now we gotta go back to the clubhouse where everybody's hanging out. And we're like, all right, well, that was our one shot. So now we got to go the real unorthodox, maybe something like with math and science and engineering. Do we have somebody in our group with like that kind of brain, that analytical thinking that could like figure out some way with engineering to get the car out there? Oh, yeah, former model Tyrese, of course. Of course, when I think of engineering mastermind, I think of Tyrese. Tyrese, I believe, is reading the script just below the camera at all times. Oh, what's up? You all need help getting a lamb giant? That says Lamgina, man. That's how it's spelled. Oh. Y'all need to get a Lamborghini off a building. And then they just cut to a whiteboard with a lot of shapes and numbers on it. And he just goes, there. You know, like they just had some intern run in, just make geometric shapes and put some math on there. And that's when Tyree's like, well, if you drive it fast enough off the edge of the building and you could just fly it away on account of a Lamborghini has the doors that do this. It's got doors like this. Well, if you get enough speed, it could actually travel non-traditionally. That sounds like Back to the Future. Shut up, man. And so if you got enough speed, all right, so that's the plan. We'll fly the Lamborghini. To where? Okay, well, I guess we could just like get a short-term lease on a good guy skyscraper across the street. We'll just roll in with some cash, talk to the landlord. According to Tyrese's calculations, we really only need floors 8 through 13. We really only need those. Given the trajectory of his math, that's where the Lamborghini should crash into. So we'll get a short-term lease there. Absolutely, short-term lease. All right, but now we have to execute this plan. Who do we have amongst our crew that is brave enough, that is strong enough, that is bald and dumb enough to... We all know who it is. My man Vincent Diesel. That's who's coming in there. Vincent Diesel. My man Dominic Toretto. I just go by Vincent these days. He hears him talking about it. He scoots out from underneath some hot rod that's blowing up in every movie. Every movie, that car just fucking explodes at the end, and the next one starts with him like, because Apparently all you need is like a 5/8 wrench to be like, back in action. He scoots out with a totally clean tank top and just stands up like, I'll do it. He's only got 5 lines. And he rolls in there. He gets to bad guy skyscraper. He just starts at the bottom, just indiscriminately just kills, shoots him, shoots this guy. Gets to 1 floor, like, we're just a call center. What's happening? No witnesses. Shoots him. Gets him to what? We're just United Airlines customer service. What's going on? Double tap. I gotta fly them tomorrow. He just kills everybody in the skyscraper and gets up to the roof where the Lamborghini full of nuclear codes. He gets in. There's always a minute where he just like is horny for the car. Where he's like, you know. Why? He fires it up, backs up, shoots it towards the edge of the building. Boom, it goes. He pops the doors. That's it. They're the wings. It's flying. Of course it's flying. We've all agreed that this is real. I'm on my 3rd bag of popcorn just going, of course it worked. Tyrese knows math. I'm absolutely with him on this, 100%. But then there's one terrorist he didn't get yet. There's one guy, and he's just barely hanging on, but he's dedicated to being a terrorist. And he's like, he pulls his AK-47 over by him, and he says something hack, because they didn't pay the writers well enough. So this guy's just like, not on my watch, or some shit. Like something dumb. And he's got 1 bullet left, and he fires it off. But it doesn't hit Vincent. It doesn't hit like the undercarriage. It just hits the window in the door, which that's where the lift exists for the Lamborghini to fly. Oh no, this whole plan unravels. Now the Lamborghini's spiraling, and Vincent's like, what are we gonna do? And it's spiraling. It's not gonna go to the designated floors that they gotta rent on. It just smashes into the side, a good guy skyscraper. And Vincent thinks quick. He flips outside. He grabs a seatbelt. He's dangling off the side of the building. He's holding on like an office chair that's hooked on an I-beam that's hanging out of under construction office. And he's holding on to the Lamborghini by the seatbelt, just like, he gotta do this. And he's looking at his crucifixes just dangling, shining in the sunlight, and he looks at that, and that's when he's like, oh yeah, family, and he just, which is such, that's weird that's what that reminds him of, because the guy in that crucifix, his dad killed him. That's a weird thing to go with. But that's where he gets his strength, family, and and he flings the Lamborghini over his head into the office up there, and he drags himself up, but he's just got glass coming out of his bald head, and he's bleeding. He drags himself in there, and the rest of the crew, they all rush up to make sure he's okay, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe that was so close. And the main, like the starlet, his wife, I don't even know, she shows up for the first 5 minutes in the movie and disappears, but then she's there at the end, like she was part of this crew the whole time, and she's like, oh, I can't believe, I'm so glad you're safe. Don't you do that ever again. But then she's like, but also the way you saved the world has got me all, every time you just assert yourself this way, we should fuck. And he's just laying there bleeding like, all right. And that's the part of the movie where I'm like, okay, I was with you the whole time. I was with you from Ludacris just being called Ludacris, from Tyrese knowing science. I was on board with everything. Flying Lamborghini, instantly, of course. But there's no way he's fucking rocking up for this. And that... Not then, no. I just want one action movie where that's the moment where it really hits the realism, where it's just like everything happened, there's explosions, death, blood, and I just want the main guy to just be like, what, are you fucking around? Did you not see what I just... Can I get like 20 minutes? Jesus Christ. I see. This is what horned you up? What's wrong? I just killed all those guys. And that, not to mention, I ran up the whole building, but those guys had families. I'm sad about that. You don't really. And also, I've been at my target heart rate all day with this plan. I think this is rebar that went through a kidney. My blood pressure's plummeting, but I mean, if you need it, we can give it a shot, but it won't be good. I hope you're into people watching, because we're gonna have to do it in the ambulance, because I am fighting off the tunnel vision right now of a blackout, and I need fluids, not sexy fluids, vital fluids. I need fluids and monitoring, and I will be passing out throughout the whole thing. But if you want to give it a shot with the EMTs looking over us, I could try and thumb it in for as long as I'm conscious. I mean, that's the best I can promise you is every 30 seconds I'm just going to be slapping my dick against my hand like a TV remote with a dead battery. So, I mean, we can try, but I'd love 6 to 8 weeks for a full recovery, just to be honest with you there. So that's... Just give me an ounce of reality, Fast and Furious. I'm just here to tell you one story. That's about it. I'm just gonna tell you a story, unleash you on the night. I've moved back to the suburbs. That's what I've done. That's my big life change. No kids, no marriage. I just live back in the suburbs. That was my big whole thing. And I thought I was gonna do great. Because it's weird. Like, I mean, suburbs not what you hear a super cool guy talk about. But no, I thought, my reasoning was, like, I'm from the suburbs, and I was like, okay, yeah, maybe it's just, middle age. It's okay to, like, cool down and stop trying to die every night. But I'm from a town called Addison, Illinois. That's where I'm from. It's outside of Chicago. It doesn't matter. It's the same suburb. Whatever suburb you're thinking of, that's the one. They're not different. They're not different. Mine has a 31 flame. Nope. They're all the same one. They're all, it's everywhere. Is it a poorly marked exit across 9 lanes of highway that you gotta just cut off, semi-trucks? Like, God damn it! Get on some cloverleaf that just plops you out right between a TGI Fridays and a Chili's. Yeah, that's the one. There's always a family in the parking lot between those 2 restaurants confused. Yeah, every time. It's always just the dad. He's always just like... What? Yeah, I know, but which one's got that prolapsed onion thing I like so much? All of them, Daryl, only the sauce is different. Okay. So, yeah, that's the one. My parents still live there. My parents are still in the same house I grew up in. I guarantee you they're in that house right now at this very moment. Just both in separate rooms, 3 televisions, all playing HGTV at different volumes, just to fill in the void where conversation used to live. Just Property Brothers, echoing like the national anthem in a baseball stadium. Have you thought about a French drain? French drain. They're great. They're there. They're just old and crazy. Parents are. Out there. I still love them. I still talk to them, but it's, it gets tough. My mom, how do we say this? Verbose is not a long enough word to describe how my mother abuses the privilege of conversation. Is that too mean? Let's put it this way. The woman tells a story the same way a Rube Goldberg machine cracks an egg into a frying pan. Does that make more sense? You're gonna get that omelet, but you're gonna take a lot of unnecessary twists and turns to get there. What's that? An example? You got it, Minneapolis. Sometimes you gotta grease it. I called her up. When I call her, I know that I've made the first mistake. So I clear my schedule, I get snacks and waters around me, and I'm like, all right, here we go. Time to hit the space station. You know, you just get your necessities around you and strap in. And I called her up, and I start optimistically. I'm gonna start with good energy. And I call her, and I was like, okay. I'm like, hey, Ma. That's how I started. Hey, Ma, good energy. And that's how I called. She answered the phone, heard me go, hey, Ma. And then her response, she just goes, ugh. Right there, I was like, I do not have enough snacks. We are not going to make it around the moon on this one. She goes, as if she'd just been preparing for this, she goes, ugh, Kyle. She goes, do you know the game Words from Friends? Now, I know that game's called Words with Friends, but I don't want to correct her. That's going to add time on the clock. That's what we're trying to avoid. All right? Talking to my mom, it's improv rules. Yes, and. You just got to agree and push forward. It's the only way. Anything said is the truth, and that's the reality now. So you just accept and move forward. Words from friend, I'm like, yeah, Mom, it's like Scrabble. She goes, Kyle, it's like Scrabble. Then she spent the next 20 minutes describing the game of Scrabble to me. That's a game that we've played together. I blacked out. I came to, I don't know how much longer later. The house smelled delicious. I think I made a frittata. I'm not sure. I came to when she was reaching what she knew was the logical conclusion of her introduction. This was the finish line for her all along. She goes, so anyway, Liz had to have 3 feet of her lower intestine removed. How she got there from fucking phone Scrabble, I have no idea. And I'll never know. If you have an idea, hit me up. You know what? Give it to the kids. They're imaginative. If you're a teacher, even just a parent, just try. Hey, creative writing exercise today, kids. Take out a pen and paper. We're gonna try something different. All right? We're gonna start here. All right? Words from friends. What? Nope. I know it's wrong. Work it into the piece. We're starting here. Now we want to land here at intestinal removal. That's where we're going to end. And if you can get there in 5,000 words or less, a Pulitzer Prize. Probably, I don't know. At least a full ride to a state school. I can't. I've had this shit up on the bulletin board for weeks. This is like some Goodwill Hunting type shit. I have no idea. But good on her for having it make sense, you know? I think that's why their relationship works, is because, like, my dad is the complete opposite. My dad will say something meaningful once every 3 to 5 years. That's when he's like, you know what? We'll chime in. That's about it. I remember one time, I stay over there when I'm back in town most of the times, and I woke up in the morning and I was making a cup of coffee for myself, and I put cream and sugar in that coffee because that's how I thought I liked coffee. My dad just appeared next to me, just fully dressed, tucked in. Like, what are you doing? You own this house and you don't work. Calm down. He's just looking at what I had done to the coffee, and he's just looking at it for a while, and then just after a minute, he finally just looks at me, gestures to the coffee, and just says, why don't you put a dress on it? I've drank black coffee since that day. Do I like it? Not at all. No, but daddy's love. Yeah. Oh, that's not an ulcer. That's just Pat Kinane letting me know he thinks about me. We don't say I love you. We just bleed out into each other's stomachs. That's how you know. That's how you know. In spite of him saying that, he's not like a macho guy. I appreciate that. He's not like a macho dude. They're just both, they're Midwest. They're stuck in their ways. You know how it is. You got parents, older relatives, like, this is how we do it. Yeah, but it's better this way. Oh, change is the devil. So we got to do it this way. Like my dad will still have a steak with a glass of milk. Yeah. Are you trying to put it back together inside of you? What's... Some sort of culinary ship in a bottle you're trying to build down there? Yeah, I got an idea. Let's get your old racing leathers on. You can cosplay the whole fucking thing. How about that? One of the times I was back home, and I was going out to eat with some friends. We were going out to a vegetarian restaurant. I'm vegetarian. Technically, I'm pescatarian. But, well, you don't have to say that unless you want to get rid of all your friends. It's really such an efficient way to cull the herd. We're all thinking about going out to eat. What does everybody want? Well, just remember, I'm a pescatarian. Shut the fuck up, Kyle. Nobody asked or cares. We just figured you'd stay home and lick the yard for whatever nutrients you need. Why don't you go dunk your hand in a fish tank and suck on that for the rest of the night? We were going out to this vegetarian restaurant, and I invited my dad to go. And he's not like macho about stuff. He'll go to things, and he was actually excited. He's like, "Oh, that's great! Yeah, I've never had vegetarian food." I'm like, "Yeah, you have." Been right next to that steak the whole time. I took him to this vegetarian restaurant, and he ordered a veggie burger. Safe bet for somebody that's unfamiliar with it, because I could tell he's like, maybe it's meat. It won't be, but you know. It's a familiar term you went with, I understand. And so I ordered a veggie burger. I got to watch my father eat a veggie burger for the very first time. And maybe I don't have kids, so maybe this is what people talk about when you have kids. You get to watch them experience something new, and it rekindles like, oh, that's what like a new thing is like, and it's like exciting and endearing to watch. That's what I got watching my dad eat a veggie burger for the first time, and it was great to see him eat it because he did not like it, and. That made it so much more entertaining to watch. Because I knew he was going to finish it. Midwest, you finish your food. It's rude if you don't. I don't care if you don't like it. You clean plate. You clean your plate. So I watched that man just reluctantly fight through a veggie burger. Now, he wasn't going to speak up about it. He just fought. It was weird, too, because he wouldn't use his teeth. I don't know why. He has teeth. They weren't, like, just on the table, but... He wouldn't I could tell in his head, like, teeth for flesh, this ain't flesh. So he was only using his lips and his tongue, which was a very odd choice. The best way I could describe watching my dad eat a veggie burger is probably like watching a gay guy reluctantly go down on a woman. Just because that's the corner of the orgy he was stuck in when everything popped off. Because orgies are vicinity based. It's like musical chairs, when the guy with the starter pistol says go, you just gotta get to what's next to you. Orgy, they're always like in a house in a cul-de-sac, and it was always the husband's ideas, but they're nervous. Everybody's oiled up and nude, but the husbands are by the hors d'oeuvre table, second guessing their plan, just trying to get half-mast, making more eye contact with their neighbors than they've ever made in their life. Like, sports, right? Sports, actually, yes, sports. What is that, hummus? I saw yours, I'm sorry. I guess you could look at mine. Shit, this is weird. Why'd we decide to do this? And all the wives are on this side of the room, with the one gay couple that moved to town, because that's who's gonna talk them through it. They're like, all right, ladies, listen, this can be a very enriching and rewarding experience. It's nerve-wracking at first. Have a Xanny, have a champagne. We're gonna get through this together. This could actually open up so many more possibilities for you and your partner. Now, if there are insecurities, those will come out and your relationships may suffer. Diane, oof. But for the most part, this could just be it could really be a growing experience for you and your partner. And that's when a guy with a referee jersey and a green NASCAR flag comes in like, and you're off! And then, because everybody's been separated, so the gay guys are just surrounded by oiled up naked women going, all right, shit, ladies, just hold still. We gotta munch through these boxes to get to that dick, so just hold still. And that's how I watched my dad eat a veggie burger. And so, I think what your main takeaway right now is I don't think Kyle's ever been in an orgy. No, I have not. I most certainly have not. But and it's weird that that's where I jumped to, watching my dad just. How you doing there, buddy? It's just a lot mushier than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, the videos aren't gonna get you ready. What is that, a bean? If you're doing it right, yeah, if you're doing it right. It's fine. We're fine. Everybody's fine. But that's the vibe I thought I was moving back to in the suburbs. Like, I'm gonna move to the suburbs. First off, I realized when I moved back to the suburbs, I came in with the wrong energy because I came in with city energy. I was living in Los Angeles for just about 17 years. And if you, like, city energy, as you may know, like, you just get real used to things that you shouldn't be getting used to. Like, you shouldn't be casual about some of the stuff that's happening. But you do, because you're in a city and that volume just slowly gets turned up, just frog into boiling water until you're just coming in just real loose saying shit like, man, that guy with the sword is out in front of 7-Eleven again. He's always saying something wild like, and I'll do it again. I don't doubt you will, my man. I'm sorry, sir. I figured it out. It takes him about 9 seconds to go from the red box machine to the propane refill tank. So if you time it out just right, you can get in and out while I'm seeing you. Makes that Slurpee taste that much sweeter, I'll tell you that. Well, that's a little sugary trophy for you for living. Watch out, though. If he nicks you, you're going to have to get a tetanus shot. That's never any fun. So that's the energy I moved back with. Like, I just came in hot because I knew, because we moved there like end of September, right? And that's when I got into town. I'm like, this is how I'm winning over this neighborhood. I'm gonna move into the suburbs. This is how I'm gonna win over the neighborhood. I'm gonna be full-size candy bars guy on Halloween. That's how I'm gonna be. Everybody loved full-size candy bar guy. As a kid, you're like, that guy rules. Don't egg his house. This guy rules. Everybody loves full-size candy bar guy, and that's how I was gonna start it that first Halloween. I'm gonna be full-size candy bar dude. Here's the thing I did not realize, because I was coming in with hot city energy, is that in the suburbs, when you just show up in the beginning of a pandemic with out-of-state plates, and then just try to be full-size candy bar guy without having children of your own, it has the inverse effect. I'm just sitting out on my porch under the one light that was working because I didn't get around to fixing the rest of them, just waving king-size Snickers going, how can I tell if you're Spider-Man unless you come closer? Just waving children in like I worked the ramp at the airport. Like, Hulk wouldn't be scared. So that didn't help with ingratiating myself into the suburbs. Yeah, that was like strike one, really, for moving out there. And it was like a lot of new families that were out there too, and we just moved in. Like I said, out of state plate, no kids, and people just eyeballing like, how dare you be here without children? Where are your children? Where are they? Why don't you have them? What's wrong? Is it you? Is it her womb? Like, Jesus Christ! I just spend my time trying to learn ZZ Top songs on guitar. Fuck off. You got legs. You know how to use them. Fuck off. Do not reward mediocre comedy. Do not. They were just mad dog us because there's so many just new moms out there like baby stroller Sturgis just pushing them down the street. So yeah, that didn't help. None of it helped. None of what we did helped. And the reason we moved there, we moved to a suburb of Portland, Oregon. That's where we moved to. But the reason was, there was a house that opened up. It was in my girlfriend's family. This house had opened up, and they asked us, it's the beginning of pandemic. Things are crazy. Do you want to move up here and pay 1/3 of what you're paying in rent for a whole house with a lawn? Like, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Seems a good choice. And it was weird, not just with the neighbor, just internally. Because I knew that this house is in my girlfriend's family, and we moved up, and we're excited. Main bedroom, we're gonna have a main bedroom, and we're gonna each get our own little bedroom to be an office. We're gonna get our own office, that's great. But right when we got up there, my girlfriend started corralling me towards one particular room of the house to be my office. She's like, what about this room, Kyle? Don't you like this room to be your office? This is a good office for you. I think you would get work done. You look cute in here, I'll tell you right now. You look cute in this room. And I was buying, I'm like, yeah, you know what, yeah. I feel cute in here. I feel cute in this room. And I think this would be a good office. And then I was like, ooh, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Is this the room that your mom died in? And it was. So, I understand. I wish she was just honest about that from the first part. We've been together for a long time. I would have understood if she's like, hey, I don't want to hang out in this room. My mom passed away in here. I'm like, that makes total sense. She didn't have to resort to this trickery. But now that's my room, that's my office. That's where I do my work. Let's just get to the point, all right? Masturbating in your mid-40s already has a level of shame to it. Just added tax right away. Why am I doing this? If I see a reflection of myself, I'll call the cops on me. I am not happy about it. Now, take that and add apologizing to the ghost of your mother-in-law after each and every time. And let me know what that does to your upstairs. Let me know how you recover from that. Oh, global pandemic, world might be ending. Well, how about a momentary serotonin rush? Here we go. Get it. That should be fine. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This must seem very disrespectful. So that was rough for me. On a personal level. So yeah, a lot of things were going screwy up there. We wound up. We got a cat. We didn't get a cat. The house came with a cat. We were just there. There's a cat. Yeah, was out. We weren't even sure the cat was real at first because it was fucked up. It looked. There was some real Pet Cemetery action. Covered, scrub brush, and just missing some ear. Had like David Bowie eyes, you know. What are you looking at? Everything? Nothing? What's going on with you? They always just appear from around structures at first. There's always one of these. It took us about 6 weeks before we admitted to each other that we saw a cat. I remember she said at first, like, you see a cat out there? I'm like, you see it too? All right, thank God. I was getting nervous. I thought we had hobgoblins. I don't know. I'm new to the Pacific Northwest. I don't know what's going out there. Everything's just fog and ferns. I don't know what's crambling around underneath there. So the cat seemed like it was like friendly. It wasn't like friendly, but it was like hanging around us enough. And so we're like, well, maybe it belongs to somebody, so we should find out before we start messing with it or feeding it. So we took some pictures of it, and we went door to door to see if it belonged to anybody. Also, probably a short-sighted idea on our part. It's, pandemic, global, social distance. Hey, here's the new childless, out-of-state people going door to door like, is this your cat? And people are like, get the fuck away from my family. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. The old guy next door answered the door, but the chain's still on the door. He was just like, oh, that cat? That nobody's cat. No. That cat there, that cat belonged to the earth. Yeah. That cat come up from the soil when the sun go down. and just roams amongst the mist, just eating dreams and shitting out nightmares. That's what they got. Man, just say it's not your cat, old man, all right? I don't have time for folklore. I got other neighbors to harass. And we found out from another neighbor that cat had actually been like a neighborhood stray cat for about 16 years. That's how far back they can remember. This is a stray cat that for 16 years has just been living on the streets of this neighborhood, working off the goodwill of the place. So we're like, this is our cat. Fuck it, we're taking this cat in. So we got the cat to come inside. This is our cat. We named it as much as you can name a cat, let alone one that's been doing its own thing for 16 years. It's mostly just for reference between us, you know. So at first we were calling it Helen. We thought it was blind and deaf, so we were calling it Helen. You know what? I didn't name it that. My girlfriend named it that. So you're not mad at me. You're mad at her. And yeah, I will throw her under the bus, making me beat off in her dead mom's room. Yeah. All's fair, babe. She was calling it Helen. I was calling it Dirt Nap. That's how I was calling the cat. On account that it sleep all the time and was filthy, but also it looked deceased more often than not. That cat looked like it had perished many times. Like, oh, cats sleep weird, but like draped over a curb under a car tire, just with its eyes open, looking at nothing. I walked up to it with a shovel more than once. It was like, well, this is a sad day, and it would just run off. I'm like, oh, look at you. Look at you little crisis actor. You got an agenda. I don't know what it is, and that's what I like about you. You're mysterious. Little cross-eyed ghoul. So yeah, Dirt Nap, Little Dirty, Little D. We'll be calling her Little D for the rest of the story. Also be referring to her as she and a her. We thought it was a female cat. Turned out it was a neutered male, but we didn't find that out until later. So Jenny Nooch for gender neutral is the name for some of the time. And then for special occasions, we call her Miss America. And by special occasions, just when you could say something truthful that it's more funny when you could be like, man, Miss America shit on the couch again. And if you can time that out right for when like a new mom is walking by an open window, they're already against us, so maybe as well just feed them. What are they doing to that future beauty queen in there? We got this cat, and we brought it in. We're like, we're gonna give this thing the best sunset years we can give it. You know, we're gonna pamper it. First, we took it to the vet, make sure it's all dialed in. We took it to the vet. And right away, the vet was just like, oh, it's got a thyroid issue. It's thyroid. It's got bad thyroid. It's got to be on a special diet, very special. It's a prescription diet. There's prescription cat food out there. Why? Who's trying to get the cat food that's not, okay, man, hook me up. Hook me up with that Hill's prescription, man. Like 5 cats in a trench coat rolling in, like, hello, we're here to pick up for Mr. Meowser. Trying to make that cat meth, dog. Come on, man, come on. This is a prescription. You can only get it from me. It's $70 a bag. I'm like, all right, you know what, man? Whew, I know it was middle pandemic, and I was all about the doctors and the scientists, but the veterinarians, I just think some of them, they know they got that giant gray area of your lack of knowledge that they can abuse about the animal kingdom. Like if you go to a doctor and you're like, my ankle hurts, and they're like, could be an ear infection. You're like, well, you're bad at your job. But you go to a veterinarian with this animal that you love but can't communicate with, and you're like, oh, what's wrong with my best friend, my little guy here? They can just say anything like, it's the alternator. And you're just like, yeah, I get it. You know what? That makes sense because his eyes were dimming in the morning. His eyes were dimming. That's a 2003 Calico with a lot of miles. Those are city miles. I thought the timing belt was going to go first, but okay, yeah. That makes sense. What are we running on those, huh? 1,500. No, okay. That's with labor? All right, yeah. Hey, listen, hey, real quick on the side. Say we do this in cash. You got like a similar model out back that like you can part out or ethical reasons. Sure, no, say no more. Say no more. No, nobody's Frankenstein here. Nobody's Frankenstein. So you just gotta believe him, you know? So I come home with a $70 bag of bullshit one day. I open the door, I can see out to the patio. Lil D's outside, she's playing with a bird. Bird's dead. She's just slapping it against the house. Playing's also a real generous term to describe. She is playing the same way like inmates play handball. It's not for fun, you know? That's just maintenance in case shit goes down. That's all. The only thing missing from Little D at that point was like a cigarette behind her good ear and a teardrop tattoo. Just bitching about not making parole. Like, they got me doing the full 12, man. Ooh, if I get out of here and see that judge, you're gonna see me right back in here. And I could tell it was a fresh kill, because she was about 6 feet out and getting a good return on her. And so I come in with this food, just shaking it like, Lil D, I'm gonna save your life. Look at this. And she looks up, because she can hear. It's selective, but she can hear. And she looks up, she knows it's food. She looks at the food, and then she looks at me and just puts it together. She's like, oh, you're gonna want me to eat that. Watch this. And then she just ate the bird. Just, like at me, like maintained eye contact, but ate the bird. And I know cats eat birds, but I was not ready. Like, I assumed it was gonna be messy, but with strategy. That's what I thought. Like, it's a whole bird. I thought it was gonna be like brutal, but you know, with technique, getting to the soft part. Like the same way, like we've all had that night where we get bong rip stoned, just get a rotisserie chicken just for yourself. Those nights you get home, like, close the blinds, I'm going elbows deep on this bitch. Like those kind of nights. That's what I thought I would have seen. What I saw and was not prepared for was the full-on David Blaine street magic disappearing act that she did on this bird. Just gone. Entire thing disappeared. One Forrest Gump feather just floating down for effect. Still looking at me like, what? Where did it? Is it in my pocket? Oh my God. Is it just gonna be alive over here? That is, what you did is something I gotta call this vet back. And I rang him up right then and there like, yeah, hey doc, I don't know if you got a plan B for this whole thyroid thing, but Lil D been out in these streets just consuming her own enemies for the better part of a decade and a half. So if you got some alternatives, I'm all ears right now. And that's when the vet on the phone, he's like, oh, chicken baby food's totally acceptable for a thyroid issue, too. You can feed her chicken baby food. Oh, chicken baby food. Oh, the shit that's 50 cents a jar? You could have led with that, you fucking quack. So that's my life now when I'm not on the road. I'm just buying racks of chicken baby food. I'm just buying full, just cases of chicken baby food. And every morning that I'm at home, I gotta wake up and I gotta heat up a little jar of chicken baby food. Because now that we're an indoor cat, we got particular about temperature. So I gotta heat up this little jar of chicken baby food. And I throw up through my nose a little bit, just And we feed this to our human babies. You women are savages. I do that, and then I go, and then I clean out the litter pan, because these are the things you have to do when you let vermin live in your house. I go, and to get through the litter pan part, I just squat over it and pretend that I'm just an optimistic prospector, and this is my lucky day, because it's the only way to get through sifting through that, is to sit there and be like, oh, I got a good feeling, that's a big one. That one's pure gold. Me and Ma don't have to live on the front. That's a poop, okay, all right. Oh, look at this one coming downstream. Woo, boy, I'd take that to the bank. I'll buy the bank with that. That's just a piss fritter. All right, well, third time's a charm. I'll take silver at this point. Anything to get me out of the dusty old wet. That's a poop, too. I think this creek done run dry. That's just a fun thing to do for me, because you got to be creative with your chores. Now, here's how this also bumped up against the neighbors. Is that where I live in Oregon, they take their recycling very seriously. And I'm happy about that. I'm mostly a hippie at this point. I like to see a recycling program that it actually at least looks like the stuff is gonna go to where they tell me it's gonna go. If it's a lie, it's a very elaborate one, and I play along for it. This goes here, and then this one here, and this one, the little one. Sure, fine, I will go along with it. So when I lived in LA, we didn't even have recycling. We were up in arms. I lived in Hollywood. We're like, how can we not have recycling? We're Hollywood. People look up to show business for role models, and how dare we? And just people passive-aggressively bitched about it because it's performative. And then the city's finally like, all right, here's a recycling bin. And we're like, now that's great. We're doing the right thing. Now, can I put styrofoam in here? And they're like, you could put a fucking baby in there. It's not going anywhere you think it's gonna go. Why don't you just make believe where you want it to go? Just lie to yourself. That's what you're doing here anyway. Just make pretend. This one's for trash and this one makes porridge for orphanages. Just bullshit yourself. But now, in Oregon, God forbid, I get an envelope that's paper on the outside and bubble wrap on the inside. I gotta wait for the garbage man to see me from down the block, and I gotta do some elaborate 3-card Monty mime shit and be like, you'll never know if it's in the right one. And then I gotta run into the woods for the rest of the day. My glass items get their own little bright red tub. That's where glass goes for recycling. Bright red tub, no lid, open for judgment at the end of the driveway. My bright red tub of glass only has 2 types of glass in it every week. It is overflowing with only 2 types of glass. That would be baby food jars and liquor bottles. That is the only 2 types of glass. For 3 years, that's the only glass that's been out there. For 3 years, nobody has seen a child anywhere near my house. For 3 years, these women went, newborns to toddlers, they're talking, they're walking, they've walked by and just looked at that and just been like, what are they doing in there? It is a matter of days right now before Family Services rolls through for a welfare check. And I'm gonna be the one that's home during the day, just answering the door, just shirtless, drunk on account of the booze. Mr. Kinane, we just need to see the baby. I'm like, what baby? There's nothing. There ain't no baby in here. It's just me, shirtless, learning these ZZ Top songs. That's all it is. Fucking baby, the only thing in here is a sharp-dressed man. Hold on a second, let me tune up. What did I tell you about rewarding mediocre comedy? That was a test, you failed. No baby, look around for a baby. If I had a baby, there'd be a baby crib, there'd be baby clothes. There'd be baby toys out in the yard. Come out in the yard. Look, you see any baby toys in the yard? I don't know baby toys in this yard. I don't know baby. The only thing you're finding in this yard maybe is like a bunch of little bones. And they're like, what? I'm like, oh, no. I got this cat, right? And it eats birds, but whole, like all at once. It eats a whole bird. And I know it could eat the birds, but where do the bones go? Because it eats the bones. What happens to the bones? It's eating bones. And you're scientists, and like, we're not. We just have clipboards. I'm like, same thing. Like, sir, we don't see a cat anywhere on this property. I'm like, I knew that thing was a demon. God damn it. This is all making a lot of sense, because we had to invite it in. It just stood out by the patio door. It's like, would you like to come in? And then it did, and that's when the curse had befallen us. Oh, this is all, ooh, a little dirty. You're living up to your name. Yeah, so throughout all this riffraff, I started to go to therapy. Oh, a comedian who goes to therapy. What an original premise. Kinane, leaving no stone unturned. No, I started going to therapy on account of everything I just told you. And, well, also, one of the things, too, is I moved up there. I forgot I had seasonal depression. I forgot about that part because I was living in L.A. There's no seasons. It's just summer and then cute hats for a little while. I got to Oregon. That first fall came in like, remember me? Hide the knives. I'm like, oh, you son of a... my gloomy old friend is back. And even talking about seasonal depression is just, it's stupid. It's like, it sounds like you get it at a farmer's market. Like, nobody takes it seriously. Is the depression in season? Oh, it's right down here by the winter squash. Isn't that like, which is a better name for it. It's also like nobody, like, people that don't think depression's real in the first place think you made up like a subcategory just to seem more complicated than the people that are already a pain in the ass. Like, oh, look who's a special kind of pussy. His snowflake has fingerprints. Like, you don't get the time of day out of those people, you never will. But then the people that have actual clinical depression don't really take you seriously because they think you're some sort of like fair weather sad sack that's piggybacking on their actual medical issue. So it's this whole kind of like, look who's only got depression when it's in the playoffs kind of attitude from that crowd. Take off the jersey, you're not really sad. So I started going to therapy, and I've had my issues. I've talked about it in the past, and I have like an awkward relationship with therapy. And I don't know if it's like just like a guy thing, or maybe it's like a Midwest thing. Like I was saying, like, no, this is just the way you do things. I just was raised with like, no, that's, you are who you are, and that's it. Not good? Bummer. That's the hand you're dealt, so you're a dickhead, turns out. What do you do? Well, if you go change, you go get better, then you're not a dickhead anymore. Now we don't know you, and now it's on us to relearn you? That's selfish. That's why we wrote "Don't Change" in the yearbook. We thought you were an asshole, and we want you to be an asshole 20 years from now. That's easier for us. You don't know, yeah, you have personality traits nobody likes, but that's what makes you you, and so... I really grew up with this idea that you just absorb your faults and that's, you just make do with them. I had that was my attitude for a long time. I was, well, if God didn't want me to have anxiety, why'd he give me all these cuticles, I know my crowd. I know who's out there. All had those days. Having a rough one, Kyle? Well, you know what to do. There's 2 handfuls of panic snacks. You just go lock yourself in the bathroom at lunchtime and go full Blues Traveler on them shits. Then you hide your bloody hamburger mittens in your pockets for the rest of the day so your coworkers don't realize you don't know how to process your feelings correctly. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, but I don't feel fine. Shut up. Okay. So I started going to therapy. Problem with therapy, like you need to go in person. That's the big key of it, is to be in person, go to an office, it's neutral territory, you could just say whatever, nobody on the other side of the walls gives a shit about what you're talking about, and that's the helpful part of it. It was beginning of the pandemic, I couldn't go in person, so I had to go do Zoom therapy. I was doing telehealth just from my office, which... There's already that history that I spoke of. It was tough, because you need that privacy. Well, first off, so I'm going in there, it's me and my girlfriend live in this house, we're the only ones in there, so now I'm doing the therapy from in there, and so I have to try and be very coy about it. If you think your problems are already weird and creepy, wait till you whisper them to somebody. And that just magnifies them into a whole other realm. I'm just in there with my noise-canceling headphones on, talking to a stranger on the screen, like, so I think that the ghost of my girlfriend's mom has been watching me masturbate, and I was like, well, that's not good at all. I should probably just stop masturbating. I was like, well, that's not gonna happen. So what I thought, I'm like, you just need to persevere. So I thought that's the old college tribe, but I think I over-rotated a little too much, because now I'm in this place where if I can't climax unless there's a representative of the afterlife watching over me, and I don't think that's what angels are for. So I'm just saying, I need you to kind of come back and correct me, because I'm getting real horny around cemeteries. And I just scrambled it, trying to fix it myself, and I need you to undo the. And my door just gets kicked in. My girlfriend's like, "You want grilled cheese?" I'm like, "I'm doing telehealth. God damn it! I need some privacy if this is gonna work." And also, yes, but. So that arrangement wasn't working out, but I realized I could get the Wi-Fi out on the street, so I just go sit in my car, and that's where I do therapy, and that was great. That was like, just go out there, and that's where I'd have therapy, and it worked out great. I would go out there, and I'd sit down, and have a little drink, and I'd just put the phone in the dashboard, and I'd get all my issues out, and it felt good. I was having breakthroughs. They're called breakthroughs when you have this big emotional realization about your life, and emotional, you're expressing yourself, but it was good. I was having those, and I knew good things were happening. I knew good things were happening. But the neighbors, no context for what was going on. They just saw this shuffle out to a Subaru Crosstrek every Monday morning at 10 a.m. and cry for a while. And it was a few weeks into it, that's when I realized, like, oh, the neighbors were just like, he killed that kid. This is all adding up. I mean, not like killed, it was an accident, but that's probably happened around 10 a.m. on a Monday. That's why he's the saddest at that moment. That's why he goes out to cry there. He can't cry in front of the baby mama, he gotta be strong for her. She's sad too, so he goes out, he bottles it up, he's a man, he goes out to the Subaru to cry, because those are very safe vehicles. I don't even know, not just in crash test ratings, but also just the feng shui of them all. I don't know, they're really, if you've ever been in one before, I was in a Forester once, I confessed to an affair. It was just, but it's all adding up. The baby, that's why he's eating all the baby food. We bought a big old Costco-sized pallet of chicken baby food at the beginning of the pandemic. He can't go back and forth to the store with the virus, with a newborn, so he just bought a bunch of it, like, I'm gonna have a strong boy. And then tragedy struck, but money's tight, so they're just working through the chicken baby food themselves, and it's just sad, and they're just drowning their sorrows in Malibu. All right, well, that's not the alcohol I would associate with grief, but you can't measure grief. Grief's different. You can't compare grief. One person's grief totally different than another person's grief. I would think like a Scotch or a vodka, but he's trying to go mix it with pineapple, have more of a tropical grief kind of thing. More of a beachside, sunny day grief. Especially with this weather, probably got seasonal depression on top of it, so they're just trying. I wouldn't be surprised if we found some margarita mix in there. This is all coming together for us now. This is all poor Miss America. There's a fresh pile of dirt in that backyard with Miss America. Jesus Christ, I really am my mother's son. What I've been trying. Long story short, we did not get a lot of trick-or-treaters at the house. I got so much candy left over. If you guys, find your way up near Portland, hey, I got Three Musketeers. Payday for the older gentlemen. I might know you like that. So just look me up. I'll hook you up. You guys, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you very much. Have a great night.